Chapter 1. Stop moping around. Level 70. Body, C. Mind, C. Souls, S. That was a lot of souls. I suppressed the urge to giggle like Scrooge McDuck. I didn't have a physical way to swim in the damn things anyway. Glimpse was keeping an eye on my troops as they galloped far ahead of me. They were showing no signs of slowing, let alone stopping, anytime soon. Being a tail-end Charlie was never a happy place to be, but I could also see behind me, and the remains of the horde were ambling about without serious intention. They were spreading out like gangrene around a rotten wound, so I was confident that when I finally managed to catch up to my terrified troops, we'd be able to stop and rest. Whatever was I going to do with my newfound bounty of souls? No one likes an obvious exploit in a system, so with a mental wince, I dumped 40,000 souls into buying mana potions while I ran, and 200 of the things stacked up in my storage space. Just in case, you know? I had been in the Boy Scouts once upon a time, and after that the army had reinforced that I should always be prepared. I knew in my bones the gods were going to somehow screw me out of this option again, so I felt compelled to spend the souls now, before they could screw me. I figured they'd work for Krill and Faye as well, so it was a wise investment, despite how I winced as the souls vanished from my balance. Next up was a decent weapon. I'd been running around with a dagger that could cut through granite, but that wasn't going to cut it in a real fight against a near peer. That bloke in D grade had escaped successfully after dropping a fire spirit in my face. I scanned through the shop as my loping strides ate up the ground between me and my friends. An unbreakable mace, perhaps? But why? Blunt weapons were great against armor, but most of my enemy's troops were barely armored. Getha had talked about men in gray metal suits, iron or steel armor probably. But what was that to my dagger? So I ruled out poleaxes, blunt weapons, and all the traditional tools a man might use to put down a bloke LARPing as a low-tech Iron Man. Spears? They were good, and if the blade could slice through metal like my dagger, they might be a good choice. I'd already had some training in spear fighting from the Fangs and other old warriors in the tribe, so it wasn't an unknown style for me. The only downsides I could see were that they were big, not suitable in close quarters, and the shaft was likely to be a weakness if I were up against someone with a weapon made entirely from one of the mythical metals available in the shop. Swords. I had a basic understanding of sword fighting, but it was amateurish at best, and God knows I hated being an amateur at anything. On the plus side, the entire weapon would be made of the magic shit in the shop, but the price was concomitantly higher as well. I was barely paying attention to the thigh-high grass I was flashing through as I scanned through the options in the shop. With a faint sense of resignation and a forlorn hope I'd be able to find a suitable instructor, I purchased a bastard sword made of aguntium. There were pricier ones available, but I knew what that metal was capable of, so 4,500 souls vanished. I caught a surprisingly light sword in my left hand. It came with a silvery scabbard and a fancy leather belt that I wrapped around my waist without slowing down. The 4-foot-long blade settled comfortably at my side. I still had 56,000 souls left, so I leveled all my magic up to my main level of 70 and was pleasantly surprised at the results. Just over 19,000 souls vanished, and I checked my affinity screen as the clouds mixed with the smoke rising from the destruction I'd left behind me. I skidded to a stop and grinned to myself. Affinity. Fire. Summon fire. Range, 104 meters. Intensity, plus 156%. Lasts 15 seconds. Fire resistance, plus 100%. Projectile. Speed, plus 60%. Detonation, 11.5 meters cubed. Firewall. Area, 20 meters squared. Lasts 15 seconds. Barrier, 220 HP. Area, 5 meters squared. Fire Spirit. Duration 110 seconds. Burning Skies. Area 50 by 50 meters. Duration 15 seconds. Affinity. Life. Heal Self. 20 HP and 156% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement Self. 78%. Resistance All. 60%. Projectile. Speed. Plus 156%. Heal Other. Rapid Growth. Area 20 meters squared. Projectile. Speed. Plus 156%. Enhance Other. Shapeshift Minor. Duration 110 seconds. Affinity. Space. Size. Range 54 meters. Intensity 58%. Mass. Range 54 meters. Intensity 58%. Area 10.5 meters cubed. Optional. Lasts 15 seconds. Resistance 100%. Pocket dimension 5.5 meters cubed. Spatial tear. Range 11 meters. Affinity. Earth shape. Earth. Range. Touch. Duration 15 seconds. Imbue. Enchant. Soul transfer. Aresk's boon. Carrion feeders. Gaze. I spent 10 mana and rolled a ball of actinic white fire across my hand. I could feel the heat, but there wasn't any pain, and I suffered no damage whatsoever. I was bloody fireproof now. This changed how I could fight significantly. I could walk through a crowd, throwing down firewalls hot enough to melt iron, and come out completely unscathed on the other side. Admittedly, I'd be naked, and everything bar my fancy new sword and dagger would be ash in my wake. Maybe not the best idea. Did the shop have some asbestos underwear at least? Nope. Still, the pros outweighed the cons in my humble opinion. I resumed my run. I could see my troops had finally clattered to a halt a few miles ahead of me, and I sent Glimpse down low to check on them. Krill, the Fangs, and Fayala were taking charge and forcing the dejected fighters into some semblance of organization. Sentries were being moved out while the others rested, some just collapsing next to where they tied their horse off. They looked like a defeated force, not a detachment that had come through a hell they shouldn't have survived. I needed to remedy that situation quickly. As I stretched my legs again, I decided to dump some more souls into pure levels. More stat points would be very nice indeed, and I wasn't about to let this haul go by without spending a little on myself. 1,640 souls were fed into my levels, and I jumped to level 90. It seemed a pittance to spend on boosting myself up in comparison to what I'd already spent, but I didn't feel any urgency to climb higher up the levels just yet, and I would still have a huge reserve in place if I decided I needed to. I already had plans for some of the reserves as well, but that would have to wait until I was back with my troops. Going wide rather than tall seemed the most viable approach to the threat of massed undead at the moment. I gained 38 stat points and ruminated on how to spend them as my feet ate up the distance back to my tribe. Level 90. Primary stats. Body, B-. Mind, C+. Soul, A. Available souls, 30,812. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 40. Reflexes, 40. Health, 350. Magic strength, 30. Focus, 30. Mana, 460. I raised all the stats I'd let lag behind over the last couple of months to eliminate any possible weaknesses. There was no point being strong if I wasn't coordinated enough or had fast enough reflexes to take advantage of it. I could feel some of the changes at least. My muscles answered my mind quicker than they had before, and plans whirled in my head at an ever greater velocity, to the point it became disorientating, and I had to lock down my focus on what mattered immediately. It was easier than I would have thought. I had 1,000 thoughts swirling in my head, but they disappeared like sparks in the air as I narrowed my attention. I slowed down as I approached the ramshackle camp. Gone was the professional neatness and order from yesterday, which grated on my nerves. No palisade had been erected, and the ponies were tied into long lines attached to a handful of stakes driven into the earth. There was a thwang, and my right hand flicked up to catch an arrow an inch from my face. As soon as I caught the damn thing, a webwork of fire shot up around me. 6-foot-tall orange flames trapped me at their heart, and I sucked in a ragged breath that I held for a moment before walking forward to escape the conflagration. My once red, now badly blood-stained and much darker tunic had caught in the fire and burned away in the time it took me to clear the area. I tossed the arrow back at the startled sentry and nodded. "Good reflexes, warrior. What's your name?" I said.
"Lord, I'm Jetaluric."
"I'm sorry," he stuttered. A defector from the Jet tribes, or a spy? I shoved the thought aside. If he'd made it this far, he was one of mine. "Push out further south. The horde isn't heading our way yet, but they might," I ordered as I strode past him towards the camp proper.
Lord,
"Take this?" He offered me a pale yellow tunic he'd pulled out of a storage space. How many of those damn rings had I made? I took the clothing with a nod of gratitude and slipped it over my head. I had to remove the belt from my sword and tie it over the felt to keep the thing in place. I was pleased to see the peripherals that had come with the blade had survived the fire as well. "Stop moping around," I yelled as I passed into the camp. "That was a victory, not a defeat, so quit lying around like whipped dogs. No one else could have come through that crucible." A ragged cheer went up as they realized I'd caught up with them, and they hadn't lost their king in the ambush. The mood improved as I passed deeper into the small camp and slapped soldiers on the shoulder as I went. Faye flew into my arms and began checking me over, running her hands over me to look for wounds. "I'm fine, love," I chuckled. "I had to stay back to help the other chiefs escape." A hand slammed into my cheek, but she pulled it back and hissed in pain. "Next time, send glimpse to me, so I'll know you aren't being eaten alive by a swarm of walking dead men." Another hug, this time one that lingered and made the world seem all right. "The other chiefs will flock to your banner now," muttered Krill as he scampered over and looked me up and down. "Yellow suits you, boy." I spent 1,000 souls to give Faye another 500, then reached out to offer Krill my arm. As he took it, I did the same for him. "Find the fangs. I need to give them more souls as well." "How many did we lose?" I asked more quietly. "Of the 250 warriors, not counting charioteers, we're down to 184. Thanks, by the way." Krill's eyes unfocused as he pulled up his screens and began spending the souls. Shit. Still, if you factor in what we were faced with, that's amazing. Any survivors who haven't received souls can get enough for a couple of levels as soon as I've had some time to rest. "Where's Jagapan?" I asked. "With his lady wife, of course," Krill began. "I'm here, warlord." The wiry man emerged from the shadows, tossing a steel ball in one hand, his left eye once again gleaming bronze. "Any chance of some souls for your lowly sub-chief?" He cracked a wry smile at me. I offered my hand and sent 500 across, grimacing at losing double that from my own reserves. "Any chief who joins us will get the same. Now, warriors of Mundine, it's time to mourn our dead and rejoice at our victory." Drinks are on me. I finished slightly more quietly as I spent 100 souls on a barrel of rum. "They can't get drunk now. We need to get back to the pass first," muttered Krill, as he shamelessly turned the tap at the base of the barrel and poured some out into a cup he'd just so happened to have handy. They won't get drunk. Just enough to take the edge off. Come on, lads, you deserve it. As they filled up cups, Krill kept control of the barrel. I passed out souls to the handful who'd survived as baseline humans. Glimpse is keeping an eye on the horde. We should be able to rest easily. The sentries get a slug of booze when they come off shift. The rest of us should rest. It's going to be a rough few days back to Mondet unless someone packed a lot of extra tents, I said in between greeting warriors as they passed me. The stars will be all the cover we'll need, said Faye. She glanced at the sky and grimaced. Once your clouds have dispersed, Barefoot King. I smiled warmly in reply.
They aren't my clouds. Mine glow red and rain down fire.
It will be a long couple of weeks to get us all home. What happens then? Asked Krill, as he sipped from a refilled cup and smacked his lips. This is good stuff. Secure the northern border, clear out the horde from our plains, and then we ride south. The plan flowed together in my mind like it was something I'd spent weeks thinking about. In reality, this was entirely off the cuff, but I felt in my bones it was the best course of action. While we deal with the Erviles, the rest of the tribes will come to us and live, or they'll go their own way and get swallowed up. It's not something I can control. A touch of bitterness entered my voice, and I quietly hoped more would ride north to join us than try to survive alone. Get some fires lit, yelled Jagapan as he moved off to find Heldine and get his status screens explained to him. Literacy for the warriors, or at least the captains, went up a few places on my list. Faye was explaining the system interfaces to the newly imbued soulbound servants from among the core of the warriors. You look like shit, Mond. You need a tunic that fits you, and you need to sleep for about a week, I reckon, Krill snapped. Go! He pointed towards one of the fires being lit, and I staggered off. I'd been running on fumes, I realized. However strong I became, there would always be limits. The fangs filtered in and grabbed a drink as I staggered off, but I paused to give them each another 500 souls to spend. I waved off their congratulations and just smiled at their banter. I stretched out next to the fire and closed my eyes. I could hear the mood of the camp had improved. It was still somber, not so much from the losses, but from the perceived defeat. Running away didn't come naturally to the fiercely territorial nomads, and despite the battle being a win objectively, their pride was stung. A problem for tomorrow. I felt Faye snuggle in against my side and pull some furs over our bodies. I breathed in her scent and began to drift off to sleep, finally letting the exhaustion catch up to me. Chapter 2. Draw up a list, check it twice. I woke up. No, this wasn't reality. Or even the surreal, possibly a coma dream world of Earth I'd grown to accept as my new normal. I was back in Erisk's realm, but this time I couldn't move anything but my eyes. It had changed. Now, instead of the giant statue before me, I found 5 unique environments, each seemingly distinct and separate, but blending into one at the center. I couldn't move, couldn't even breathe, but that mounting sense of panic you get from holding your breath for too long was completely absent. I tried to raise my arms, but nothing happened. My eyes rolled around, trying to take in my surroundings. I could see my shoulders in my peripheral vision, clad in the bright red tunic of a tribal king. There was a weight on my hip that suggested my new sword was hanging there, but I had no way to check. Let me handle this, little man-killer. Eresk's voice arrived in my mind as a giant bronze foot passed over my head. The metallic titan strode into the central area where the various realms met, and the other gods began to move out to meet him. Poseidon was a beautiful woman, with sea-green skin and hair flowing in unearthly curves down to her waist, where she became something very different. I didn't have a frame of reference for her lower half. Perhaps a squid orgy is the closest I can imagine to describe the nest of writhing tentacles that replaced her legs and squirmed as she moved. Mortimer, fat and arrogant seeming as ever, was placed just inside her realm, which looked like it was deep underwater, and the light from above was filtered by rolling waves. I lunged at him, and nothing happened. I tried to narrow my eyes and glare his way, but even that was denied me. Fucking gods. His eyes were flashing around like my own. For a second our gazes met, and despite the fact that he was immobile, just like me, I felt the bastard flinch in fear. He wore purple robes under a breastplate made of pitch-black metal, but wasn't carrying any weapons. "What is the meaning of this interference, scaly tits?" demanded Arask. "Your champion has found an exploit that must be adjusted for," Poseidon replied, in a burbling voice, as though she were just beneath the surface and she was bubbling her words up from under the water. "You selected him," came a voice like falling dust. Death had entered the arena. His own realm was black and rotten. Weirdly shaped fungoid growths surrounded the soldier, Marwan. My opponent was dressed like a bloody pirate, eye patch and all. His clothes were ragged, but he wore a set of silver chainmail over his body and had a hat tipped at a jaunty angle.
The avatar of Hades, Hadesti,
On the New World, floated along on a cloud of flies that buzzed and swarmed at the bottom of hollow-looking midnight robes. As he came to a stop facing Arask and Poseidon, a rasping chuckle emanated from the impenetrable shadows of his hood. "Are you complaining that you chose someone too well-suited to the game we had planned?" rasped Hades. "Hardly," the Sea Witch began. "Absolutely she is," boomed Arask as he laughed. "If the little killer had sworn to her, this wouldn't be an issue at all." "Shut up, you stupid head basher," Poseidon snapped, and the sense of waves smashing apart rocks briefly rolled across me. "He has found a way to break the game. It requires adjudication." "I agree." Patricia was wearing fine robes, silk perhaps, and a giant man with a jackal's head stepped over her, leaving a space that looked like a library lined with neat shelves of books and strange astrolabes. The god was wearing a fine-looking suit that would have fit right in on any street in Victorian England. "None of our champions can gather souls in such a way as to fuel gathering yet more. He will snowball, and it must be rebalanced." I recognized that one. He was the voice that had spoken to me when I was sent to Earth, the one that had guided me through making my first affinity selection while I hung in limbo, thinking I was dead. "Come on, Thoth, that's hardly fair. All the others have indirect ways of harvesting souls. Ray is the only one handicapped by having to fight in order to grow stronger," Arask replied. That was useful and slightly terrifying information to have. If the rest could just farm souls by talking or whatever, I was so far behind the curve I'd never stand a chance of catching up. "Stop giving him hints, Arask. Have you no shame? Are there no depths to your rule-breaking?" All the gods were, in some way, beautiful, perfected beings. But this one took my breath away.
or it would have done if I were breathing.
Androgyne, in a way that made her, him, look literally divine, whatever your preferences might be. The being stepped out of a garden of fruits and trees, eating an impossibly perfect apple. Jeremy, the influencer, was locked in place where the god had started. He wore golden robes and laurels behind his ears. Of all of us, he seemed to be taking this the worst. Patricia was only focused on the gods. She looked like she was taking notes in her head as her eyes flicked between them. Mortimer was splitting his gaze across the competition like me, but the way his eyes jerked about made it clear he would be changing his trousers if his body wasn't locked in place. Poor little Jezza, the social media star back on Earth,
had rolled his eyes into his head and seemed to have passed out while fixed in place.
These dreams always messed with me, leaving me exhausted when I got back to Earth. But I suspected he was going to feel particularly rough when he woke up. Ha! Good. Your champions all heard the same. It was fair, Aphrodite, Eresk rumbled. Should I complain about how your champion gets to gain and spend souls? He hardly seems to be balanced. Nonetheless, why shouldn't we curb Ray's growth? Interrupted the embodiment of seduction in a languid tone. He cannot be permitted to continue to profit from the competition as he has done recently. Because it is a competition, for fuck's sake! We agreed on the rules of the game before we started, and the wavy-haired bitch that recruited them has no standing to change things just because her champion's play failed to take down my little killer. He took his shot and fucked up. He should have tried harder or planned better, Eresk smirked at Mortimer, who joined Jeremy in eye-rolling terror.
There is a simple solution to this. A new voice joined the clash of the titans in the center. He was weird. Old and young at the same time. One second he looked like a young boy, maybe 9 years old, and the next he was 90 and leaning on a cane. We can limit access to purchasing certain items. Put them on a cooldown. Then he can't fuel his killing sprees by going on killing sprees. The voice chuckled. Kronos, that's a terrible idea, snapped Eresk. I like it, mused Aphrodite. The main concern is binge shopping, no? If that isn't possible, then the issue is resolved. Like buggery, it's resolved. What about our champions? Snarled Poseidon. It must be applied across the board. It seems like the best choice. Unless you want to escalate to a full rewind, asked the boyish old man. I don't think that's necessary, said Thoth. It always causes glitches later on. I'm happy for Mr. Gallagher to operate under this new paradigm. Shall we vote? Asked Kronos. Eresk and Poseidon both voted no. The others voted yes, and the motion was carried. Shit. I'd just lost my ability to go infinite murder hobo. If we're done here? Asked Aphrodite as they walked back to their own realm and vanished. The other gods followed suit, and soon it was just me and the big bronze bastard I'd sold my soul to. I found I could move again, and stretched out my arms. That went well, said Eresk as he shrank back down to become merely Ervile-sized, and sat on a throne of shields and spears that grew up behind him. What the hell do you mean? I've been crippled, I snapped, briefly forgetting myself, but a slamming sense of being in a shield wall quickly reminded me who I was yelling at. If they'd gone for a rewind, you'd have been screwed. You'd have lost most of your forces, probably your captains and wife as well. This way you can stockpile the mana potions. You just bought 200 of the damn things. A bronze grin shone down at me. This was true. Damn right it's true. Look, kid, you're doing great, but it was never going to be easy. You've got a few souls left over, so use them wisely. I do like your plans, securing the north and, well, what you've got in mind should work out great. I had just under 26,000 souls left on my account. He wasn't wrong. I knew you'd come round to seeing things my way. Stop reading my mind. It makes having a conversation bloody awkward. Why did you vote against the adjustment then? I asked, growing more polite in tone as the words left my mouth and the metal face darkened slightly. They can't read my mind, boy, but they can read yours. They think it was a victory over me, which works to our advantage. Our? I asked. Our. You don't know what the stakes are for us immortals. You only know the stakes for tiny little you, which are fucking trifling in comparison. Tying ourselves to a champion comes with risks. Usually the potential advantages outweigh them, but if you gamble and lose...
I've been playing these games since before your great-granddad to the nth degree. Thought it would be a good idea to drag your grandma behind a bush for some rumpy-pumpy. You'll just have to trust me. Trust cuts both ways. How have I not trusted you? I've let you get on with it as you saw fit. Aresk genuinely sounded slightly wounded. Your mark messes with my head as well as affecting your followers. I'm not sure if I'm still me, I said flatly. Were my feelings for the tribe, even for Faye, something implanted in my mind and meant to control me? It does, but not like you think. Some things will come more naturally to you than they would have done otherwise. Love of your tribe, your warriors. You were a bit of a sociopath at the start, you know. A well-socialized and highly controlled one for sure, but normal people tend to feel bad about hurting and killing living things.
I had nothing to do with your wife. That's all you, lad.
Still, it's good, eh? His booming laughter shook my body. I couldn't disagree. What are the stakes for you? If I knew what I was playing for, it might help me fight more effectively. It was a long shot, but I couldn't resist fishing for more information. Ha! Nope. All I'd say is you need to draw up a list, check it twice, then murder every last motherfucker on it who isn't nice. More earth-shaking laughter. Can't blame a bloke for trying. I grinned. So mana potions are now on a timer? 1 potion a week? 1 of each level of potion, maybe? I asked hopefully. Now you're getting it. Not just mana potions, all consumables related to battle as well. No more spamming health potions for the fighter and the soldier. They think I'm just a brute. Head smasher. That's what Fish Breath calls me, and the others think much the same. His voice was slightly bitter as he said the last part. It's easy to forget that war isn't just about breaking heads. And I must confess I play up to that perception as often as possible. Another bronze smile shone down at me. So, no health potions for people to cover for those who didn't take the life affinity? I wondered aloud. You aren't as stupid as you look. That and poisons. The 3 main categories of battle consumables are now limited, and most Shit, it won't let me tell you that. The bronze man shrugged. Even we still have to follow the rules. Look, Ray, it works more in your favor than against you, okay? Like I said, trust me. I was treated to another gleaming grin. What's my next move? I asked. Can you advise on that? Your plan is good, kid. Deal with the threats to the north, then sweep the steppe. By the time that's done, old Morty will have reorganized, but you'll be in a much better position to deal with him. What affinities does he have? I asked. Can't tell you that, lad. You've seen what he has available to him from the wizard rings and whatnot, so work it out yourself. How did he get the zombies into position without disturbing the ground? I asked. They dug their way in from a long way away, of course. They don't need to eat, breathe, or sleep. You'd be surprised how useful the undead can be. You might want to bear that in mind for the future. The statue rose to his feet, and the throne melted away behind him. The weapons and shields arrayed around us on pedestals seemed to gleam in the light, but the shadows didn't move. I'm pleased with you, kid. I'll offer you another boon as a reward. Get to level 100, and I'll give you a throwback you'll appreciate. It will be shiny. Nice choice on the sword, by the way. It's a good look. A couple of games ago, we included firearms, and that was a lot of fun. Really juicy aesthetics. But nothing looks quite as good as a mounted charge with swords and spears, eh? There are ancient firearms on Earth? I gasped. Nah, they got edited out for this run. But explosives are well within the powers of an enterprising chemist. You have fun, kiddo. I'm looking forward to seeing what you do next. A bronze hand waved down at me as the giant smirked. and I found myself once again floating back in the bodiless limbo for a moment. My eyes snapped open, and Faye shifted against me as I sat bolt upright. I had a list to make, and I knew who wouldn't make it into the nice category. Chapter 3. Level of Control.
"What is it?"
Faye asked sleepily.
"I thought the dead were far behind us."
I checked on Glimpse and found him circling along our back trail, keeping track of the gradually dispersing remains of the horde. They are, but I can't stop here, love. I need to move back to Mondet as fast as possible and deal with the Erviles. I pecked her on the cheek. You can rest easy, but I'm going to run ahead. I extricated myself from the sweaty furs and clinging limbs as best I could and looked around the camp. I hastily pulled up the shop screen and purchased one of each mana potion. The basic one cost me 100 souls. My favorite, that I'd stockpiled after the battle, cost 200. The Tier 3 variant, a greater mana potion, cost 500, and the Tier 4, or pure mana potion, was a painful 1,000 souls. They appeared in my personal storage space. I wasn't sure if the countdown would reset on a Monday morning, not that they had Mondays here, or if it was a straight 7 days from the last purchase, so I figured it was best to just buy as soon as possible. Staying on top of this meant I'd need to be making 1,800 souls a week. I wasn't filled with optimism about my chances. My remaining souls became even more valuable in my mind. Most of the troops were asleep. They looked like mounds of furs scattered around the campfires. I staggered over to where Krill had retired after finishing off the barrel of rum and kicked his furs. Served the old goat right for all the times he'd swanned into my tent unannounced in the morning. "What's that?" he snapped as he pushed the furs off his face. "Mond? What the hell are you playing at, boy? We're all knackered and need some rest. The moons haven't even set yet. Why are you bullying an old man?" Despite his words, Krill unfolded from a mound of furs into standing upright in a fluid motion. He must have spent some souls on his body stats this time, which surprised me. A glowing red D hovered next to, "Jesus, you're into C grade for your mind stat," I exclaimed. "You need to boost your spells up a bit as well." "I'm doing fine. I've got a plan," he snickered back at me. "Just get me some more."
I can see your soul stat. You're holding out on us.
"I've got my reasons. I'll share what I can when I can. Where are the fangs? I'm going to take them with me and leave you and Jagapan in charge here."
I wouldn't question Aresk's champion, oh no. I'm just a wizened old man with nary a few years left to live. His wrinkly face creased into a gap-toothed grin. "What's lit a fire under your... another dream? Tell me," he ordered.
I explained the outline, as far as the gayish of silence that seemed to cover such things would allow.
Huh.
Bloody Shakraken messing up the world. He clouted me on the back of the head in what I assumed was a playful manner, but with his new body stat, even I felt the blow.
Do it. The fangs can keep up with you, but most of the rest of us can't.
I want you to try and deal with the horde as you head back to the main camp. Send riders armed with trinkets to destroy the zombies at range, then rinse and repeat.
You'll end up dragging them after you,
But that's fine. It will just make them easier to find. Where the hell are Jandak, Cause, and Mune?
We're here, Mond. Why aren't you letting us sleep again? Asked Jandak, as he and the rest of my captains emerged from the shadows.
Faye walked behind them, a long set of furs draped over her shoulders and wrapped around her slightly swollen midriff. "We're running north. I want to deal with the Erviles once and for all, so we are safe from that direction. We'll stop at Mondet, the pass, and whatever they've decided to call the camp with the water wheel to make sure things are on track. Then we're going to make the giants bend their knees." "Aresk's hairless ankles, Mond.
You want to make things worse with the giants? Asked Mune in a sleepy voice. No, I'm going to make them slaves. I didn't like the word, but the cruel, cannibalistic monstrosities would be broken to service, or they would die.
I preferred the former over a campaign of outright extermination. Now that is a plan I can get behind. What about this lot? Cause waved a hand over the surrounding fires and mostly sleeping warriors. They can grind away at what I left of the horde as they follow behind us. Our job is to run home fast and go hunting giants. They had either a D+ or an E- in their body stats. We'd be able to cover the week's worth of travel in a few days if we fell back into old habits and pushed ourselves once more. Oh, great. Another week spent sprinting, grumbled Jandak, but he reflexively caught the punch Cause threw at his shoulder with a grin and pushed the arm away. I'll cope. It'll be nice to see Halen again. And what of me? Asked Faye in an icy tone that sent shivers down my spine. Will you stay with Krill? Keep him and Jagapan from doing anything stupid? I asked in an optimistic voice. I can keep pace with you as well, she snapped back. Sister,
You're a bit heavy at the moment to be running for days, Cause offered, and as Faye's eyes fixed on him, I could see he regretted speaking up. He made a small eep noise and raised his hands as though warding off a demon. He's right, Faye. Even if you could, it wouldn't be good for the child. I really do need you here to keep things in order. Krill grumbled under his breath and spat to one side, then flinched as Faye turned her dark eyes in his direction. She moved over to me and pulled me into an embrace, leaving a lingering kiss on my lips. You'd better be back from the north before we reach Mondit. No warm farewell, just a flat threat that made it clear I'd most likely prefer to go into a giant cookpot than disappoint her. She returned to our pile of furs and disappeared back under them to keep the spring chill away. Well, you heard the lady. Do you need to grab anything? I asked my captains. They all shook their heads and waved storage rings at me. If we're going to do this, we might as well start now, grumbled Jandak as he tried to lead the way to the northern edge of the camp. I caught his arm and stopped him for a moment. Krill, take these. Share them with Faye. I pulled 30 mana potions from my stash. Don't use them lightly, I chastised. They're now a very precious commodity, seeing as the gods decided to nerf me. Nerf? Never mind. How many more have you got? The old man asked with a glint in his eyes. Not enough for you to waste them. They're for emergencies. I noted his avaricious smile. And you'd better bloody share them with Faye. He scowled at me but nodded. Have a nice run, boys. I'll follow along in my chariot and catch you up sooner or later. His trademarked cackle followed us as we threaded through the camp and set off into the darkness. The sun rose and set twice before I called a halt. We'd covered about half the distance we needed to, an impressive achievement. Erisk's gleaming greaves moaned. We should have stopped last night, spluttered Mune as he pulled a water skin out of a ring and took a long swig before passing it around. They were all out of breath. My seeming freshness was purely a facade. I was just as exhausted as they were. No time, lads. Don't you want to fight the giants again? I asked. You're just as buggered as we are. Stop pretending, called Jandak as he rested with his hands on his knees. I let myself sag and showed how I truly felt. Fair enough, bloke. I'm knackered too. But we need to press on. A good night's sleep, then we do the same again. We'll have a day or two in Mondit while we catch up on the situation there and get the smiths working at full speed so we're fresh for the big bastards. We just ran for 2 fucking days. We can't take a day off, snapped Koss as he shared out dried jerky to the rest of us. I pulled on the tough, stringy meat and chewed thoughtfully. No, I concluded.
Urkash are going to rally quickly. They'll know we're coming for them sooner rather than later. We need to clear out the rest of the horde, secure the north, and then ride south against them. They'll have another army of fucking dead men, and this time they'll send their regular forces, and their bloody wizards, offered Jandak. Probably. We can't deal with them unless the north is safe, so the first thing we do is deal with the giants, I replied. You can't just kill off the giants. There are bloody thousands of them, dozens of clans, all with their fists ready to kill anything that moves, grumbled Cause around a mouthful of the salty meat. They don't have to be willing to serve us. All I've got to do is get them to accept a soul transfer, and then they're mine to command. My smile was savage, and my teeth glinted in the light of the rising moons. My eyes must have done the same, as my three friends shied away from me slightly. Enslave the Erviles? You're bloody mad, but I like it. We've all got to die sometime, I suppose. This sounds like as good a way to go as any. Here's to Mad Mond the Barefoot King, and his insane plans to get us all killed. There was no bitterness or fear in his voice. He'd already decided that if this was what I ordered, he'd do his damnedest to make it work. And Aresk willing, survive. Has the power touched your mind? Asked Mune cautiously. Not that I've noticed. I can make this work, lads. It has to. When we go south against Urkash, we'll have an army of giants that can use enhance and make themselves even bigger than the ugly bastards start out as. My enthusiasm was infectious, and grins spread among the fangs. I'll take the first watch, Jandak began, but I waved him to silence and pointed a finger at the sky. A caw echoed down from Glimpse, who was keeping a watchful eye on our surroundings. The crow flew down to land on my shoulder for a moment, before launching himself back into the darkening sky. We'll be fine. There's nothing dangerous within 5 miles. Tell you what, I'll tell Glimpse to crap on you if he spots anything. No thanks, Mond. It's still bad form not to keep a watch, Jandak muttered, as he threw a pile of furs that appeared from nowhere down and settled onto them. I know. Normally I'd agree with you, but we all need to get some rest tonight. One more good push, and we'll be back at Mondet, and you can relax while I shout at smiths and crafters. He smiled back, then stretched out and lay down. The others followed suit, and I did likewise. I didn't burrow under the furs. The nighttime chill didn't bother me now, and on the off chance something snuck close, I wanted to be free to act. I pushed down the urge to spend some more souls. With the promise of another boon at level 100, the itch to just buy it had been plaguing me. It would only be 1,000 or so souls. No, bad Ray. I'd get enough extra from subduing the Erviles that I could do it then. Sleep took a while to creep up on me. I wasn't bothered by the small noises of the steppe anymore. The cheeps and rattles and slithers washed over me with a sense of comforting familiarity. Despite my exhaustion, my mind was turning over plans, assessing, reassessing, assuming one factor changed. I wasn't sure if this was the product of my focus rising up to 30, or if I was just defiantly restless when I really should be getting as much sleep as possible. I had always been a contrary bastard, even against myself. The next morning, I kicked the fangs awake, and we set off at a steady lope once more. The grasslands blurred by as the sun followed its traditional arc across the sky behind us. As it was reaching its second zenith from our setting off, I began to fume and swear. Glimpse was scouting ahead, and the patrols around Mondet were shockingly bad. The lazy bastards had set up little camps just out of sight of the town, and the men meant to be giving the town advanced warning of any attackers were sitting, drinking ched and gambling. I led us over to the nearest example and stormed in amongst them. My fists flew out, knocking them on their backs with the satisfying noise of bones breaking.
They screamed, and the least injured tried to rally to counterattack, but I did something I'd never done before and snapped the links in my mind that tied these soul-bound servants to me. They dropped their weapons and formed a ragged line before me. "What the actual fuck are you idiots playing at? You're supposed to be patrolling the area, not dicking around drinking tea. Is this what my troops are like? Lazy, useless, savages?" I plucked on the mental bonds with each insult, and they winced. One of them opened his mouth to argue, but another mental snap made his jaws clamp shut.
"I'll deal with this," said Cause, drawing a long knife from his waist as he stepped forward.
"No! They can run back to Mondit and explain themselves to Khan, Tricolo, and Atas." Another pluck of the metaphysical string tying them to me sent them scurrying off, cradling their broken bones. It was good to know the extent of the control the links gave me. Using them felt slightly repulsive, if I was honest. It was like having a collar and leash on someone's mind, and while now knowing a little of how it worked was comforting, it didn't sit right with me. Serfs and slaves would rebel if they were subject to too much misery, and God bless them. That couldn't happen to someone subject to the soul-bound servant status. Whatever power they gained, they were utterly enslaved, unable to fight back against the wishes of the Shikrakin controlling them. Not so much an issue for me. I wasn't going to be a dick about it, despite my somewhat gray moral framework. It was not a power I'd abuse.
Mortimer, on the other hand, would have no such compunctions about taking advantage of that level of control. His slave armies would fight to the last man, never breaking, no matter how many we killed. I needed a counter to that kind of enforced zeal. But first, I needed to get the bloody tribes in order. Sentries slacking off could only be a bad sign. Chapter 4. Do it. "Jandak, follow Glimpse. He'll lead you to the other sentries that are lollygagging. Break their left arms and send them back into town. We're at war, and screwing around rather than patrolling properly could kill a lot of our people," I said. Glimpse circled down and brushed the top of Jandak's steel helmet with his talons, causing a tinny screech. The big nomad waved his hands over his head in the wake of the bird's passage. "They should be killed. We don't have many crimes, but those we do have are punishable by death. And fucking around like that is a crime," said Moon. "We can't bleed our strength by killing our own." "We'll need all of our troops, as well as Jagapans, ready to train the new arrivals when they hopefully get here," I replied to Mune. "He'll lead you straight to them," I added to Jandak, nodding at the crow orbiting above us. "There are another 7 squads fucking about. Send them back to camp in pain. I'll send out replacements when we get to Mondit." Jandak grinned and put a hand above his eyes to shield them from the sun. He spotted Glimpse and took off after the bird at a sprint. "Let's go. I'm interested to see what's changed to cause this sudden loss of professionalism." We jogged the rest of the way to town, and at first glance, nothing much had changed since we'd set out to go to the festival. The camp was a match for Ariskit before we split the herds with them. The addition of Jagapan's forces had swelled our numbers to more than match what Hakabin had had under his command. As I got closer to the break in the palisade, my opinion began to change. The warriors on duty were slouching against the reinforced wooden barrier and looking into the town rather than out onto the steppe. They shuffled upright and glared at us as we slowed down at what passed for the gates in a monad settlement. "Who the fuck are you?" One snapped at me, hefting his spear to swing the sharp point in my direction. I blurred forwards and laid him out with a blow to the temple. "I'm your king," I snarled at the other guard who had leapt sideways and reached for his dagger. "Who left you assholes on guard?" "Lord, Patriarch Hastahip is assigning the duties for this moon," the terrified man stuttered. "We're at war. If I see anyone fucking around, I'm going to break their arms. Let your mates know," I growled, then strode towards the command tent that dominated the center of town. It had been a good idea,
Having people filing in and out of mine and Faye's private tent had become incredibly annoying. Not just for the inconvenient interruptions.
I retained something of the norm from Earth, in that I wanted my own private space, and what amounted to my bedroom shouldn't also be my office. The command tent served the same role as the mead hall of a Viking chieftain, a place to conduct business and gatherings, but the far more civilized nomads would never dream of sleeping in it. I swung the entrance flap up and stepped into the gloom within, followed closely by Mune and Koz.
"Who the fu—" the man sitting on my chair squawked as he jumped to his feet, dumping the young woman who had been sat in his lap onto the floor by the central fire. I leapt across the fire and the discombobulated woman to lift the man up by his throat. "Hastahip, I presume?" I ground out through clenched teeth. "Mune, go get the coven and the other patriarchs," I called over my shoulder, and I heard the tent flap move as Mune shot away at speed. I tossed the patriarch to the ground roughly, leaving him wheezing and gasping for breath, then offered the young woman a hand up. "I'm sorry about that. Please, could you let the Jaggernon patriarchs know that I'm back, and I require their presence here immediately?" She bobbed her head and scurried out the tent as I returned my gaze to Hastahip. There are some things I simply cannot tolerate. Rotating authority is fine, although I'd rather have a solid man in the position permanently. Giving cushy jobs to your own followers is unfortunate, but sadly to be expected. What I cannot abide is this lack of fucking professionalism. I screamed the last word into his face, and he tried to dig himself into the packed soil that made up the floor of the tent. I flicked out a foot, and he was sent skidding away from me with a yowl of pain. "Lord, I take it you're not happy," came Halen's voice from the entrance. I turned and fought to control my glare as the coven filed in and nodded politely to me.
I swept the dust from my chair and sat down to face them. "What the hell happened, Halen? We were finely tuned when I left. Now sentries are bunking off and that shit," I waved a hand at the groaning patriarch, "is fondling women in my command tent. The Jaggernon are twice our number, Mond. You also took most of your own warriors with you to Helaf," she replied with a slight shrug. "It's normal for the stronger clans to lead while the king is away." "And I wasn't fucking happy about it," cursed Atas as he stormed into the tent. "We were never the weaker clan. Numbers mean nothing when we have witches and warriors blessed by a Shikrakin. I take it you aren't happy about the loss of discipline, Lord?" "I am not." My voice rang out like tombstones slamming atop one another. "I came back to check on things, then head north against the Erviles. I didn't expect things to have gone to shit in my absence. I trust weapon production hasn't fallen off. We'll need steel for when the other survivors get here." "Survivors?" barked Khan as he finally joined us. He blew out his mustache with a whoosh of breath as he grinned down at Hastahip. "Ah, good. That prick finally gets his justice. I bloody told you Mond would kill you when he got back." "Why's the training stopped?" I asked my patriarchs. "The only riders moving out there are Mondin acting as scouts. They were meant to be training Jagapan's people." "Hip here decided it was time to focus on more traditional practices," Khan said. "The herds have dispersed to the south and most of his warriors are out guarding them," Atas replied. "I didn't see them as we ran north." I fixed Hastahip with narrowed eyes. "Where are my herds, little man?" "We had too many beasts. They'd have stripped half the steppe clean. I sent some to traders I know in the south. We'll get a good price in salt," he gasped. "I don't need salt, and we don't need to worry about forage." I cast rapid growth at his feet, and the seeds long dormant in the soil across the entire tent burst out of the ground and grew to 4 feet in height in a couple of seconds. I'd forgotten I'd upgraded all my magic. I expected the ground around the tent would need trimming as well. "You know we have magic to negate that kind of shit. You knew we had magic." He tried to move away, but the grass had wound around him as it grew,
locking him in place. "I demand to be judged by my own king, not an upstart like you," he snapped. Cos moved too fast for me to intercept him from my sitting position. The long grass didn't bother my brother-in-law in the least. A steel blade flashed, and the bastard's head rolled away into the suddenly long grass. "It was in the interests of the clan," said Khan, as I rose to my feet angrily. "You cannot be disrespected like that. Not anymore. Now, you mentioned survivors earlier and didn't explain
What happened at the festival? I explained the events and the attack of the Horde. I made sure to stress that most of our troops escaped, and that Faye, in particular, was safe. Khan glowered, but seemed somewhat mollified at the way things had worked out. "You think the others will drive their herds to us?" asked Attis excitedly. "I don't know, but I think Kalpakter probably will, along with at least a few of the others. There will be bands of undead wandering the steppe until we can put them all down," I answered. Attis snorted at me like a horse. "Kalpakter will ride to us. He's always wanted what he calls a proper war against the shit-sitters," offered Mune. "Your betters are speaking, boy. Mind your place," barked Khan. "Father, Mune is one of my closest lieutenants. He's welcome to speak when he wishes. What the hell has happened while I've been away? Have you all forgotten how things were?" "That," Attis waved a hand at the corpse, "made things difficult. We've all been scratching at each other like chickens in a too-small coup, haven't we, old friend?" He addressed the last part to Khan, who nodded reluctantly. "I'm sorry. I've been angry a lot of the time. And now we have a fucking war on our hands." He grinned and rubbed his hands together in what I took to be glee. "We should send riders to recall the herds. Then we can start training the new cavalry formations again." "Do it. Jandak is issuing some discipline to the sentries that were slacking off. Just broken arms, not death," I added hastily as both patriarchs flashed their teeth at me. Their expressions fell slightly. "We'll need all the strength we can muster, but a little pain is an excellent reminder for the future." I grinned back at them and they chuckled. "So no more being stuck away in our tents? We can go back to full production of trinkets and growing fodder?" asked Halen. "He had you." "Yes, of course, please do." "Shit, what's the damage on trinket production been?" I asked. She smiled slightly and winked. "Not so bad. We've had materials ferried into us in our isolation." Her voice was bitter. He didn't dare to stop that, or his own women would have gelded him. "Send Jandak to me when he gets here, please," she asked, with a slight raise to her left eyebrow. "I will. He won't be able to stop for long," I warned. "He never takes very long." Halen herded the rest of the coven out of the tent as Mune and Kos broke into gravelly chuckles that were a counterpoint to the giggles of the women. "Kos, Mune, I want you breaking heads, not literally, while I'm away." My fangs had both cracked their knuckles at the promise of violence. "Just get everyone back in order. I want squadrons training in the archer/lancer combination and the sentries to be doing their fucking jobs." They nodded to me and left the tent, leaving me alone with my patriarchs. "Why didn't you use the coven to take back control?" I asked after waving for Atas and Khan to sit. They swept aside the long grass and lowered themselves down opposite me, heads poking out above the blades like meerkats. "Women can't perform such tasks," muttered Khan. "These women can. They can all beat any unenhanced warrior black and blue without breaking a sweat," I countered. "Not can't, then. Shouldn't," Atas said. "It would have caused more splits in the alliance. Without Jagapan or you here to push against tradition, the herd might have been split, and we can't afford to lose the strength." "How do I get the warriors of both tribes to respect the coven? They're second only to you two, and are able to smash small armies with their spells. They need to be respected." "They are respected.
They're women for Aresk's sake. That doesn't mean the tribes will let them fight or command warriors, though, snapped Khan with a shake of his head.
He stood up and began pacing back and forth, creating a line of flattened grass. Perhaps some trials? Let the women compete in warrior games to show just how strong they are, suggested Atas. We can throw a feast when Krill and Faye get back with the rest of the warriors. I'll want our troops training against Jagapan's boys as well. Make sure they understand the real balance of power, just in case. I stood up and smiled at my counsel. I'm going to the pass to see Clip. I'll only be gone a few hours. He's not there, nor is Sulk. They've left the smelters to the apprentices and journeymen. Our dear smiths spend all day arguing with each other at Riverwheel and fighting over access to the machines, grumbled Khan. Machines? I raised a hopeful eyebrow. Hammers and saws and whatnot. The third wheel is under construction. Should be ready to drop into the stream in a few days. Then, Aresk willing, they'll quit bitching at each other, Khan said. I reached out and borrowed Glimpse's senses for a moment. Jandak was strolling along behind the last group of 5 scouts that had been slacking. They were each cradling their left arms across their chests and getting kicked in the arse every time they tried to slow down. Jandak looked like a kid in a sweet shop, a broad smile on his craggy face. I called the bird back to me, and he flew towards the town and passed over towards my industrial center, with a gentle mental request to direct him. It'll take me a bit longer to get to Riverwheel, but not so long that anything can go wrong while I'm away. I'll leave getting this place back on a war footing to you and the Fangs. Anyone who gives you any shit will regret it when I get back. I left them muttering and planning, half hidden in the long grass, and strode outside. The boost to my rapid growth spell had resulted in 5 meters of grass outside the tent shooting up to waist height. I sighed as I forced my way through it. I'd need to be careful with my spells. My fireballs had a massive volume now, and could pose a real risk of friendly fire if I screwed up. I kicked up dust as I headed north, then veered east. Someone had cut and laid a proper road from the pass down to the new site. It wasn't up to Roman standards, I was sure, but it was a considerable improvement over rutted, muddy tracks. The road was wide, broad enough to let a wagon pass in either direction, and from Glimpse, I could see 4 wagons were constantly on the move, strung out along the road. 2 headed down to the river with refined metals, and the other pair heading back west laden with foodstuffs and salted fish. Riverwheel was now a town in its own right. A proper one, surrounded by tall wooden walls, and amongst the yurts were simple wooden cabins. At the center of the little town, on both banks, stood the large, ever-turning wheels. Bridges connected the workshops that were serviced by the wheels, and black smoke was pouring into the sky around my nascent industrial hub. Beyond the town to the east, wagons rattled back and forth across the steppe, filled with charcoal and roughly cut logs to be dried and eventually used as fuel. As I strode up to the wooden gate, a guard from a walkway on the other side of the wall challenged me, and I called up to him with my name. He vanished, and a moment later there was a crunch as a bar was pulled off the gates and the right one swung open. "Lord, welcome to Riverwheel," he said proudly. He was one of mine, not a Jaggernon, as were all the guards here. I figured that guarding a shit-sitter town had been beneath his own people in Hastahip's eyes. I made a mental note to make sure his body was removed from the command tent and given a decent burial when I got back. Forgetting the corpse in my hall worried me slightly. I had always been a little emotionally disconnected. But now there was a faint worry that I was going feral like my nomads. All thought ceased as I arrived at the forges in person, and the sight and the smell of the place washed over me. My hands itched to grab a hammer and just bash some metal to make something for a change. And as I moved into an open-sided forge to offer them a hand for a little while, a rough paw descended onto my shoulder and clamped tight. It was covered in soot, ash,
and an intricate pattern of burn marks. "Well, what do you think?" grinned Clip as he pointed around the forge complex. Chapter 5. Bog Standard Humans. "It's impressive," I muttered, shaking the sooty hand off my shoulder. "What's production looking like?" "That's it? How much have you made me, and why isn't it more? This is the finest forge north of Jakervie."
All I get is how much, and why not more? Clip grumbled as he led me towards the main building, built alongside the wheel on this side of the town. I was impressed by their ingenuity. With their limited experience, they'd turned the single shaft coming off the water wheel into 3 separate drives that each spun at different speeds to power different types of machinery. "It's bloody impressive, Clip," I said as I took in the sights and sounds of a busy forge. Glowing metal was poured out of a smelter heated with powered bellows on one side, moved to the middle for crude shaping under the drop hammer, and then shifted to the final work area for finishing with hammers and the powered grindstones. 5 of the stones, gradually getting smaller and presumably finer grained, were the final powered machines. Blades, spearheads, and arrowheads went from glowing steel to crude lumps, to being moved down the line of sanding machines to create a perfectly sharp, final product in a fraction of the time it would take to do the jobs by hand. "Is it like this on the other side of the river as well?" I asked, a little in awe of the hive-like efficiency. It was pleasingly professional. Despite the heat blasting from the metalworks, I sensed a sudden drop in temperature and turned my head to look at Clip. He had gone from bitterly exuberant to icy cold in a moment. "That southern prick is doing the armor. He's got a different setup, and he won't take any advice. I'm by far the superior smith, but he just prattles about his age and wisdom in response." Clip did not sound happy at all. I would have to see if I could find a way to build metaphorical bridges to match the ones that now spanned the river. I dragged the reluctant smith away from his little kingdom, and we entered what to him must have felt like a foreign state. The atmosphere was much the same, smoky and damn hot as soon as you got under the latticed roofing. But the process flowed differently. The bellows on this side were hand-worked by apprentices, and the metal came out in much broader, flatter forms. Next came the hammer to smash it almost flat. Then it was finished into thin sheets by hand. This was followed by the press, a nightmarish device that resembled a pre-industrial cookie cutter that stamped out the flat discs that made up the crude brigandine armor we'd adopted for the warriors. Off to one side, some of the sheets were heated and beaten into the barbute-style helms I had requested. It all seemed just as efficient and active as Clip's territory. Sweating workers bustled about every bit as professionally as on the other bank of the river. "What's he doing here?" demanded Sulk as he spotted us and bustled over. "I don't need any more advice," he sneered the word and spat to one side, "from the likes of him." Wonderful. Bickering smiths. I assumed I'd need to figure out how to parent soon with a baby on the way, so why not start with a pair of man-children? "Enough, both of you. You're both sworn to Velkit. Would your god approve of this kind of infighting?" I demanded harshly. Clip blinked owlishly at me, and Sulk spat to the side once again. So he was the problem child in this equation. "Stop fucking spitting around me. This place is a wonder. It's a tribute to your god, and it isn't working as efficiently as it should because the pair of you are acting like spoiled brats." The sensation of being a piece of metal on an anvil as the hammer fell washed over us. All the apprentices stopped and looked around. "Get back to work. You've never felt the touch of a god's aura before?" "Get used to it!" I barked at them. And the brief silence was once more filled with the smashing of hammers on metal. "I need you both," I continued more quietly, putting a hand on each of their shoulders and squeezing just hard enough to remind them I could squeeze a lot harder if I wanted to. "I've got some ideas, new projects for you to work on. Have either of you ever heard of ballistae and trebuchets?"
We'll need to set up proper defenses around Riverwheel and the pass sooner rather than later. The army is going to move south in the near future, and I want this place to be impregnable when we do. Can't hold this place. No stone to quarry for the walls. Unless you can give us trinkets for your Earthwave spell, asked Sulk, suddenly interested. I can't make trinkets for that one or Burning Skies. But we won't need them. Roving bands on patrol and siege weapons on towers are all we'll need.
Here's the basics. Explaining the mechanisms of ballista, counterlever missile launchers, and where to place them took me an hour or so. The prospect of new technology seemed to have mollified them, and they were bouncing ideas off each other in a way that wasn't exactly friendly, but was at least respectful. One last thing. I need a bow. Wood is too weak. I'd like a metal one. 6 feet long when strung with a twisted wire for the bowstring. I'm not sure how to get the right kind of flex for it. The belly needs to resist compression, and the back needs to resist stretching, I think. Speak to the bowyers. They'll know better than me. Good job on the armor and weapons. Any chance you can bring in more workers to boost up the rates a bit? The other tribes will join us sooner or later, and we'll need to equip them properly for war with Urkash, I finished. They both went wide-eyed, and their jaws dropped open. "What the fuck?" snapped Clip. "Why did it have to be them?" muttered Sulk, at the same time as Clip's outburst. "One of my enemies is now their king. He knows about me, and I know about him. Even if I wanted to leave him alone, which I don't, he'd come for us in the end. Best we move on him first." I shrugged nonchalantly, although I knew Urkash had been a major power among the towns south of the steppe even before Mortimer came along. "I need you both working together like the professionals I know you are, okay?" I looked them both in the eyes and nodded at the resigned resolution I saw in the two men. "Thank you." Whoever said parenting was difficult. I bid them farewell and left my first little town behind. The smoke from the center seemed to redouble as both men got back to what they did best, yelling at their workers. I stretched my legs and sent glimpse ahead to check back in on Mondit. From the sky, everything looked fine. The troops were already starting to ride out for training, and the magically grown grass around my command tent had been trimmed back. After a weirdly invigorating run, I should have been exhausted, but I made my way into the central area and found Jandak had rejoined the rest of my fangs. They were loitering outside the command tent and scowling at anyone who approached them as they talked quietly. "I thought you wanted to visit Halen," I asked Jandak as I walked over. The other two sniggered, and Jandak glared at them. "It's not a good time. I'm surprised she didn't go for your throat at that meeting," he grumbled. "Trouble under the felt. Always a hard time. But don't worry, man, she'll cool off," offered Mune with false sympathy. He dodged backwards as Jandak raised a fist at him. "Is it serious?" I asked. I needed my best warriors focused. I guessed a more normal concern from my friend was also in my mind, but the cold part of me had largely taken over since the battle at Heloth. There was a war coming after all. "No, she's just angry at me about something. Look, do you want to stop here and talk about women's feelings for a few hours, or shall we just go kill some fucking Erviles?" Jandak said angrily. "He didn't manage to," began Cause, but this time Jandak's fist flashed out and deposited Cause on his backside. The man rolled about, laughing in between gasping for breath. I'd been there myself. Battered and a little hurt, but unable to stop laughing like a crazy man. The first time it happened was when my family had a traffic accident when I was young, maybe 8 years old. Mum had burst into tears, Dad cursed up a storm, and I couldn't stop giggling. It was the first, but not the last time it happened. Laughing madly as mortars fall around you is not a good way to build friendships with your squad mates. "All right then, you've got what you need?" I asked. Jandak and Mune both waved fingers covered with gray rings at me as Koss climbed to his feet, still chuckling, and nodded happily. We blurred north at top speed. There was only an hour or two of light left, and I wanted to get out onto the tundra today, if possible. I had no idea how far north the Erviles had built their towns, and if I wasn't back from this jaunt before Faye got back, I suspected I'd end up with much the same situation as Jandak was in with Halen. Stone crunched as we shot through the smelters and workers in the pass, threading our way through the walls and people. Glimpse soared ahead, and as soon as we were clear, we sped back up, devouring the distance. We stopped just north of the canyon's exit and set up a fireless camp. My crow couldn't see anything from above, but the giants were tricky bastards. "Where do they live?" I asked, as we stretched out on piles of furs and chewed on jerked aurochs. "No one knows."
Krill used to tell stories to the kids, before he got magic and abandoned his duties to the Jaggernon Dreamer. There was a patch of anger in Mune's voice. I made a note to raise the issue with Krill when we got back. "He said they live in tents like us, wandering along the icy grasslands just like us on the warmer ones." "Nah. There's a city of stone, giant-made, far to the north. That's where they keep the children. The women run south before they come into heat, because the men will just take anyone they can, and it stops them from conceiving." Jandak yawned as he finished speaking. Could that be right? Did Ervile women have a heat like, well, dogs? All the vile variants I'd seen had just been larger, smarter, meaner versions of the basic creature. I didn't think that it could be true. "That's bullshit they tell you before you go to Coriolis," said Kaz quietly. "The giants are monsters, smart and dangerous, but they fuck like the rest of us." "How do you know?"
"Had a few run-ins with them?" asked Mune good-naturedly. "Only once so far, and Mond dealt with that one. It'll be interesting to see if we can keep up this time. I'm going for a piss." Kaz got up and walked a short distance into the darkness. "He doesn't know," muttered Mune. "I just want to know one thing, where they are. We can take them. None of the Shikrikin got turned into giants, so they've got no magic, and I killed one on my own, God, about 70 levels ago. You saw what happens when I use burning skies. I killed 30 of them last time I came north. We'll probably have to kill some of them, but the plan is to get them to submit and accept some souls," I said. Mune and Jandak both jerked upright and glared at me. "You want to give those fuckers magic? Give them stats? Are you mad?" snarled Jandak. "You're joking. Tell me you're joking," Mune mumbled. "If they take the souls, I can control them. Use them. They're fucking cannibals, monsters. If I can control them, I will use them. The trick is going to be getting them to agree to accept the transfer," I replied gently. "It's insane, brother. We should just kill them, teach them to fear us, then head back south to face the real enemy," Kaz interjected as he returned from the shadows around our little camp. "It will work. You've seen what I can do. I have a feeling I'm the weakest, or one of the weakest, of this batch of Shikrikin. If Mortimer got a synthesized death affinity ability, it would be as powerful as burning skies, but something to do with rot or plague or zombies. God knows what he's capable of. If the Erviles weren't so uncivilized, I wouldn't consider this. Sometimes you need to have monsters of your own to cancel out the other guy's demons." I shrugged and settled deeper into my pile of furs. "I don't like it, Mond. Where will they sleep? What the hell will we feed them? Their favorite food is us," said Mune. "They don't need to eat humans." I paused for a moment. "Do they? Who the hell knows what they need to eat? The thing they like the most is bog-standard humans." "Well, it won't matter what they prefer once I've got strings attached to their minds, and none of us are bog-standard humans."
I'm sure it will be fine. Worst case scenario, we slaughter them for the souls and head south without disposable terror troops. Can you imagine what an army of shit-sitters would do if 20 giants boosted up on Enhance slammed into their line? A thoughtful silence followed. Eventually, Koss broke it. It would scare the shit out of them. He started chuckling to himself, and the rest soon picked it up. A moment later, we were all laughing, the noise echoing out onto the still frosty tundra as a challenge to the monsters that haunted the north. Chapter 6. Make them an offer they can't refuse. Glimpse had found something interesting.
Our journey had been well timed, as a war band of giants had been making their way south, no doubt with ill intentions in mind. To be fair to them, I had slaughtered all the little bands chasing me when I went mammoth hunting, and the big bastards had probably taken it as a bad sign when 40-odd of them suddenly vanished overnight. My conscience didn't even twinge at the thought of killing the cannibals. Was it even cannibalism, though? They were the vile version of humans, not actual humans. Did they eat their own, or just regular people? A question for another time. I'd kicked the fangs awake, and we'd set off to lie in wait for the band heading south. There were 53 of the big bastards moving our way. They didn't stick to any formation or have scouts running ahead. They didn't even have troops covering their flanks. Amateurs. The fangs spread out in a loose arc. Jandak was directly behind me in the giants' line of advance, and Moon and Koss were off to the left and right, respectively. They had all lain down in the relatively short grass, but I couldn't see them when I stood upright, so it would have to be good enough. The plan was simple enough. I got to play bait, and seeing as these assholes ate people like me, it wasn't a comforting thought. I'd started a fire and was making a stew. We'd been living on cold rations for what seemed like forever, and the savory smell that rose up as I added water and vegetables to the meat made my mouth water. Glimpse floated above, like a black and white ghost, watching the surprisingly nimble monsters move towards us. He swooped down and flew closer to them to listen in. It's a fucking normie. We should ask him some questions, then eat him. Maybe rip an arm or two off to make sure he tells the truth, you know? Grumbled one of the smaller creatures at the front. I couldn't decide if they were monsters or people. They spoke like humans, but were so alien they didn't register on my code at all. As far as I was concerned, they were massive ambulatory bags of souls, and killing or taking control of them were both options that wouldn't lose me any sleep. I waited patiently, stirring my pot occasionally and basking in the scent of the food to come. They were half a mile away, and they'd stopped talking as they drew closer. The general consensus was that they'd only rip one of my arms off to make sure I told the truth, then try to quiz me before I bled out. Considering they were supposed to be smarter than normal humans, I wasn't terribly impressed. They did rise to the top of my list of disposable shock troops, though. The world shook as they broke into a charge, thinking they'd snuck up on me. I was happy to disabuse them of this notion. With a roar, I shot to my right, trying to drag them away from the stew I really did want to eat when this was done. My new sword trailed behind me in my right hand, and I rushed their left flank. I ducked under a swinging fist, and the blade flicked upwards to take the limb off just above the elbow. A club the size of a tree caught me and sent me tumbling, but I sprang back to my feet as I cast heal, then launched 3 fireballs into the main mass of the monsters. That was probably a mistake, I have to admit. The damn spells ignited into balls of blazing fury on the first giant they hit, and incinerated a huge chunk of the tundra and most of the giants. I heard screeching cries coming from the sudden darkness caused by my eyes going into shock at the brightness. But it was the fangs rushing in. They, at least, had heeded my instructions, even if I hadn't. This was a capture mission,
and killing your targets isn't terribly helpful.
As the fangs caught the remaining monsters unawares, I unhooked the stone club I still carried on my hip. Dodging and lashing out, I bludgeoned 2 giants unconscious, including the one I'd partially disarmed earlier. "I am the first fist of the North Star clan. Fight me honorably, little vermin." The largest of the giants had survived the blasts, although he looked a little crispy in places. He stood nearly 6 meters tall, huge and hairy. He was wearing furry hide clothes that covered him from neck to toes. The giant wasn't carrying a weapon, but was brandishing both fists as my fangs circled him cautiously. "I killed your predecessor, bloke. He wasn't so impressive." "What counts as an honorable fight?" I asked, as I smacked the club into the skull of a giant that was trying to push himself back to his feet. "Fists should fight unarmed," the monster snarled. I stepped up onto the back of a brained giant and smiled at him in the moonlight. "I can live with that." "You don't have any hidden weapons on you?" I asked, as I sheathed my sword and raised my empty hands. "Of course not. I am Grethnuk, mightiest warrior of the—" As he was speaking, I cast Enhance on myself and reduced my weight by 58%. I took off like a rocket, aiming high. It felt like I was going to soar over his head, but as I was shooting forward, I cast Mass again and went from 50% lighter than I should be to 50% heavier. My right fist slammed into his face before he could blink, and as my flesh touched him, I cast Mass on him, making him half as heavy again than he should be. He went down like a felled tree, and I was next to his head in an instant. My foot curled back, then slammed forward into his temple 3 times before I stepped away. The big bastard wasn't moving. "Rest or covered, Mond. Did you really just kick a giant's head in?" asked Mune as he moved around the remaining living Erviles. "He'll live. Get the wire."
"Tie these pricks up, then we can eat." "Bloody hell, I've missed hot food."
I headed back to the fire and stirred the pot. Vilis Humano, slain times 46. 2,300 souls harvested. Bloody hell. Maybe I should just make this a kill quest. We had 7 of the giants left alive. 1 was down an arm and was probably worth more to me dead than alive. The other 6 would need to learn their place in my new world order. I sipped the stew appreciatively, then put my bowl down and picked up my sword. I removed the head of the crippled giant and gained another 50 souls. After a quick wipe, I sheathed the blade and headed back to the fire. "What are we doing with these pricks?" asked Jandak, pointing at the tightly bound giants. "Nothing for now. Let's eat. Then when they wake up, we can make them an offer they can't refuse." The accent I assumed was lost on my companions, but I got the joke. I began spooning out bowls of stew for the others, and we all started on our first hot meal in over a week. "So why was Halen angry at you?" I asked innocently. Jandak made a rude gesture with his free hand as he finished his mouthful. "She isn't with child," he muttered, causing Koss and Mune to break into snickers. Jandak shared the rude hand gesture equally as a result. "So? These things can take time, and you've been away from the camp a lot," I said gently, hoping to mollify my unhappy friend. He scowled and lifted another mouthful, which he chewed slowly. "It's a bad omen," he grumbled. "I might be a bastard, but I'm your sworn man, and a scion of the Hatric main line. It's not good. Have you asked Krill? Maybe there's some herbs, or—" Jandak threw his bowl down and stormed off as Koss and Mune burst into howls of laughter. "I'm not sure you guys are helping. What's the problem?" I asked them. "He's just being stupid, Mond."
He knows it's not a big thing, but Halen is annoyed, and she can zap any of us into ash. He feels unmanned.
"And recommending he ask Krill for herbs." Mune broke out into giggles again.
"Untie me, puny mortals," roared a voice from the pile of giants. "I'm the first fist. I'll carve the meat from you, then roast your bones into broth. What the hell did you use to tie me up?" The last was a basso squawk, as he realized he couldn't break his bonds. "Looks like our first customer is ready. Jandak, come and take out some of that angst on this cannibal bastard," I yelled. The man stomped out of the shadows and kicked the giant in his left kidney. The rest of us winced as all the air left the giant's lungs. "Now, let me make your situation clear to you. First fist of the Doobery Watsits doesn't mean shit right now, bloke."
I decide if you live or die. And honestly, I'm not as interested in keeping you alive as you are. The giant snarled and received another kick to the guts before he could do more than lean his upper half upwards a little. "Next time, kick him in the balls, okay?" I called out, earning sniggers from Mune and Kaz and an angry nod from Jandak. I moved through the tangle of unconscious giants until I was glaring down into the big one's face. "You will accept a gift. I'll make you strong, but you have to serve me. I won't make this offer again. The alternative?" I drew my sword and held it loosely at my side. "The first time I was able to put you down without a weapon, giant." I raised the blade over my head with one hand. "What's the gift?" gasped the injured monster. "Power like mine. To throw fire, make yourself stronger, and heal instantly. In exchange, you'll be bound to me and forced to obey my orders."
You already understand what happens if you say no.
I shifted my head to nod slightly in the direction of the upturned sword and waved it towards the beheaded giant I'd just killed. "I cannot break the code," he snapped. This was unexpected and, frankly, not something I could lightly ignore. A man's got to have a code. "What's your code?" I snapped. "I cannot act against my clan. I must be the strongest. That's it, really." The Ervile managed to shrug despite the woven steel wires binding his limbs. Loyalty to his own and being the best? I was starting to like this bastard despite everything that was wrong about him. "Would you be able to bring the North Star clan to my side? I could offer magic to some of them and the protection of a Shikrikin," I asked. I hid the trepidation from my voice, but inside, I was nervous. "You have the magic, little man. One like you made us many winters ago. As long as you don't move against my clan, I will serve." His voice was resigned. "Not good enough, mate. If I'm to promise not to work against your clan, I need them to be friendly." "Do you have any enemies?" I wondered. "Of course we've got bleeding enemies, and by the gods do they bleed when we catch up with them. The Kalast are the worst. They shit upstream in the river when we go out to wash. Fucking savages," the giant snarled. "You're based along a river?" asked Moon quickly. "The mighty Velith. All the tribes are based there. We vie for control of the upper reaches. He who controls the wellspring controls the tundra. It never freezes even in the deepest snows," he snapped. I could see him testing his bonds with no luck. If they broke, I'd take his head and deal with the next one of these monsters that woke up. "What if I promised to make the North Star clan king of the fountain, or whatever the fuck it is? I'll give you and these here." I waved a hand over his unconscious friends, and he blinked as the realization that his entire troop had been beaten hit home. "Some magic to get you started. Your tribe will rule the tundra. Some of you will come south with me to fight in my wars, and the rest will keep the other giants away from my lands. Sounds fair?" I felt it was a hard sell, but the big man's eyes gleamed at the word war. "You want to take me south to the rich lands? The lands where children can be snatched up and devoured—" My fist interrupted his sentence. "You will not be permitted to eat my kind. Do you eat your own?" I asked. "Of course. Gerihuskars are tastier than the true breed, but my kind is tasty enough.
He licked his lips in a way that made me want to kill him. I held myself back. Battle-mad giants rocking magic spells to make them even more terrifying. Mortimer would have shit I hadn't even thought of yet, and I needed a few surprises of my own.
When you take my hand, letters will appear in your vision. If you think, accept, you live. If you refuse, you will die, and I'll find another clan to serve me. I moved an open hand to where his arms were bound by his waist. Eyes the size of fists glanced up and down from my face to my limb and back again. He snorted, a deeply disgusting sound like a cement mixer turning over gravel, then spat high into the sky. I was out of his line of fire, but one of his compatriots received a head-sized lump of gray mucus to the face. I agree. A hand, nearly the same width as my torso, twisted around and gripped my suddenly tiny-seeming fist. I transferred 500 souls and immediately snapped at the mental link that appeared in my mind. You obey me now. No more eating Gary Huskars. No attacking my people. Don't spend your souls yet, I ordered. I nodded to Jandak, who began untying the giant extremely cautiously. What does magical strength do? The monster asked. You can read, but none of my tribesmen can. Well, that's just fucking great. What's your name again, big guy? I asked as the Ervile rose to tower over me. I am Grethnuk, mightiest warrior of the North Star clan, and first fist of my people. All who see me tremble in fear. I'm the scourge of the... That's great, bloke. I'm going to call you Nook. It's not negotiable. Choose the life affinity. He blinked, and somehow I knew he'd obeyed me. This power was dangerous. I could see it becoming addictive. Now you and I are going to recruit your mates after you spend some souls. I want you to get to level 10 first. Then we'll put a third of the leftovers into your basic heal and enhancement spells. Take time as your second affinity, and then boost up haste. My shock troops were going to rock Mortimer's world when the time came. Chapter 7. You're dying out. The Erviles had all started with C-tier body stats. No wonder they were considered unkillable by the tribes of the steppe. Their mind stats were all at E grade or above as well. These things really were monsters compared to normal humans. I'd forced them to enhance their body to B grade and to spend the leftover souls on upgrading their basic spells. They would become exactly what I wanted them to be. Don't bloody start, Jandak snapped at Kaz as we moved north, our pet giants in tow. What? I didn't even say anything, Kaz replied, in a voice that could have left a trail of slimy innocence behind him as he ran. I saw the look, Jandak answered. My new soul-bound servants, all 6 of them, towered over us and trudged along on the flanks, 3 to either side. They had given us the location of their clan's main camp along the river. The Ervile's long strides devoured the ground, so we were jogging along while they moved at a fast walking pace. Nuke, how fast can you run? I asked. The biggest of my tamed monsters looked down at me and flashed a gap-toothed smile. He began bounding forwards. The movements looked ponderous and clumsy, but he left meter-wide divots where his feet fell, and he covered a dozen meters with each lunging step. I plucked on the thread linking me to his mind as he got about 200 meters ahead, and he stopped immediately, waiting for the rest of us to catch up. That will put the wind up the shit-sitters, chuckled Moon as we reached Nook, and the giant fell back into formation. It put the wind up me! Mond, you're sure they're under control? Asked Koz quietly. I nodded and decided to reassure my doubting Thomas. You! I pointed at a mid-sized giant, whose name I hadn't bothered to learn. They were disposable, and I had no plans to get attached to the bastards. Dance like a woman! I snapped.
and the creature stopped and began swaying his hips back and forth with a furious scowl on his face. The other Erviles mocked him until I twitched their threads as well and mentally commanded them to do the same. That's what their women dance like?
No wonder they're always so pissed off, laughed Jandak. Enough, let's move on. I released the active control on them back to the basic, don't eat my people and obey me level. I got some angry glares, especially from Nuke, but I was confident in my control over them, and now, at least, the Fangs knew damn well the arrogant creatures couldn't run wild. The tundra was similar to the steppe in many ways, just colder and with much larger wildlife. There were predators skulking around, but they didn't dare approach us. Glimpse watched from above as a pack of giant cats with overgrown fangs circled behind us as we ran. They tracked us across their territory, but didn't try to come close. The Erviles smelled pretty bad, and no doubt the big kitties knew to stay well clear of the big bastards. Do your women really go into the hills when they enter heat? Mune asked Nuke, who glanced down and clamped his mouth shut. I twanged on our link, and he glared at me before answering the question. Of course not, you fucking midget. Whoever heard of a human going into heat? He snarled as he loped along. Clearly you haven't met Halen. Maybe there's hope for you yet, Jandak, barked Cause, earning a thwack on his head for his trouble. Neither man broke stride as they ran, the advantages of boosted body statistics, I supposed. But you aren't humans. We are. You're Erviles, Mune answered, and I felt Nook clamming up again. Nuke, answer his questions honestly and in full, I ordered harshly, and the man, more than 3 times my own height, flinched like a beaten dog that sees its master is angry. This level of power over another person was too much. That social media influencer prick wouldn't have any of my reservations about invading someone's mind and controlling them like this. Mortimer is the big problem now, I reminded myself. I could worry about the others later. We are true humans. You were the base stock our creator used to make perfection. When Julius Narbo made us, he turned you weaklings into real humans, Nook replied. Julius Narbo. I knew that name. It was the one in the carving I'd obsessed over in the mines at the pass. So one of my predecessors had taken normal humans and turned them into these monsters? A whole new species. How high a level had that long-dead Shikraken climbed to? Tell me about Narbo, I ordered, cutting into the conversation and reinforcing the order with a mental lash. Nook grimaced and ducked his head as my control smacked into his mind. Your people have stories of their creation and first heroes too. Narbo is like that for us. He was a harvester. He made us, and in doing so, made us better than you vermin. We fought in his wars, built his cities, and we were his most loyal servants. He couldn't change himself, though. I'm not from this world. Narbo used some power, probably a combination of life and space, to make you. He was pulled from my world and forced to fight in this one like I've been, I explained, as I ran along like a toddler next to a grown-up. The other giants snorted, but Nuke glanced at me with fear in his huge eyes. How can you prove your words? He demanded, his voice threaded with fear beneath the bluster. I gave you magic, bloke. I leapt up and slashed his arm lightly with my sword. Black blood dripped down, but he didn't flinch. Heal that, I ordered. The flesh crept closed, and the blood stopped. Use haste and sprint ahead. He flashed forward like a locomotive, unstoppable once in motion. Hold, I yelled, and he stopped to let us catch up. The tales speak of similar tricks, grumbled Nuke as he fell in next to us again. That doesn't prove anything. You might have found an artifact that gave you this power, he accused. I'm not stripping naked to prove my point. Did you find where your predecessor died? I asked.
Blasted earth.
Fire must have fallen from the sky, he muttered grudgingly. Well, if your clan isn't welcoming to us, you'll get to see just how I did that, I replied with an evil smile. My grin wasn't lost on him, and his face became thoughtful before he wiped his face back to the blank, semi-snarling aggression that seemed to be the Ervile's resting expression. The fangs chuckled maliciously at the giant's discomfort. You're powerful, little one, and worthy of respect, but comparing yourself to Narbo will not win over the clan. You'll have to be respectful, Nuke said softly. No, they will bend the knee, or I'll slaughter them. Then I'll enslave the survivors and use them to subdue another clan. Your people have one shot at this. If they fuck it up, I'll dispose of them and find another group to work for me. My voice was cold and hard, and to my surprise, all the giants started chuckling, booming laughter ringing out as they stomped along. He is a bit like Narbo then, laughed one of the smaller Erviles. Just the fucking same, boomed another next to Nook, earning a swat that could have knocked down a 100-year-old tree for his trouble. We'll feast in the north, making it our own, then head south to serve the harvester of souls, another rumbled, safely far enough from their leader that he wouldn't get his head smacked. Little mortal, wait a moment, please, Nook said as he slowed, and I came to stop staring up at fist-sized eyes. Do you know what our problem is? He asked softly. He'd knelt down on one knee and rested a hand on it as he looked at me. His knee was as high as my chest. Now he was merely twice my height, but he still loomed over me. I thought furiously. This felt like a delicate moment. These giants were already under my control, but whatever I said next might shape the future in some way I couldn't understand. A roll of Erisk's aura washed over all of us, and the giants glanced around in surprise. You lack purpose, I said firmly, but it was at best a guess. Correct, Lord. We were made for war and great projects. With no worthy goal, we squabble and fight among ourselves. It takes 50 seasons for our young to mature, and while we don't grow frail in old age like you Jerryhuskars, we don't have many children either. Our numbers are dwindling as we fight with each other. As a faint feeling of sympathy for the poor bastards came from my conscience, another giant opened his mouth, and Nuke moved too fast for me to track. His fist slammed into the other Ervile's face, and a moment later, he was kneeling over me again. Apologies, Lord. We are not permitted to speak of such things to you little ones, but I'm convinced you're no ordinary dwarf. You're dying out, I hazarded a guess, and you want me to do something about it. The last was more confident. Yes, his voice was bitter. We are failing, and as we fail, the Maker's legacy will pass from this world. If you swear to do everything in your power to help us, I will make sure the clans bend to your will. Well, this was a pickle. I'd wanted terrifying, and most importantly, disposable shock troops. While enslaving cannibal monsters was fine by my code, this was an irritating twist of fate. They were still horrifically cruel monsters, baby-eaters and cannibals, but damn. Could I enslave a few and wipe the rest out? It's easy to plan to exterminate an enemy until they start talking to you about going extinct. I don't have the powers of Narbo, and I'm not sure I ever will. I can promise a cause that will stop your people from fighting each other, but not much more. I have enemies I have to fight, and great works I want built. Roads and cities, maybe railways as well, if we can manage them. Will that be enough for you? I asked. The sense of being in a shield wall, locking shields with the men next to me, washed over us again. Mars favors you, little one, grinned Nook. We call him Arask. Mars is a name he uses on my own world, I growled as I pulled up my sleeve to reveal the god mark. While my patron's intercession was somewhat appreciated, it was also an irritating reminder that I was constantly being watched by the gods. "What the fuck is a railway?" muttered Cause. Mune and Jandak just shrugged at the unfamiliar word. "That will do. We're moving too slowly, Lord. Let us carry you, and we can arrive at North Star in the morning," Nook rumbled as he rose to his feet and offered a hand to me. I blinked at the massive palm. "You will not harm us." I didn't pluck at the mental threads this time. I grabbed them and shook them to reinforce my order. All the giants winced and shook their heads. There was no need for that. We had already been instructed not to hurt your kind anymore. Mastodon meat is bitter, but we can live on it. Let us speed this journey up, Lord. I reached out, and his hand ignored mine as it scooped me up like I was a baby. Startled yells rang out from the fangs as they were grabbed as well. Once each of the merely normal humans was perched on a giant's shoulder, the monsters took off at speed. No wonder I'd never caught that first giant approaching us. Despite the weight landing on each footfall, there was no sound but the wind whistling past my ears as each stride devoured the remaining distance. Some gift Narbo had given them during their creation, perhaps. The tundra flashed past in a blur as the Urviles made full use of their new powers, casting Enhance and Haste on themselves once an hour after they went through their initial mana reserves. Herds of mammoths shambled out of our way as we sped along. I kept a hand clamped onto the furs covering Nook's shoulder, and the other was tangled in his shaggy hair. My legs bounced against his collarbone as we bounded along. The fangs were grinning like loons, throwing insults at each other as they urged their own giant to run faster and take the lead. The monsters stoically ignored them, and eventually the banter died down. Looking down from Glimpse, our progress was terrifying. These beings outpaced our fastest cavalry and could maintain that speed for hours on end. As we rushed north, I pondered how I could coordinate the capabilities of my new troops. Damn it. I'd wanted slavering monsters I could happily enslave and throw against the worst of whatever the hell Mortimer had planned for me. Now, despite their monstrous nature, I was conflicted. I fought down the urge to slough off my code completely. It was the only thing that had come through from Earth with me, and I couldn't throw it aside for the sake of convenience. "You see it?" rumbled Nook. The words were meant to be quiet, but they still made my diaphragm bounce as the bass passed through me. "I've been watching it for some time. It's not so different from our camps on the steppe," I replied. And I wasn't lying. The camp was composed of a wide area enclosed with wooden stakes. They were an order of magnitude larger than the ones the tribes used for such purposes, but the effect was the same. Within a number of mammoths milled about, tied to 2-foot-wide stakes driven deep into the frozen ground. Perhaps 100 massive yurts formed concentric rings around an open central area, and at the heart of the camp rose a tent that would make any tribesman blush with envy. It was more of a marquee than a tent. As it finally came into my normal range of sight, the effect was no less impressive. We'd passed through herds of giant mammoths, as well as deer the size of family cars. The deer had taken flight as soon as we drew anywhere close to them, but the ones we'd only passed by at a distance had continued cropping the frozen grass, while one or two individuals with massive racks of horns glared in our direction. I couldn't remember much from when I was a kid, but I had an uncanny sense of déjà vu as the oversized camp got closer. It was like I was a child, moving in an adult world, every table or chair jarring because they were oversized for my needs. We slowed as we came within a kilometer of the camp, and the little ones were carefully placed back on our own feet. The sun had risen, and the light danced on the rushing river to the west of the giant's home. "Now, what were the names of those pricks who shit in the river when you wash again?" I asked Nook.
Chapter 8. Never Escape. "What happened to the rest of your band?" demanded a particularly massive Ervile, who had strode out from the camp to greet Nook's much reduced group of warriors. The tents were massive, at least 7 meters tall at their peaks, and covering what seemed like huge areas compared to the Mondan versions. "We met a harvester," growled Nook. The other giants had formed a barrier between us and the newcomer.
These little ones are not to be harmed. Pah! Have you been hit in the head too much? Or perhaps not enough? He strode forwards and tried to brush Nook aside. But despite being a meter shorter, the first fist shoved him back. He used magic to burn the rest of the band. He has given me magic like Narbo did for us long ago. Bend your knee, and he'll do the same for you, Marbo. If not, he'll kill you all, snarled Nook. Marbo straightened himself and dropped into a crouch, arms held out from his sides slightly. Nook mirrored him and moved forward, the two giants circling each other slowly. Nook snorted and stamped a foot to launch himself forward, using his mana to boost his speed and strength. It was like watching oversized sumo wrestlers moving towards each other. Marbo pushed forward to catch Nook around the waist, but my pet giant's right fist slammed down into the back of his head with a sound like a boulder smashing into the bottom of a canyon. Marbo stumbled, and Nook quickly slipped to the side to grasp Marbo's furs, heaving the Ervile off his feet and suspending him over his head for a second, before twisting and hurling his opponent over 20 meters. Marbo slammed into the ground with a boom as dust exploded to partially obscure him. Watching these lumbering creatures move with such grace and speed was unnerving. Nook didn't sit on his laurels. He was flashing forwards again, the wind of his passage clearing the dust to reveal Marbo was back on his feet and had pulled what looked like a dagger into his oversized fist. It was a 6-foot-long blade that gleamed a milky white in the early morning sun. The knife flicked forward, but Nook was faster. The other giants were laughing and placing bets in a way that reminded me of when I'd returned to Areskit and fought Hakubin's champion. The blade was slapped aside, and Nook's knee came up in a vicious blow that connected with Marbo's groin.
The bigger creature staggered back and dropped to his knees.
A weirdly high-pitched ululating noise came from his mouth as his hands moved to cover his privates, as though it might help protect him from his own private universe of pain. "Do you all make that noise when you get hit in the balls?" asked Jandak. "It doesn't happen very often," grumbled one of our escorts, as he pledged to hand over a pair of female mammoths to the winner of the impromptu gambling session. He stomped forward and offered a hand to Marbo, who was trying to struggle to his feet. "Come on, Chief. Gruthnik wasn't talking vile cat shit. This Mond is more than capable of keeping his end of the bargain. We can ride north and claim the Fountainhead. We'll feast on the Kalast, then the Pagnal, then finally the ever-damned Narbolik." Marbo pulled himself up and glared at Nook, who had backed away and positioned himself between Marbo and me. The fangs were glaring at him as well, and their complete confidence, the total absence of fear, must have struck him as very odd. We should have been terrified around these monsters, but all we were projecting was cold indifference. "What?" he coughed, and his voice dropped an octave as it returned to normal. "What if I do not yield?" he asked. "Then I will kill your warriors until the remains surrender. Those I'll enslave and use to help me subdue other tribes until I have an army of Huskar. I am not Narbo reborn, but I'm not far off. You were made for war, and I will take you to one in the south." I felt that I was getting a lot better at these bombastic speeches. I still cringed a little inside, but I was confident it no longer showed on my face. Marbo looked down at me and gave me a black-toothed smile. "I'm 600 seasons old, dwarf.
I was here when those Gary Huskars on the steppes first discovered it was better to ride a horse than eat it.
My grandfather served as a centurion in Narbo's legions. He met the Maker personally. And you want me to believe that you can give us back our glory? He moved towards me and crouched on his haunches a few meters away, bringing his massive head down to get a closer look at me. I raised my left sleeve and showed him the tattoo Aresk had given me. I was going to have to get my tunics modified, so the damn thing was always showing. I am the champion of Mars. My future is war. You will join me. Shields smashing into place echoed in our minds as Aresk decided to lend me a little gravitas. Marbo snorted and stood up. He turned back to the camp and sighed, a long breath of air leaving his huge lungs. There was smoke from fires, bonfires to me, rising in the center of the camp as food was prepared. The familiar noise of primitive carpentry and metalwork echoed out across the icy plain. "You have a smith?" I asked, as casually as I could. "Of course," rumbled Nook. "All Huskars can work a hammer to some extent, and do leather work and carpentry. We grow up slow compared to you dwarves, and learn a lot in that time." The Fangs didn't like the pejorative dwarves. They twitched and threw black looks at Nook, but it was a step up from vermin, so I could live with it. Sticks and stones and all that. Hundreds of smiths, hundreds of carpenters and leather workers, all of them with decades or even human lifetimes of experience. Maybe thousands of them if I could figure out a way to avoid having to kill most of the Huskars. My greed rubbed its hands together in the back of my mind. Pick out some witnesses, some warriors to come north with us to the Kalast lands. I'll make an example of the Kalast, and whoever survives will be sent ahead of us to spread the good news, I said firmly, and Marbo glanced back but snorted softly. He rose and stretched. "You are similar to Narbo in the stories grandfather used to tell. Whether you live up to it remains to be seen." Marbo moved forward, and we followed him into the town. The neatness and care put into the layout surprised me. I had been expecting some kind of ogre den, shit, and carcasses left lying about, but everything was clean and well spaced out. "I feel like a toddler again," muttered Kaz, as dozens of giants, Huskar, as they preferred to be called, took notice of us and ambled over. "I'll take that one. What do you want in trade?" demanded a small, skinny Huskar with a scar running down the side of his face. Nuke stepped over and punched him so hard it left a crater where his head hit the hard-packed dirt. "These dwarves are not for trade or touching," he bellowed, which only drew even more attention. "Pets, are they?" asked a female, almost identical to the males, but with pendulous breasts bulging beneath her furs. "No, they're God-touched, and not to be troubled. They will help us make war in the north," snapped Marbo. "Watch. Dwarf, give me the power you promised." There was a glint in his eyes that I didn't like, but it wouldn't matter once he accepted the souls. I walked over and offered a hand. He extended a single fingertip to rest against my palm, and I sent 500 to him. I was down to just under 23,000 again, but I could see a substantial windfall in my near future. "Accept," I ordered, and I felt the bond form. I snapped it and forced him to stop everything. His eyes flicked left and right as he realized the control I had over him, and sweat broke out on his brow. "Buy 10 levels, and put your stat points into whichever of strength or reflexes is the lowest until they are even. Then level them up evenly. Do not choose an affinity yet." Marbo's body stat went from B+ to A-. Bloody hell. The only way we could match them was by using magic. "Choose fire and life as your affinities. Split the rest of your souls between range and intensity for fire, an enhancement from the life tree.
I felt him obeying through whatever weird medium now joined our souls together. "Cast fire over there." I pointed to an empty patch of grass, and a ball of fire the size of my head erupted. It was only a pale yellow, but it burned on and on. I checked his mind stat, and it was B-. The other giants shied away as the straw-colored fire burned for a good 30 seconds, leaving a blackened mark on the ground. "Tell them what I am." The order was flat and cold. Nook was failing to suppress a grin as he took pleasure in Marbo finding out the new pecking order. "He is a harvester and will lead us in a war to reclaim the fountainhead," Marbo ground out through clenched teeth. I strummed the link, and he moved back to stand behind me. "I am not Narbo. Your maker is long gone, but perhaps I will follow the path he forged."
If I can, I will solve your fertility problem, in addition to making you the first clan of the tundra. In exchange, I will need warriors and workers. I'm building an empire to the south, and a war has already begun. I need great warriors and skilled craftsmen to serve me. To show my good faith, I will deal with the Kalast for you. They will be an example of what happens if I am crossed. I decided to hold off on extending the no-eating people rule at this point. "Marbo, gather a warband together, and we'll go deal with your river shitter problem," I said. "Mond, the Barefoot King!" laughed Jandak with a fist in the air. Koss and Mune echoed him, their laughter breaking the stunned silence that had followed my announcement. Aresk's aura washed over the entire camp, and all the Huskar looked about in wonder. I drew my dagger and slashed the left sleeve off my travel-stained tunic so the tattoo could be seen clearly. I had half expected them to lunge forward and try to stomp us into paste. I was ready for the possibility. Fireballs held on a hair trigger to let us blast our way clear before burning skies could finish them. Instead, a deafening roar rang out, every Huskar bellowing defiance and rage at the sky before bowing their heads in my direction. "Right. Well, I'm glad that's sorted then. Marbo?" The largest of the Huskar snapped a look at me and nodded, striding around the camp and slapping smaller giants on the head until he'd formed up a warband of perhaps 50 of the monsters. I took the time to recover my poise. When they'd all yelled, I had damn near crapped myself. We marched north as the sun climbed into the sky. I kept the Huskar I already controlled in a group around us. Some of the giants kept looking our way and licking their lips or wiping saliva from the corner of their mouths. We didn't stop as noon came and went, simply pulling jerky from our storage spaces and jogging along with the giants around us. A few of our escorts broke off at one point and charged forward to slaughter some mastodons, for no reason other than sheer joyful murder. "Calloused herds. We can't take them back, so might as well kill them," muttered Nuke when I asked him about it. The killers jogged back over with fists and weapons stained red, grinning like the cat that caught the mouse. Eventually we slowed and saw another immaculate, albeit primitive town of massive tents laid out on a slight rise, half a mile from the bank of the river. Someone was keeping a decent watch, as once we crested a hill and could see across to the place, it burst into frenzied activity. A stream of warriors flowed out of the yurts and formed up across from us. Marbo started to shift nervously in place. There were 3 times as many of them as us already, and they kept coming. "Don't worry, big guy. We've got this." "Fangs, with me," I said. And like little kids emerging from behind their mothers' skirts, we advanced into the no-man's land separating the 2 warbands. The air was fresh and crisp here. An icy tang filled my lungs as I drew in a deep breath and exhaled slowly as we walked. I waved the fangs back, and they fell into a V shape behind me. I was about to start some fires, and soon it would smell like smoke and ash. But first, I'd give these poor bastards the same choice I gave to Nuke. We stopped about 40 meters from the Kaltast.
The fangs formed a trio behind me, Jandak at the front and the other two close by on either side. Against regular humans and probably a few giants, it was a good formation. If one of these guys lobbed a rock at them, or if one of Mortimer's wizards flung a fireball at them, it might become a liability. New doctrines are needed. There's never enough time in the day. I am a harvester, and you will submit to me or die, I yelled.
Both groups of giants snickered among themselves, and I shot a look back at my supposed allies. Nook and Marbo smacked a few heads, and they settled down. One of the opposing group strode forward a few meters and leaned on a tree trunk scale staff. He leaned forward to look at me, then spat in my direction. "What happened to the runties to make them so cocky? You'll be going in my pot tonight, vermin," he growled, and shifted his weight to take his staff in both hands. As he raised his right foot to stomp in my direction, I summoned a fireball from a ring, and the blue-white streak shot across and exploded into a perfect sphere of fire. The other giants grunted in shock. Then, as one, they charged, long legs reaching out to devour the distance between us. The skies darkened and turned red, casting a demonic light over the battlefield. My conscience was happy enough. I had given them a chance to do this without bloodshed. "For Arask!" I yelled.
Before they were halfway to us, a rolling barrage of meteors fell among them and drove them back. I cast again, and another wall of falling fireballs destroyed the center of their formation. Vilis Humano, slain times 242. 12,100 souls harvested. "Up and at them, boys!" I called as I charged forward, my shop-bought sword glowing a sickly pink from the still red skies and the fires ahead of me as I held it out horizontally at my side as I ran into what remained of the Huskar formation. They panicked, and my size turned out to be an advantage. Any blows I ducked inevitably struck one of their allies, and my impossible blade sliced limbs off cleanly without any resistance. The fangs worked together like they'd been trained. Spear tips flashed this way and that to leave long streaks of blood behind, while the men moved like quicksilver. Once I crippled a giant, I worked to finish them as quickly as possible, while my friends kept the worst of the remaining mob distracted. 10 minutes later, we were all breathing heavily. Cause had taken a bash from a staff and been sent tumbling, but he was already back on his feet and kicking the one who had hit him in the balls, repeatedly. "Not so fucking big now, are you, fucker?" he snarled as his foot slammed forward again. I walked over and took the Huskar's head. It really was a mercy in this case. Vilis Humano, slain times 27. 1,350 souls harvested. We were painted a deep red from head to foot as we walked back towards our allies. The giants' dark blood had sprayed out as we cut our way through them, leaving us looking like savages. We took our time walking back to the North Star clan. Nook was grinning broadly, moldy teeth on full display. Marbo had gone pale and was glancing back and forth between the fangs and me. "Now you know. I'm going to offer you all a soul bond. If you refuse, you will die like those poor buggers." None of them refused, and I gave each of the other warriors 60 souls from my reserves, enough for a paltry couple of levels to them, but it tied them to me in a way they could never escape. Chapter 9. The Legions of Narbo. My tame Huskar fanned out to encircle the settlement as the fangs and I approached. They let the ones fleeing north escape, but rounded the rest up and dragged them back into the central area of the town. It was an almost perfect duplicate of the North Star settlement, rings of massive yurts interspersed with cooking fires and work areas. The survivors were generally smaller than the giants who had formed up to defend their territory. I could only see a dozen females in the mix that Nuke shepherded into a crowd to listen to my speech.
I couldn't see anyone I'd describe as a Huskar child either. I have come to reclaim the fountainhead. Your warriors are ashes or running north like scared dogs.
Bend the knee,
I barked.
I won't serve a fuck it. Jandak moved, and his spear plunged into the giant's throat. He used his momentum to pivot around his spear as the Huskar fell backwards and landed gracefully, lifting the leaf-shaped tip free and stepping back into our formation. Anyone else want to argue? Or do us poor little vermin need to prove our point again? They all looked down, and in a wave that started at the front, the giants lowered themselves to one knee. Their eyes were fierce and defiant, but that didn't worry me. Once they took the deal, they'd do as they were told whether they wanted to or not. There were 173 of the buggers. I went down the line and passed out over 10,000 souls to tie them to my will. That gave me the best part of 150 giants at my beck and call, as well as leaving nearly 26,000 in the bank. Gather what you need to march north. You've got an hour, I called out, and picked at the threads binding them to me. Despite the annoyed growls, they began rushing about, breaking down the camp with the same level of efficiency I'd come to know from the steppe tribes. The Pagnal clan is next. They won't be such a pushover as this lot. There are twice as many of them, smirked Marbo. I opened my storage space and pulled out 6 of the precious mana potions. Then I hastily checked the shop, but I still wasn't able to buy any more. Won't be a problem. I placed 3 potions in my belt pouch and passed 1 to each of the fangs, who nodded in thanks. How long? At our maximum pace, a quarter of the day, perhaps, said Nook. We'll need to carry you again, little Imperator. He offered a hand, but I waved it away. We'd be waiting a few more minutes while the Kalast got themselves organized. I sent Glimpse ahead to scout the way while we waited. The tundra undulated gently, shallow valleys alternating with low hills, and everywhere was covered in knee-high frosty grass. Giant antelopes grazed in the distance, stalked by massive dogs and even more terrifying tiger-like cats. Everything about this place was oversized. Was it possible Narbo had had some kind of deep-seated insecurity? Had he made all the vile variants? Had he been compensating for something, perhaps? The reason for making such creatures was obvious. Powerful servants to send against his now long-dead competitors. But they had become distinct species, capable of reproduction. Why hadn't they overrun the normal variants? Perhaps they suffered from the same infertility that afflicted the Huskar? Gah, no way to know for sure. Maybe the fountainhead would help make some of this weirdness make sense to me. In short order, the Kalast were packed up and moving under the supervision of Marbo and the other North Star clan members. Nuke, along with 3 of his original warband, had scooped up us little ones and perched us on their shoulders. We set off at a sprint, heading north as fast as their long legs and impossibly silent strides could take us. Once again, my personal world became a blur of flashing tundra and rushing wind, but I was watching from above as well. The cold air didn't bother Glimpse, and while he was a bit more ungainly than usual, having gorged on Huskar eyeballs not long before, he had sped ahead and was watching over our next target. The town was 3 times the size of Kalast, and even from altitude I could see juvenile Huskar, only a few of them, running around from tent to tent on whatever errands they'd been assigned. Did that complicate matters? I posed the question to my atrophied conscience and got what amounted to a shrug in response. Not very helpful. A similar scene repeated as we arrived outside Pagnal, barring the fact that the fleeing Kalast warriors had arrived ahead of us, so they were already formed up in ranks outside the town in anticipation. Nook put us down, and I strode forward with the fangs once again. That's a lot of the bastards. How many casts have you got of Burning Skies? Mune muttered nervously. You couldn't have guessed his fear from his body language. He strode along proudly like the others,
but his voice quietly betrayed his worry. I pulled out a mana potion and chugged it. "Enough," I said with a smile. "You guys hang back. Maybe we can make this go differently." "Just burn them, Mond. No point taking risks," argued Jandak. He was still sulking about the teasing over the last few days. "The big pricks reckon the next tribe along is twice as strong as this lot. And there's bloody hundreds of this bunch." Koz spat to one side and rolled his shoulders. "Just wait here."
"I can always nuke them if this goes wrong," I ordered gently, then stepped ahead of my friends. "What the hell is a nuke?" muttered Koz from behind me. "Who is your first fist? I challenge him to single combat, unarmed," I called out. This earned a mixture of amused snorts and angry grunts. "I am the first centurion of the Pagnol Legion." They all looked huge, but this guy put Marbo to shame. Over 8 meters tall, and from what I could see around his furs, he was covered in scars and wiry muscle. He was slender, whereas Marbo and Nook were heavy-set. He'd be faster. Hopefully, he wouldn't be stronger. It looked like I'd come up to just above his knee if I stood next to him. I marked him down as a keeper, non-lethal finishers only. "A legion, eh? Well, it doesn't look much like the kind of legion Narbo would have approved of." I spat to one side and glared up at the monster. "Fight me. I won't kill you. I want you alive. You'll make an excellent fighter in my army." I was worried I was getting too good at this cringy, bombastic shit. It would go to my head eventually. A caw from above, and a sense of amused condescension through our bond, reminded me that glimpse would keep my feet on the ground. Not to mention what Faye would do if I got a big head with her. "My name is Mulius, and I will crush you like the insect you are," he snarled. He passed his staff to the giant next to him and took a huge step towards me. I undid my sword belt and tossed the scabbarded blade back to Mune, who caught it smoothly. I rolled my neck and flexed my shoulders. "See this?" I pointed to the god mark as I advanced. "Mars wants you in my army, bloke. You don't want to piss off the war god, do you?" Mulius glanced down and narrowed his eyes at me. "Mars isn't the only god we hold sacred, worm." He leapt forward and sailed towards me, aiming to bring both feet down on my head and make good on his earlier threat. Enhancement kicked in, and I rolled to the side, just outside where he landed. I cast limited shape-shifting, and my hands morphed into claws of bone and chitin. My fingers were daggers as they dug their way into the back of Mulius's knee. I squeezed with all my might, digging my feet in to pull away from him, but it wasn't enough to sever the mighty tendons in the ancient giant's leg. The Huskar jumped away, and I was dragged along as my claws didn't pull free. I latched on further up his thigh with my left hand and climbed up his back, claw over claw, until he managed a lucky swipe with his flailing arms and knocked me off. I spun away and landed on my feet just as the spell ran out and my hands returned to normal. I raised a blood-smeared thumb to my forehead and drew a line from my hairline down to my nose in his blood, then crossed my arms and treated the fuming Huskar to my most irritating smile. "Come on then," I called nonchalantly. Mulius was enraged, and he lunged at me once again. The damage I'd done to the back of both of his legs slowed him and threw off his attack. I stepped to one side and activated Enhance once more as his right fist went past me and his face loomed dangerously close above me. I was in a difficult position. I wanted him alive, but alive and crippled was no good to me. I had to be careful not to injure the Titan too badly. As his elbow whiffed past my ear, I launched myself upwards, my knee intersecting his jaws that were starting to fall open as though he would try to eat me alive. The blow slammed his mouth shut with the sound of breaking teeth, and shifted my momentum from rising to falling. I hit the ground and dove between his legs, my right fist flashing upwards for the ever-reliable crotch shot. As I turned, he stumbled, emitting the high-pitched whine I'd come to associate with a giant after he gets punched in the balls. "Are you going to yield?"
I really don't want to kill you,
I called, backing away slowly. The fangs were cackling away like Krill had been giving them lessons, keeping a safe distance away.
Yield, Mulius. He's a harvester. He could have rained fire on all of you. Join us, called Nuke. I glanced back and nodded in gratitude. The words of vermin might not carry much weight, but Nuke was one of them, strong even before he became soulbound. And hopefully this might sway the battered giant even now staggering to his feet, back open and vulnerable. If I wanted a killing shot, now was the time. But I held back. He turned slowly, clutching at himself painfully with one hand, and sent me the meanest glare I'd ever been on the receiving end of in my life. I opened my arms and walked slowly towards him. I don't want to break you, or kill all your warriors. The Cullust that ran from me have probably told you some things you think are mammoth shit.
They weren't. I called up 3 fireballs from the iron rings on my right hand and launched them off to the right, immolating a decent chunk of the gently rising slope away from their warriors and leaving 3 smoking divots in the dirt. "I will take the fountainhead for the North Stars. You can join our strength, or die," I intoned in my best Christopher Lee impression. Christ, I needed a spokesman or something. I doubted the idea of a press secretary existed here, but I added it way down at the bottom of my ever-increasing to-do list anyway. "You have the powers of the Maker?" Mulius growled once his voice returned to normal. "Not yet." I said it as definitively as I could. Honestly, I had no idea if I'd ever get something similar to whatever magic the old Roman had used to make these creatures. "But I will do everything in my power to help you with your lack of children, and I will give you something more than that. Purpose. You won't waste your strength fighting amongst your own and eating each other. You'll come south and join me in my war against Urkash." The big face creased in thought for a moment, then split into a broad grin. "Not bad for a dwarf. I want the magic, though." He knelt down and stretched out a hand towards me. I walked forward carefully, and as I reached out to touch his palm, he moved to swat me into the dirt. I bounced back and drew my dagger. "Betrayal?" I snarled, inching forward. "A final test, Legio. That is all. Come." He laid his hand palm down, flat against the icy ground, and nodded slowly at it. I kept my dagger gripped tightly in my right hand as I closed the distance and extended my left to brush against a fingernail the size of a dinner plate. I dumped the 500 souls to match what Nook and his friends, as well as Marbo, had received. "Accept," I said, waiting for even the slightest twitch of a muscle on the long arm poking out of his furs. I felt the bond snap into place. "Don't spend them yet. Bloody hell." Over his head, glowing red letters now appeared. Soulbound servant. Body. A mind. B+. Souls. F. Okay, get 10 levels and split your points evenly across the body stats. Choose life and time as your affinities, and split the remaining souls equally between heal, enhance, and haste. I had plans for this bloke. He was a living siege weapon. "The rest of you," I yelled at the Pagnal warband. "Head back and pack up your shit. We're moving north when you're ready." I turned to Malleus and spoke more quietly. "Get your 50 best warriors. I'll give them magic as well." "Make them servants?" he hissed. I mentally struck the bond, and he flinched. "It's this or death. Despite what you are, I will give you a new purpose.
The legions of Narbo will be a force in the world once again, not just savages hiding in the wastes.
Do as I said. He grimaced, but nodded and stood up, casting heal to seal the wounds I had left up his legs and back. He turned to the crowd and started bellowing out names. When he was done, he glared at the rest.
If I didn't call your name, go do what the Legio fucking said, you river piss shits.
The Huskar had a way with words, I had to give in that. I passed out yet more souls and grimaced at my new status. Back down to just under 23,000, but I now had 200 soul-bound giants. Faye and Krill were in for a shock when we headed back to the steppe. Chapter 10. A Show of Good Faith. It had taken us 2 days of constant travel to get here. The Fangs and I had dozed on the giants' shoulders as they ran tirelessly all that time. The air was constantly getting colder and thinner as we climbed from low rolling hills into a true mountain range. The fountainhead lay at the base of one of the largest mountains I'd ever seen.
As we grew closer, the damn thing seemed to stretch vertically up into the sky and towered over the lesser peaks that lay scattered around it.
The Narbolik were a different kettle of humongous fish from the other clans. They didn't have any warning of our arrival, but they responded instantly, organized ranks of heavily armored Huskar marching out in good formation, armed with long metal weapons instead of the stripped-down tree trunks the other clans had favored. I was counting them, courtesy of Glimpse, and I gave up when I got to an estimated 500. That was less than half of their ranks. "How are there so damn many of them?" muttered Jandak. "They have access to the fountainhead, so they have more children." Nook shrugged as though it was obvious, and I bounced on his shoulder. "Put us down. I want you to form 2 groups to either side of us," I ordered. Mulius and Marbo began barking orders to their faction's warriors.
A mile behind us, the majority of the Kalost and Pagnal non-combatants were setting up a hasty camp. The mood among the brutes was surprisingly buoyant. They were confident that we'd win, despite the imbalance in numbers and the Huskar-scaled plate armor the enemy were wearing. "Gentlemen, a word," I said to the Fangs as I walked a short distance away from the Huskar. "Any way we can do this without nuking them?" I hissed. "Still don't know what nuking means," said Cause happily, using the English word awkwardly. "It means killing them from the sky, right?" asked Jandak. "Pretty much, but we want this lot alive if possible." "Send Malleus to negotiate?" suggested Mune thoughtfully. "Maybe one of their own might stop the fighting." I called over the biggest giant I had and checked with him. "It's unlikely. They think we're here to take the fountainhead. And we are, so convincing them otherwise will be tricky." He ran a cow-sized hand over the back of his head. "Can Mars help you?" "You've got a god mark." "Not a bad idea. You and I will go forward together. I'll show them the mark, see if Bronze Balls decides to help me out. Let's go, bloke." "Maybe you should go alone. You might need me to coordinate a counterattack so you can escape." Malleus sounded worried. I glanced up at him and pulled a mana potion out of my pouch to wave it at him. "I'm back at full mana, and with this I can cast Burning Skies 7 times in a row. They're the ones who will have to escape me if it comes to it. But I want them alive. You might help with that, so you're coming with me." He grumbled but didn't make too much of a fuss. "Fangs, split yourself among the Huskar." I sent a command through the bonds of the nearby giants. I was getting the hang of it. I could instinctively feel when I was grabbing the right bond to enforce an order. "They'll follow your lead. If it gets hot, lead them onto the flanks and mop up the edges after the fireballs stop falling." Malleus and I walked forward towards what looked like an army of giant statues clad in full plate armor. "What's the best approach?" I said quietly as we walked forward. A squad of 5 Narbolik troops had set off from their side to meet us halfway. "Same as before.
Tell them to yield or die. I snapped his bond, and he winced. I wasn't fucking lying, Harvester. We respect strength. You've got it. Use it. How would they react if, say, that lot over there died? I asked, nodding towards the right wing of the opposition. They might charge, or they might bend the knee. Why? Mulius asked. I need more souls if I'm going to take control of so many Huskar. I get quite a lot for killing one of you guys. I'm having to fight back the urge to just slaughter all of you if I'm honest. My voice was friendly as I discussed my impulse to wipe out their species.
I want your people as soldiers, though. I can't be everywhere in the South, and squads of Huskar mixed in with my regular troops would be a powerful combination. We're just pieces on a board to you, just like we were to Narbo. None of the Huskars had spoken of their maker in anything other than reverent tones. I made a note to quiz him about this later, but currently I had 5 gigantic armored knights coming to a stop 10 meters away from me. Shit. You will surrender to me now, or I will kill all the warriors on your right flank, I declared in a flat voice. Oh, he really does fancy himself as the new legate. Leave in peace, little harvester. Come back when you're stronger. You cannot face the fountainhead and live. The speaker was smaller than his 4 escorts, which struck me as odd. All the other major players among the Huskar had been the biggest and baddest. Maybe these guys favored brains over brawn. You know what I am and what I'm capable of? I asked. He had taken the wind out of my sails somewhat. Of course. The ferals lack the eyes to see, but we haven't lost the knack of the artifacts. He raised his 20-foot-long spear towards the sky, and a blast of brilliant light shot up towards the thin clouds above us. I checked that Glimpse had been well away from the attack, and was reassured that he was floating above our own forces and had been away from the danger. Enchanted equipment won't save you from me, I growled, but internally I was reassessing my options. If they had powerfully enchanted artifacts from previous Shikrakin, my chances of steamrolling them with Skyfire had dropped significantly. Mulius had growled at the word ferals. You've stolen our birthright and hoarded it for yourself. You're not true legionnaires. You're just thieves. My escort had stepped forward. Take off the fancy armor and let's see who's really the strongest, he snarled. Enough, Malleus! I plucked his bond, and he fell back, throwing hateful looks at our interlocutor and me. I want to preserve these people, but I'll kill them if I must. I turned a flat look towards their leader. What's your name? I am Pertibon. You? He spoke politely. Mond. That is not your true name, exile. What did your mother call you? He replied. Raymond Cobbler, I said. Better. You aren't as powerful as you should be, but perhaps we can make an exception. The rest of your brothers and sisters are far away and won't come to the source for many years. If you live, you will be in a better position to face them. You'll probably still be pathetically weak compared to some of them, but it will help even the scales a little. It is dangerous, though. Bloody hell. So these guys had an idea of where and how powerful the other souls were? I needed them more than ever. I can offer you magic if you'll help me, I offered. If you pass the fountainhead, you can make that offer again, but we won't accept the soul bond before then. Take your troops back to their camp over the hill and come forward with your closest allies. Don't trust this bastard, Mond, snapped Mulius. The Narbolic are all lying shits. They piss on all of us that live downstream. Pertibon removed his helm and shook his head as his eyes emerged from the shadows. He blinked slowly as he looked down at me. He was young, at least as far as I could tell. All my Huskars were gnarled and scarred, but his face was smooth and clear. We will return to the hold, If your troops withdraw, there will be no bloodshed. I swear it on the source. I alone will escort you to the fountainhead, and I'm hardly a threat to you on my own." I locked eyes with him, and I couldn't sense any deception in them. "Will you accept the bond so I can know you're telling the truth?" I asked. He rocked backwards as booming laughter echoed out over the hills and bounced back from the sheer face of the mountain. "No, little lord, I will not. Trust cuts both ways, no? Pick your guardians and send the rest away. No harm will come to you from my clan. I swear by the source." I glanced at Mulius, who shook his head, but I checked the bond with a light touch. Then he reluctantly nodded. "The source is significant?" I asked my bonded giant. He struggled, tried to keep his lips shut, but the words spilled out anyway. "It's the source. It keeps the river pure and lets us grow ever older. You've seen how many of these bastards there are? They get the pure water. We get the piss and the shit-filled dregs, so we're always weaker, not true immortals like the Maker intended." His mouth slapped shut with a clomp as he finished his rant. "Fine." I turned back to Pertabon and craned my head back to look him in the face. "Give me a minute to make the arrangements. I'll send my forces back as well as a show of good faith. I'll stay behind and wait for you and your escorts." He pivoted and barked orders. His own guards sprinted off at a speed only possible to someone casting haste on themselves. A high-level version of the spell, judging by the tufts of soil that flew behind them. "Mulius, go tell the rest to go back to camp. Bring the fangs and nuke with you when you return. Quickly!" I pricked his mind, and he leapt to obey. As my forces withdrew and the Narbolic troops filed neatly back into their town, I looked up at the big friendly giant that I didn't trust as far as I could throw him. "So what's the plan? This prick surrender?" grumped Jandak. Jesus, I needed to find a way for him to get Halen up the duff to fix his mood. I thought about it for a moment and concluded that a wise man would stay the hell out of that kind of thing and just put up with his friend's bad mood. No, he's going to take us to the source, and I'm going to be tested. I cocked an eyebrow at the armored giant, who nodded and chuckled. "Something like that, Harvester. Follow me." He led us up winding paths I wouldn't have thought the Huskar would be able to use. Nuke and Mulius trod very carefully, keeping themselves as close to the sheer wall of the mountain as possible. The further we went, the greater the drop to our left became. Mune had gone green 20 minutes ago and was practically hugging the cliff face, as far away from the drop as he could get. "This is the place." Pertabon seemed to vanish into the stone, but as I caught up, I saw it was a tall, narrow slit in the stone. It opened out on the other side and was dimly illuminated by what looked suspiciously like electric light bulbs. "What is this place?" My voice echoed back to me. Nuke and Melius were both shrunk down on themselves, like sinners in a church. The fangs stared at the steady lights in shock. "Old magic?" wondered Cos as he walked to the wall and reached up to touch one of the lights. As his fingers grazed it, the light fluttered, and he snatched his hand back with a squawk. "Don't touch them!" he snapped. "I recommend you don't touch anything in this place. There are secrets that cannot be shared, and if you stumble on them, our truce is over. Harvester, your fate awaits in the deep. We will wait here." He waved a hand at the receding darkness that swallowed the cave deeper into the mountain. "Jandak, you're in charge. No fucking around." Damn, bad choice of words. "Just make sure nothing happens, okay?" I quickly corrected. He nodded and looked around at the cavernous walls that stretched up above us. I strode forward and quickly lost sight of my companions. The tunnel narrowed until it was too small for an Ervile to pass through. It became increasingly uncomfortable. The sense of being enclosed with millions of tons of stone poised over my head, waiting to smash down. Not helpful, Ray. The passage was lined with just enough of the glowing lights that it never became pitch black, but I found myself hurrying from light to light and lingering next to them before moving to the next one. The tunnel wound downwards at a steady angle and curled to the left constantly. I had no idea how long it took me. Time quickly loses its meaning in this kind of sensory deprivation. I wasn't hungry or thirsty, so it couldn't have been too long. But the shadows and loneliness, combined with a claustrophobia I didn't know I suffered from, left me tense and fearful as I finally stumbled out into a larger cave. This space wasn't smoothly carved like the walls above me. It was ragged and jagged. It was sharply lit by a 6-foot hole in the mountain, but that wasn't what caught my attention.
Sitting on a pedestal, with crystal blue water spewing from it, sat some kind of... It looked like a pearl. But pearls didn't do this. As my eyes locked on it, I felt a wash of power flow out, and waves battered my mind. I was flotsam on the tide, battered one way, then another. Stones were ground into sand under this kind of force. I recoiled, but found I couldn't move my feet. "You're committed now, Mond. Poseidon won't let you go. You have to survive the trial. The first step is reaching the Luminant." Great. Aresk finally decides to actually speak to me outside of my dreams, and it's only because I've stumbled into a trap left by the Sea Witch. Chapter 11. Welcome back, bloke. This wasn't like the previous times I'd been exposed to Poseidon's aura. This was a physical thing, pushing and pulling at me like I was standing waist-deep in the sea. I was forced back against a wall that I was confident had been the tunnel entrance a moment ago. No escape, it seemed. I was committed.
I spent some mana on enhancement and staggered forward a few paces. It was only 5 meters to reach the damn thing, whatever the hell it was. I reached out my right hand and waded through air that felt thicker than treacle. The closer I got to the white orb, the stronger the aura became. I was tugged back and forth as I struggled to move each leg forward. The average of the motion was very much back towards the wall. My back hit the rock again as enhancement ran out, and I noticed my health was ticking down very slowly as the damage began to mount up. I was down to 347, make that 46. I cast enhancement and mass to increase my weight, and I struggled nearly halfway before they ran out, and I began to slide backwards again. I recast the spells quickly, and managed to get within 2 meters of the pearl that seemed to be the source of the Violith River, around which the giants based their towns. I was down to 1 meter away, my hand outstretched as I strained against the impossible sensations of tides and depths Poseidon was sending at me. I used size, and grew by over 50%, my hand getting to less than a foot from my goal when a surge in Poseidon's aura knocked me back, and I tumbled into the wall behind me. Health, 321 over 350. Pertabon had been right. I wasn't strong enough. At least, I wasn't strong enough as I was. I cast Heal and pulled up my status screens. The nice thing about the system was I could get a lot stronger as long as I had souls to spend, and currently, I was a rich man in that regard. I dumped 2,430 souls into levels and jumped to level 110. This netted me an additional 36 stat points to play with. I also spent another 900 souls to boost my enhancement spell to the maximum available of 98%. I put my stat points into strength and health, as well as a few into mana.
Level 110. Primary stats.
Body, A-. Mind, C+. Soul, D. Available souls, 19,580. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 60. Reflexes, 40. Health, 500. Magic strength, 30. Focus, 30. Mana, 520. Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, 104 meters. Intensity, plus 156%. Lasts 15 seconds. Fire resistance, plus 100%. Projectile, speed, plus 60%. Detonation, 11.5 meters cubed. Firewall, area, 20 meters squared. Lasts 15 seconds. Barrier, 220 HP. Area, 5 meters squared. Fire spirit, duration 110 seconds. Burning skies, area 50 by 50 meters, duration 15 seconds. Affinity, life. Heal, self, 20 HP and 156% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals moderate wounds. Enhancement, self, 98%. Resistance, all, 60%. Projectile, speed plus 156%. Heal, other. Rapid growth, area, 20 meters squared. Projectile, speed plus 156%. Enhance, other. Shapeshift, minor. Duration 110 seconds. Shape, soul-bound servant. Permanent. Maximum 1 shaped servant. Affinity, space. Size, range 54 meters. Intensity 58%. Mass, range 54 meters. Intensity 58%. Area,
10.5 meters cubed, optional, lasts 15 seconds. Resistance, 100%. Pocket dimension, 5.5 meters cubed. Spatial tear, range, 11 meters. Affinity, earth shape. Earth, range, touch. Duration, 15 seconds. Hybrid spell, earth/fire. Volcanic vent. Area, 50 by 50 meters. Duration, 15 seconds. Imbue, enchant. Soul transfer, Erisk's boon. Carrion feeder's gaze. Erisk's boon, divine steed. Synthesized spell, shape. Soulbound servant. At level 100, I unlocked a new spell in the life tree and the oddly named second boon from Erisk. At 110, I received the hybrid spell Volcanic Vent. I had a sneaky suspicion as to what that one would do when I got around to testing it. Shape Soulbound Servant posed some interesting and horrifying possibilities as well. But right now, all that mattered was I felt like I could toss mountains around, and my health had skyrocketed. I cast Enhance again and pushed forward more easily. The tidal aura must have some kind of exponential growth attached to it. The closer I got, the stronger the metaphysical waves battering at me got in turn. I was poised, with my hand barely 6 inches from it. I recast Enhancement to give me more time. I tried with everything I had to force my hand closer to the glowing white pearl, but I kept slipping back. I used size and limited shapeshifting at the same time. As my body grew, the tattered rags of my tunic falling away at last, I changed the shape of my hand, melding the flesh into a single digit that stretched out and managed to brush against the pearl for a moment. As I touched it, the orb went from a perfect white color to a mix of orange and green. The colors looked like a living yin-yang symbol as they swirled against each other, and the previously crystal blue water spewing from the source became a mix of deep sea green and brassy orange. The aura died as I brushed the tip of my transformed finger against the sphere, and I staggered forwards.
As the water changed color, I fell into the pearl and felt myself being sucked away into the god's realms. I was deep underwater, and the pressure was killing me. I felt the fluid being pulled from my body as though some osmotic effect was sipping me dry in defiance of normal physics. My eyeballs shrank down, like grapes becoming raisins, and my skin contracted against my muscles. Poseidon was there, floating in front of me, her hair swirling in the current of this world and creating a nimbus of lighter green against the backdrop of the deep that surrounded us. She snarled, and one of her tentacle limbs shot towards me, but a bronze shield slammed down in front of me and blocked the attack. I felt the pressure ebb and flow away. I could breathe again, and gasped a breath as blood-red light spread out around me and drove back the depths. "Took your fucking time," I croaked as Eresk appeared behind the shield and glared at Poseidon over it. "You lost, fish tits." "For once in eternity, why don't you accept it with a bit of grace?"
the bronze titan called out. The red light pushed back the murky blue of Poseidon's domain, and I sagged onto a marble floor as Eresk took control of my surroundings. "This will not go unanswered," Poseidon snarled, and then she vanished. My skin and eyes rehydrated as Eresk turned back to me, shrinking back down to his relatively human size. The pervasive sense of being deep underwater faded away as my surroundings shifted to the familiar marble plaza, ornate arms and armor floating above plinths around me. A bronze throne rose up behind Eresk, and he sat down, waving for me to do the same. I glanced back, and, sure enough, a simpler chair had appeared behind me. "Well done, boy. That's a bone in the gills to the old sea bitch," he chuckled as I lowered myself carefully onto my chair. I felt my eyeballs rehydrate to their normal size. It was almost as unpleasant as Poseidon sucking the moisture out of them.
"What the hell did I just do?" I demanded.
"You took her source for me. Now I have two." "You really should go find mine and claim it, by the way," he replied amicably. "Where is it?" "Ah, now that would be telling." The sound of a gong being struck rang out as he tapped his nose with one finger. "You saw the water change?" I nodded. "When you get back, take some of it to the feral Huskar. It's what they need for you to keep your promise to them." "Which bloody promise? They're coming to war with me anyway. The clans from down the river, at least. What will happen with the Narbolic?" "Oh, they're yours now as well. Look, Julius Narbo had no idea about biochemistry and whatnot, but the system helped him out. There was a price for what he did to create the Huskar. He was one of Scaly Bitch's champions, you know. I was so annoyed when she got him. I ended up with a Sassanid peddler. Rough game, that one." "So the Huskars are infertile unless they drink the water of the Velith?" I wondered.
"Yep. Hormone deficiency in the females that the water supplements. You're a ways off that kind of power level, but sooner or later it becomes a question of trade-offs, Ray. Now, you saw your new boon?" "Yeah. I'm getting a horse?" "Oh, nothing so plebeian as that, little mortal." I received a very smug bronze grin from the statue. "So a fancy horse. Will it be like Glimpse?" "You won't be able to borrow his senses, but I think you'll like him. Consider this a show of gratitude." I received a metallic thumbs up as Eresk's domain quickly faded away. I was left in the limbo space, and if I had a mouth there, it would have been opening and closing as I tried to rush out some more questions for my patron. Real sensation returned, and I found myself lying naked on cold and damp rock. I raised my head, and the water spewing from the source was back to an azure blue. The giant pearl was once again a perfectly white sphere, sitting next to the source, and lapping at the torrent that emerged at a high enough pressure to strip normal flesh from the bone,
was a gigantic bronze wolf. If it wasn't moving, I'd have thought it was a statue. The tongue flicked in and out as it drank from the source. I rose slowly to my feet and backed away slightly. The head swung towards me, and he let out a happy chuff. I knew this animal. He was a shitload bigger and had undergone a fairly significant dye job, but this was... Wilson? I asked in wonder. The wolf bounded over and knocked me to the ground. While he appeared to be made of bronze, the tongue licking my face was undoubtedly a biological thing of slobber. I ruffled his fur and pushed him back. I stood and had to look up into the wolf's face. He was a good 7 feet tall at the shoulder. "Welcome back, bloke! It's been a while." Before we set off, I pulled out a tunic from my stash and got dressed. Water skins in the shop were 5 sols.
It had seemed a princely sum when I'd first arrived in this world. I'd been scrabbling for every advantage I could get back then, and the shop prices for basics had seemed like a drain on my future growth. "Not such a big deal now, eh, boy?" I said to Wilson. Whether I'd been right or not to be tight-fisted at the time, 5 sols wasn't much to me currently. I bought 50 skins for a paltry 250 sols, and spent 20 long minutes getting my new tunics soaked through as I tried to fill them from a water source that was outputting at an unholy level of pressure. A dozen of them were ripped apart or snatched out of my hands to disappear out of what I assumed was a waterfall of some kind, before I figured out a way to catch the very edge of the stream. I put the 38 remaining pouches of pure Huskar hormone replacement therapy in my stash and made my way back up the winding tunnel that had led me to the source, a happy wolf padding along behind me. I felt like I'd been beaten with brooms as I staggered along the tunnel, one hand outstretched to keep me on my feet. I'd not slept properly for days. It seemed easy enough to go without sleep with my stats, but after whatever the hell Poseidon had just put my body through, I needed a solid 8 hours at least. As I emerged, I found the Fangs, my pet giants and Pertabon, sharing a meal of dried jerky and yolk. "As soon as I'm away for a minute, you're getting drunk? What the hell, guys?" I yelled as I emerged from the shadow. Mulius threw the clay bottle of yolk into his mouth, crunched once, then swallowed audibly. "You survived, then. You've taken control of the source. Damn," snarled Pertabon. "I appreciate the support, bloke. Yes, I did. No offense intended, Harvester. It just means things will have to change." "What's the wolf?" the giant said sadly. "An old friend, resurrected as a reward from Mars. The change starts right here, Bon. Mulius, Nuke, I've fixed your problem." "Here." I tossed a pair of water skins to Nook, who snatched them from the air in one hand and held his open palm up as he glared down at the relatively tiny objects. "Give them to your women before when a boy giant decides to love a lady giant very much, I guess. It will increase her fertility." I shrugged. "You kept your word?" Nook narrowed his eyes at the tiny pouches of water. "Perhaps. Whether the ferals you don't control come south with you is not relevant. The water's changed color, so the Narbolic will make war with you," Pertabon said firmly, as he rose to his feet and nodded to me. "So that's it? We've won?" asked Mune. "Be grateful neither of us had to marry a Huskar to seal the alliance," muttered Cause, elbowing Mune in the side. "It would make the bond between us stronger if one of you would volunteer for the honor." "Our women are like nothing you can imagine," said Pertabon with a straight face. Well, you see there's this girl back home," Cause began before Mune cut him off. "I'm already spoken for. You were taking the piss, weren't you?" Mune narrowed his eyes at Pertabon, who burst into booming laughter that echoed back and forth in the small cave. "I'm sorry, little men. You wouldn't be able to satisfy our women. Lord, there is a reason the ferals aren't able to reproduce."
Do you understand the consequences of what you're doing? This limit was meant to stop our spreading over the earth and replacing your kind. Bon rumbled. I made a promise. I'll bind the ferals to me. I could feel Mulius fighting the bond every time the word feral was spoken. Nuke didn't seem to care, though. They've been left as outcasts for too long. Nuke, Mulius, I keep my promises, and I expect you to keep yours. You will not eat my kind, or each other. Pertabon made a moo of distaste as I brought up the cannibalistic habits of the rural Huskar. We should head back into town. The Legion can be ready to march in a day or two, the giant said firmly. We're the fucking Legion, muttered Mulius. Pertabon glanced over, and the larger Huskar glanced away rather than meet his eyes. We'll need to unify the other rural clans, I added. That won't be a problem, Lord. The Legion is unstoppable. Pertabon grinned broadly at me. I also heard something about a stash, some hidden reserve. A little bird told me. Glimpsed cawed loudly from outside, but the brief wash of Erisk's aura made it clear this wasn't a request, and Pertabon's face fell into a deep frown. Chapter 12. You would have tried to eat us. How? Mars told you? Asked Pertabon. No matter. Fine. We'll make it available to you. Follow me. The big, friendly giant seemed a little less friendly once he became aware I knew about the stash, whatever might be in it. He led us slowly back down the winding trail that twisted along the cliff face, until a few hours later we were once more on solid ground. Wilson bounded ahead and disappeared onto the steppe to hunt the giant deer that were the primary herbivores in this area. I could feel him in my mind. I could sense his emotions and the fuzzy outline of thoughts, and with a thought, I knew I could summon him back to my side. Thank the gods, muttered Nuke, as he stamped his feet into the dirt and moved freely for the first time in hours. You and me both, brother, Mune muttered, as he finally relaxed. Come, they'll have seen the waters change and know you conquered the source. You're a champion. Can I see the mark? Asked Pertabon, as he trudged along beside me. I pulled up my new left sleeve and noticed a dot had appeared above the tip of the spear as I twisted to show him my shoulder. You see the change? He asked, noting my surprise at the new addition. It didn't have the dot before. If you conquer more sources, you'll get additional dots. There are a number of them out there in the world, he rumbled, turning back to watch where he was going. Our path led us into the Narbolic town, which turned out to be an illusion. The place was real enough, but it was a facade meant to hide something else. How many more sources are there? I asked. We'd moved through the neatly laid out yurts and were heading up a narrow ravine. The Velith roared past us on our left, the waters a blend of blue and white, like any fast-flowing river. I checked again, but couldn't see any hint of the green and bronze that had made war on each other on the surface of the source. I don't know. I can sense you passed close by at least one before coming here, but where are they hidden? No idea. The gods don't make them easy to find for obvious reasons. Losing control of a source is like losing a limb to them. I was pleased to learn I'd dealt some real damage to the witch that had murder-tricked me into this world. This is our true home.
You will not speak of it to anyone.
His words weren't directed at me or the Fangs, but to Nuke and Mulius, who had been tagging along behind us. Puh! Fine. Make them obey, Legate, Pertabon almost ordered me. You swore you'd accept some souls from me if I passed the test. The test that was much more dangerous than you let me know in advance, I retorted. He grimaced, then ran a hand back over his hair and nodded. I only knew it was dangerous, and I told you that much. None of us can approach the source. We can't fit down the tunnel, and the stone cannot be mined to make a passage big enough for us.
I did make that promise. The Huskar pulled off his right gauntlet and extended a hand down to me. I wondered if it was best to just give him the minimum souls needed to take control. I'd extracted the promise under duress, and the Narbolic, despite the awkward name they'd chosen for themselves, seemed like, well, they seemed like regular people. Just a lot bigger.
The other clans had all seemed degenerate, a fallen species. This clan that had stayed close to the source seemed almost normal in comparison. I reached up and spent 1,000 souls to give the giant 500. If you want any advice about the interface... I stopped speaking as his stats changed. Soulbound servant body, B+. Mind, A-. Souls, F. Okay, he was a natural-born ogre mage. I know what to do. My inclination is to magic. I've chosen ice, space, and life. You've got records of soulbound? I asked him, as he straightened. I could feel the bond there in my mind, but I held off from abusing it for now. We do. He refused to elaborate, and I didn't push it for the time being. We approached a bend on the narrow road that veered to the right. The smooth flags, well cambered for drainage, cut to one side, and Pertabon did his vanishing act again for a moment until we caught up.
The path ahead was blocked by a pair of massive doors, much larger than even Mulius would need to pass through without stooping. "Make them swear," our guide repeated, and I reached out and added a new command to their bond threads. Pertabon saw them wince as the order landed in their minds, and nodded. "Welcome to the first hearth of the Huskar." He slammed a fist against one of the doors 3 times, and they ponderously swung open. Beyond, the road fell away into a massive, dimly lit cavern. While the lights were sparse, what they revealed was a vast expanse of little townships huddled around the permalites that some past Shikrikin had crafted. There were dozens of them within half a mile of where we stood, looking down at them. In the far distance, more glowing blobs suggested this underground world was far more vast than I could have imagined. "How many?" I asked softly as I stared in shock. In the nearer towns, I could see dozens of Huskar moving about, and the flashes of smithing threw stark shadows around the workshops when hammers fell against molten metal. "We number perhaps 50,000 in total," Pertabon replied, and my mind spun. I had hoped to head south with a few dozen Erviles dressed in furs and wielding tree trunks as weapons. Whatever the stash might hold, this hidden civilization was no doubt worth far more. "You've kept the rest of us from this?" snarled Nook as he lunged for Pertabon's throat, fingers curled to throttle the life from him. I snatched at Nook's thread, and he skidded past the other Huskar, arms snapping back to his chest. "You would have tried to eat us, savage." Pertabon was harsh and cold as he snapped out his words. "Your kind left our holes a long time ago and cursed us as you walked out. We never broke our oaths to the Legio." I held Mulius back through the bond and forced Nook to return to my side. I would have been able to feel their rage even without the bond, and if my eyes were closed. Violence hung in the air. "Enough, you two. Whatever happened is in the past. You're tied to my purpose now, and there will be plenty of opportunities for glory in the future. Focus on that," I ordered. The Fangs grinned and nodded happily. "How many will march south?" I asked our guide. "Perhaps 15,000. 1,000 of the crafters will probably be willing to come south to work in your towns as well, if the humans will accept them. I'd bloody make them accept the Huskar Smiths, whether they liked it or not. 15,000 giants in full armor and armed with artifact weapons." My expression shifted and could perhaps best be described as a smile. But there was no happiness or joy in the expression. "The stash?" I asked. "Follow me, Legate." Pertabon sounded resigned to my raiding their storehouse. "I don't know how much will be of use to you. Much of it is intended for my kind. Equipment for the other Huskars is valuable enough,
There's something in there for people my size as well? He was leading us down a long, straight road that descended into the subterranean world. How long have you lived down here? Said Jandak in a quiet voice. At least something had snapped him out of his semi-constant fury. 2,751 years. Narbo carved these halls himself. His voice conveyed the respect in which he held the maker. As fascinating as it would be to pick out the history, I had other priorities right now. "Where's the fucking loot?" barked Jandak, apparently mirroring my thoughts. Pertabon led us to the right. I couldn't tell east from west in the gloomy shadows and reached another pair of giant-sized doors. He didn't bang his fist this time. He slipped a bracelet from his left wrist and pressed some kind of pendant against a fractal design cut into the center of the granite slabs. There was a glow and a series of grinding noises, and the left door swung back 6 inches. "Bloody thing," Pertabon grumbled as he put his shoulder against it and shoved, his feet skidding backwards. But he forced the mechanism far enough that it caught, and both doors finished opening with painful grinding sounds. Beyond lay a treasure trove of carefully packed and stacked wooden boxes. Each was 1.5 meters square, and they were completely nondescript. The ranks of boxes stretched off into the dimly illuminated distance. "I was expecting something a little more shiny," complained Cause as he peered around the side of Pertabon's leg. "This is the largest known storehouse of ancient artifacts on the planet, all carefully catalogued and organized, with clear instructions on their powers and usage," snapped Pertabon. "Fine. This way." I felt a bit like I was walking into the warehouse at the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark, as the giant threaded his way deep into the stockpile and finally stopped to pull a crate down from 4 meters over my head. He dropped it with a thump and used his fingers to pry open the tightly sealed lid. He rummaged around inside, producing a clattering sound as apparently priceless metal items were sorted through, like he was looking for his favorite spoon in a badly organized cutlery drawer. He withdrew a pauldron made of black metal that had leather straps hanging under it. "Put this on," he said as he offered it to me. "It's not cursed or anything, right?" I plucked at the bond so he couldn't lie. He grimaced, but shook his head. "It grants improved regeneration. After you cast it, you'll recover health and mana at twice the normal rate for an hour. This is one of the best pieces in here for your kind." I resisted the urge to snatch the armor from him, instead reaching out slowly to take it like the treasure it was. I struggled to fit it over my right shoulder, and Mune stepped in to help do the buckles up across my back and chest. I swung my arm back and forth. It didn't restrict my motions at all, and felt as though it weighed almost nothing. "What else have you got?" My greed had bypassed my brain and borrowed my vocal cords. We left the storehouse with our storage rings chock full of ancient artifacts. Most of them were armor or enchanted bows, but we also acquired a number of spears and swords to hand out to the lancers. All in all, I'd rate it as 5 stars, would loot again, and I intended to do so as soon as I'd emptied out my storage spaces. Pertabon was subdued as he led us back out onto the hills surrounding the source. He wasn't unhappy, as far as I could tell, but he seemed to be chewing on something in his mind that he couldn't let go. "Spit it out, man. What's eating you?" I eventually demanded, as we skirted round the Potemkin village, the Narbolik used as a front to keep their real homes secret. After I explained the euphemism to the scandalized giant, he'd assumed I was referring to the feral Huskar's inclination to cannibalism. He sighed and began to explain. "You have a terrible purpose for my people. It's what we were made for, but it will cost us. Can't you negotiate with your rivals? It wouldn't be the first time." I glanced up as he spoke and bit back a quick response. "Some of them, maybe," I said after a pause. "There's no hope of that with Mortimer, though. I came here looking for disposable troops, strong, terrible, and replaceable. I wouldn't have cared if I'd fed Erviles into a meat grinder. They were just savage monsters at that time.
Whatever Narbo did when he made you, he left just enough that I can't see you as monsters anymore. My bloody conscience was trying to make this difficult. I still need soldiers. Your people are powerful infantry. Coupling them with my mounted nomads gives us the best of both worlds. Add magic on top of that, and with a bit of careful planning and luck, our losses should be light, I finished. Spoken like someone who's never been to war, there are always casualties. Mars doesn't care if you're strong or tough or smart. The war god loves the lucky ones, rumbled Nook, earning a nod of approval from Pertabon. I have been to war, on my own world and this one. You're right, but luck favors the prepared, I replied. We were walking down the barren slope towards where my feral giants had set up camp. I want some arms for these guys from the vault. I saw the bigger boxes, Bon. They held gear like yours. This lot isn't worthy, he said, as I snapped the bonds to hold back Nuke and Mulius to stop them from lunging at Bon for his words. They've got no discipline, the cultured Huskar finished with a sniff. Nonetheless, you can teach them that. I want a true legion. Narbo was a Roman, and the Roman armies ruled a large chunk of my world for hundreds of years. There's no reason your wayward cousins can't relearn what the Maker intended you all to be. Mon's a philosopher now. Krill will be delighted, laughed Cause. I flicked a glare at him, but Pertabon burst into laughter at my friend's words. Oh no, I've got a lot of books he needs to read to be able to claim that title, Bon snickered, and I had a feeling this ancient being from an artificial race shared more in common with Krill than I was going to like. 2 days later, 10,000 Huskar set out to march south to the steppe. 4,000 went out to subdue the remaining clans in the south of the tundra, then catch up and meet us at the north end of the Paliat Pass, where we'd establish a logistics hub for the giants. Outriders chased herds of mammoth south behind us, and the armored ranks of Huskars churned the earth into mud as they passed. I had what I needed from the north for the coming war. I had no fear of raids or reprisals from the giants. I'd gained a massive infantry force that could outrun my human cavalry, as well as priceless equipment and knowledge. It was time to drive the dead out of the steppe and unite the tribes. Chapter 13. Warlord. When we reached the pass, I was riding a giant bronze wolf at the head of a long column of Huskars, all garbed for war. Towards the rear were a couple of thousand smiths and crafters to bolster the productivity of the pass and river wheel. Looking down from glimpse, I was at the head of a twisting serpent of Huskars that trailed kilometers behind me. The war bands of feral Huskars were ranged out to the sides, happily slaughtering any wildlife they stumbled across, in anticipation of the feasts to come in the south. Bon, can you set up camp here? I asked, as we reached the north end of the pass. I need to let them know you're coming through before you advance into the steppe. They'll shit themselves if you turn up unannounced. I'm coming with you, the young giant replied. Me too, growled Nuke. Mulius was silent, but the glare he gave me suggested he wanted to come as well. 3 of the big bastards should be okay, as long as we're there as well. The wolf is more likely to be an issue, offered Jandak with a nod to Wilson. The wolf cocked his head to one side and whined faintly. They'll have to get used to Huskars and a giant wolf sooner or later. All right, bon. Get your second to take charge of the Legion. Not the real Legion, muttered Mulius. The Legion will camp here. Keep the irregulars back. Only the ones who are soulbound can join the camp proper. I finished with a glare at Mulius. I resisted the urge to flick the bond. I couldn't fall into the habit of abusing it every time he disagreed or interrupted me. What had started as a crude smelting and forging operation a few months ago had transformed into a much grander operation. Within the walls I'd built was a maze of glowing furnaces and stockpiles.
Raw iron was being fed into the fire as quickly as the involuntary workers from the Koprigan could drag it out of the ancient tunnels. Wagons waited to be loaded with crude ingots to transfer to Riverwheel under guard by a handful of cavalry. The air above the site was now cloudy with the constant smoke and dust. The workers weren't too badly off due to the steady wind that ran through the canyon, keeping the air at ground level fairly fresh. "What is it? You normally wear all that plate like a second skin," Mune asked, and I glanced back, but he'd been talking to Bon.
The giant was shifting uncomfortably, hitching his armor back and forth on his shoulders. "You can't sense it. It's like, I don't know, a presence or something," he muttered. "Nope," said Mune. The other giants and Fangs all denied feeling anything unusual as well. "Is it important?" I asked. "It's familiar, but different," he muttered unhappily. We were deep into the canyon now, and the steep cliffs rose up on either side of us, dwarfing even the husker. "It's like a beloved song, sung in a foreign language." "I don't know if it's important." "Any sense of danger?" Jandak asked, eyeing the tops of the craggy tops around us. "No, nothing like that," said Bon. "Well, let's not worry about it for now. We can investigate it later," I said. I couldn't feel anything out of the ordinary, but the giant had unusually sharp senses, so I'd flag it to Krill to get someone to look into it. As we approached the walls, I waved the rest back and went on alone. Wilson growled, but did as he was asked, pacing back and forth across the floor of the pass anxiously as I moved on alone. "Oi, it's me and that lot are on our side," I bellowed. From above, I could see the ballista towers were nearing completion. Long wooden walls stretched between them, securing the cliff tops above the occupied sections of the pass. Stairways had been built in several places on both sides of the canyon to let people move up and down with relative ease. "Mond!" yelled a familiar voice. "Clip! What the hell are you doing here? You should be at Riverwheel. This lot behind me are friends. Don't shoot any arrows at them." "You sure? Those are Erviles, right?" he yelled back after a second I presume was spent cursing quietly. "Yes, I've got a couple of thousand giants who are smiths and crafters. You're going to have to get used to them, bloke." I advanced closer and waved for the others to catch up.
What the fuck is that?
Snapped Clip as Wilson stepped up to loom behind me as we clasped wrists. "An old friend," I shrugged. "He's fine." "Wait, a couple of thousand Erviles?" He returned his focus to me. "Yeah, well, it's more like 25,000 of them all told, and most of them are fighters." "Why the hell are you here?" I demanded, but he had gone pale at the thought of so many giants so close. "They won't hurt us, Clip, and their crafters know stuff you haven't even dreamed of." A collapse in the mine. He decided to focus on something his brain could handle. Whatever magic they used to make them isn't infallible. Lost a dozen of the Coppergen. Krill wanted me to help dig the cannibal bastards out. I told him I'm a smith, not a miner. I'm at the other end of the bloody process. But he got rather firm. So here I am, wasting my time. Clip looked up at the giants towering over us, one in heavy plate armor and two clad in furs. The latter were looking around with a hungry light in their eyes, and I plucked the bonds to Nuke and Mulius. Their eyes snapped to me, and guilt was replaced with anger in their gazes. "Allow me to introduce Bon, Nuke, and Mulius. I've got 20,000 more Huskar, it's what the Erviles call themselves, camped at the top of the pass. They'll be coming through onto the steppe over the next few days. If they're wearing armor, they definitely won't eat you. If they're wearing furs, then they probably won't eat you. Spread that about, okay? I don't want any accidents," I said with an evil grin. "Accidents? Bloody hell, Mond. I'll let the workers know,"
You need to speak to Krill, Jagapan, and Kalpakta, though. They've been running things in your absence. What about Faye? I studied him closely as he shrugged. She's fine. Not happy you weren't back before she was. Have fun with that. Oi! No, not there, you moron!
You're blocking the bloody tunnel entrance! He yelled at some unfortunate workers who were laying out timber for bracing the mine in the wrong place. Maybe I won't be the only one in trouble with their wife, snickered Jandak. I considered a comment about how being late was less of a problem than being early with one's wife, but I didn't want to upset my Bronze Age friend any more than he already was. He could take the win on this one. Sure. Bet I'm back in Faye's good books before you are with Halen? I'm bringing an army of Huskar to explain why I'm late, I offered. No bet, he muttered sourly. Hey, at least you'll have some time to try and fix the problem now, laughed Mune, earning a glare from Jandak. Not very long, I'm afraid. We need to clear the steppe of the zombies, and I want you guys to act as emissaries to the other tribes for me, I said. Mond, can't I have a week or so? Jandak complained. Sure, you can have a week.
If you don't mind slacking off while the others are out working.
I can live with that. And I won't be slacking off. It'll be more exercise than I usually get. It's not easy to keep up with, okay, bloke, enough. Glimpse is looking at Mondet now, and I think you might be clear on the diplomatic mission issue, so you can lurk in your tent with Halen to your heart's content. Jesus, that's way too many wagons. What was Kalpakta's tribe called? Unless there were tens of thousands of them, I think the other tribes have largely come together already. The Fawapin. They only number a few thousand. How many survived the undead at Helath? Said Mune. Most of them broke free. More than half, anyway. Same for a lot of the others. As soon as the bloody things clawed their way out of the ground, the tribes broke and ran, I replied, lost in thought at the vast array of yurts and carts around Mondit. They ran from the raised dead? Human corpses? Said Bon in a doubting voice. Are they even worth the time to cultivate as allies? You don't have any zombie Huskars marching with us. It's not so easy if you thought magic was just the ramblings from old-timers, snapped Cause. I'm nearly 1,000 years old, mortal. We don't use the dark arts, but we aren't ignorant of them, answered Bon. I caught Nuke and Mulius sharing a confused look before plastering impassive faces over their shock at his age. Well, I get the feeling I'm going to be in as much trouble as Jandak if we don't get down to Mondit half an hour ago, I said with a smile. We set off and made our way back home at last. The new arrivals were all spread out to the south of the original site. The scouts approached extremely cautiously. The first thing they could see was the giants, but once we confirmed who we were, they raced on ahead of us to let the other guards know. I returned to my town, and the changes, when perceived from ground level, were even more dramatic. Most of the crafting and industry, such as it had been, had moved to Riverwheel now. The remaining men were all warriors, and it lent the place a martial air. There was no sense of rot and lack of discipline, as there had been when I came home the last time. Mond! Krill waved and hurried over. What the hell did you do when you went back to the barrow at Helath? He demanded, without preamble. Hi, Krill. It's good to see you as well. So glad you didn't get eaten by giants while you were up north securing our open flank, I replied. But I snatched the wiry old get-up into a hug anyway. His being here proved the army I'd left behind had made it back intact, along with my wife. Where's Faye? Wrong bloody spear again. What the hell did you do? The other kings and chiefs think you're Erisk incarnate, he snapped, as he shoved me off and smoothed his tunic. I used burning skies to kill a lot of zombies, remember? You saved the Prime Dreamers single-handedly, and bought a chance for the trapped chiefs to escape back to their tribes. You saved the bloody Sikareskin. Why didn't you tell me? Kalpakta got here first and screwed us on the agreement. What did you give? I began. Oh, don't worry, Warlord.
Faye interrupted him before he could seal the deal, and broke his leg. She healed it afterwards, though. You won't be getting much shit from the chiefs for a while. What the fuck are those bastards doing here, and why is one of them wearing armor? He finished shooting an angry glare at the Husker. So, the plan was to bring back a few hundred tamed Husker. I might have overachieved a little bit. Bon, I nodded at the giant in question, has about 15,000 heavy infantry that can outrun our horses, and Nook and Mulius have a few hundred slightly wilder giants as well.
Oh, and I brought a few thousand crafters who've been alive since before your great-grandfather was born, who are going to join Riverwheel to help with production and whatnot. I had delivered all this in a casual, deadpan voice, and I wasn't disappointed by the response. Krill's hissing and incoherent screaming rang out over the town, passing through felt-walled tents and attracting enough attention that, in short order, a squad of warriors in brigandines arrived with their clubs in their hands. They were followed by the patriarchs and the new chiefs who had chosen to side with us. Jagapan, Kalpakter, Khan, and Atas! It's good to be back. I'm happy to report that none of the scouts are slacking off, and I can see that the training is going well. How many squadrons are we up to? I called out as my father-in-law and his friend appeared. About 3,000 are up to Tricolo's standards now, Warlord. Another 5,000 are still training and need a few more weeks. They're all rough. The discipline isn't the best, replied Atas, as Khan shared a rare smile while he took in the erviles I'd brought south. 15,000 of them, is it? Asked Khan, nodding towards Bon. Something like that. They'll give the cavalry a run for their chits as well. Now, where is my wife? I asked. Where do you think? Faye said, as she stepped out of the crowd and walked towards me. I began to understand why Jandak had been so unhappy on our trip north. The ire of the tribe's women was terrifying on a visceral level. You're late, she accused icily. I had to raise an army of Huskers. Sorry about that. I tried a grin, but it had no effect. Halin is waiting for Jandak. The Fang leapt forward and hurried towards where his tent had been without another word. Mune and Cause snickered until Faye fixed them with a hazel stare. Are the women in charge among the dwarves? Nook asked, in what he no doubt thought was a quiet voice. It rang out over the small gathering. No, I said at the same moment Faye said yes. She sniffed. You need a wash, Warlord. I'll wait for you in our tent. She pivoted on a heel and walked away. Seems like they're in charge, smirked Mulius. We don't eat our women when they annoy us. That's the big difference, laughed Cause. Nuke and Mulius shared a look and turned to him. Why not? Asked Nuke in a confused voice. This is why you don't have enough babies, Cause chuckled. Bon scowled and stepped forward, kneeling down next to me. Legate, can we begin to bring the Legion through? Moving so many through such a narrow pass is dangerous and time-consuming. Yes, Pertaban. Bring your troops south. Mune, Cause, seeing as you don't have anything pressing to do, make sure the people in the pass know what's coming and keep them calm. As calm as possible, anyway. The other Fangs stopped smiling and grimaced, but they nodded and turned to head back north. We're going to need to integrate the Legion with the cavalry, I said, but Kalpakter spat and cut me off. We fight on foot. Always have, he snapped. A few men, I assumed were lesser chiefs, all nodded fiercely in agreement. I won't force you to fight as cavalry, Pactor. You will end up stuck on guard duties behind the lines if you insist on it, though. We'll be moving quickly, and human infantry won't be able to keep up. Jagapan, Krill, I need an update on how many of the undead were left when you came north. We're going to clear those things out, then ride south against that prick Mortimer. Feel free to take your time, a couple of hours, maybe 3.
But when I get back, I want as much information as you can give me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go speak to my wife. Bon, please make sure Nuke and Mulius don't eat anyone. Chapter 14. The Map. It is a logical thing to do, Ray. We've already stripped the small forests from miles around.
Half of the coven can focus on artifacts, while the rest get to actually use their magic, Faye said. Didn't I already agree to this? I asked as I took the thinly sliced meat out of the pan and put it into 2 bowls. I carried them back to the bed and stretched out as I passed one to her and began eating. The smell of the meat overpowered the scent of the camp that made its way in through the door flap, for which I was grateful. Sanitation was rapidly rising up the list of jobs I had for Atas and Khan. The nomads were usually dispersed across vast ranges, but with thousands of them all camped so close together as a result of the undead horde spreading across the steppe, their usual habits wouldn't be sufficient. Disease was as much of a threat as Mortimer at the moment. "I don't think you gave me a definite answer," she mumbled around a mouthful. Her stomach was swelling noticeably now. "Well then, yes, it sounds like a good idea. I need to go with the crafter Husker to Riverwheel later. You can bring some of the coven. I'll want guards around them, though. They're too valuable to risk." I finished my meal and stretched back before resting a hand on her stomach. She rested her own hand atop mine for a moment before resuming her meal. "We don't need," she began. "They. It won't be you, love. And they will have them, whether they need them or not. I know they're powerful, and this is supposed to be a safe area, but we don't know what's coming north from Urkash. It's better to be safe than sorry." I smiled to take any sting out of my words. She glared at me for a moment, then put her bowl down and snuggled into my side. After a few minutes of comfortable silence, she pulled back and leaned over to kiss me. "Fine, but I'm marching south with you." Her tone and fierce expression let me know this was not an argument I could win. I nodded and stroked her cheek gently with a finger.
I'll be keeping you by my side, where I can be sure you're safe. And where you can keep me safe?" I chuckled. I got up and pulled on one of my new tunics. It was missing the left sleeve, so the tattoo was permanently displayed, and the right had been modified with extra padding to make the black pauldron more comfortable. Krill is going to be, very reluctantly, handing out the artifacts we got from the Legion after the Council. I've already told him, but make sure the Coven gets some of the recovery items. They'll need them if they're going to be growing forests. Faye came over and helped me buckle on the pauldron that covered my right shoulder in impossible metal. She was still naked, and I ran my eyes over her body, earning a slap on the pauldron. "Go on. I'll join you in a few minutes. Halen will be there to represent the Coven at the start." I smiled and turned to leave, but paused and glanced back as she began dressing. "Have things improved with her and Jandak?" I asked.
She shrugged to settle her dress, then shrugged again.
"It seems so. He's certainly been diligent in trying to remedy the situation," she said with a throaty chuckle. "Ask him. Women don't share private conversations with men. Get on, love. They'll be waiting for you." I checked in with Glimpse as I emerged from our yurt and made my way towards the Legion camp. Everything looked to be in order. The crafters were just setting off down the pass up north. I ordered my crow south as I made my way through the busy camp. Warriors saluted, and women nodded their heads, but my attention was focused on the information Glimpse was feeding me. An early group of crafter huskers had already stepped in to take over the smelting process at the pass, and production had jumped considerably. Arming a few hundred with steel weapons now seemed easy compared to arming more than 10,000 cavalry. Fortunately, we'd been stockpiling the excess and had managed to keep up with demand, but only just. War meant ammunition, arrows, and javelins in this case, and replacement armor. The machine we'd built to supply those needs would come under a lot more strain in the coming months. The Legion camp was half a mile east of Mondat,
and the contrast was stark. Mondit felt like barely organized chaos. No particular pattern was evident in the tents and workspaces. The Legion camp was not only on an entirely different scale due to the Huskar's stature, but it was laid out with mechanical precision. The large tents were massive and square. A rudimentary fort had been thrown up around the camp, complete with a ditch and sturdy palisade. I entered through one of the 4 gates, nodding at the heavily armored giants as I passed. They slammed fists against their chests in salute. I made my way to the massive marshalling ground at the center of the mobile town and headed towards the command tent. The smell was different here compared to Mondit, and it took me a moment to realize what it was.
Sanitation. They had latrines, carefully set up on the downslope edge of the camp, well away from the living areas. "Legate Mond!" barked the guards at the entrance to the main tent. Partially out of respect, and partially to let those inside know that I had arrived, no doubt. I greeted them and swung the bottom of the flap aside to enter. A table intended for use by Huskars occupied the central space, benches and chairs arrayed around it. I couldn't see what was on top of it. It was refreshing. My height had left me looming over most of the tribesmen, but in the company of giants, I was barely noticeable. "Legate, the troops are through the pass and ready to deploy," said Bon with a fist-slamming salute as he rose from a chair at the head of the table. The tribal chiefs, along with Halin, Krill, and Tricolo, were all standing on sturdy benches along the side of the table. I jumped up easily and looked at the map spread out on the table. It covered the northern tundra for hundreds of miles in every direction and extended down to include what looked like the Black Sea from back home, as well as Greece. It stretched as far as the Adriatic in the west, and to the east it ran to what I assumed would be the subcontinent. "How accurate is this?" I asked. The map was dotted with unfamiliar city names and points of interest. "The map is 1,200 years old. The information on it is, at least. We copied it out every time the paper started to crack. This," he pointed to a spot on the northwestern coast of the Black Sea, "used to be called Kalishmer. Based on what your dreamer has explained, I believe this is close to the current location of Urkash," Bon said as he resumed his seat. "It's in the right place," added Krill. "That's where we need to aim. A quick strike to decapitate the monster." The obligatory cackle rang out in the tent, making some of the chiefs wince and glare at him. "We've got to secure our flanks as we push south. I want the steppe cleared of the undead before we move into the shit-sitter territory." I pointed at a mark on the map labeled Giant's Sun Stairs. "That's Helath. We will retake the steppe, including Helath, before we move against the south. Pertabon, how are your men, Huskars, trained? What's the squad size?" I asked. Bon looked up from the map and met my eyes before answering. 10 units of 8 in a century. 10 centuries in a legion. We've got 14 legions with us, plus the support staff legate." His voice was brusque and professional. I'd known that I'd like this giant. "Break off 2 legions, split them down to squad level and send them east and west. Each squad will have a squadron of tribal cavalry with them. One sweeps east and the other west to secure the flanks as we push south to Helath with the main force. The dispersed troops can sweep the steppe of the Wanderers while we head for the heart of the problem." "Chiefs and kings, we'll need scouts moving ahead to bring back intelligence on the enemy. Can small units of cavalry be dispatched today? If they ride a couple of days ahead of the main force and send back riders every day to update us, we should be able to press on without fear of another ambush," I asked the chiefs. Kalpakter grinned his pointy-toothed smile at me and opened his mouth, but Jagapan spoke first. "Warlord, my warriors will be happy to serve in that capacity," he called. "Why not mine?" demanded Kalpakter. "Are you willing to switch to the cavalry role?" "You wanted to fight on foot, and you'll be too slow," I answered, forestalling an angry response from Jagapan. "We're still faster than undead shit-sitters," exclaimed Kalpakter, straightening his mohawk with both hands.
Lady Fayala, boomed the huskers guarding the entrance, just as Faye slipped through the flap and made her way over. She jumped up onto the bench next to me and slipped a hand into mine.
I'm sorry I'm late. Have we gotten round to the wood situation? She asked. The Mondan warriors all nodded their heads to her in respect. The giants remained impassive. Not yet, Fayala, Krill said. I still don't like your idea of it stands. We'll need more wood, at least until we can find a site to provide coal, I cut off my mentor. Make sure the coven gets suitable artifacts. Krill muttered something under his breath, but nodded unhappily. We will need to leave suitable guards behind, said Bon. The feral giants you've bonded are safe enough, but the others may come south as the northern legions bring them into the fold. We need food. Can you send some good officers to take control of the unbonded wild huskar? It might instill a bit of discipline in them, I suggested. It can be done, but it would impact the command structure for our southern forces. I'll draw up a plan and bring it to you this evening, if that's acceptable, replied Bon. I nodded and turned to stare at the tribal leadership. Other than Jagapan and Kalpakter, I didn't know these men. I'd given them souls, the bare minimum to tie them to my cause, but they were unknown quantities to me. Is there anything from you I need to be aware of? I asked. Lord, we need more time before we move south, said one. A thin man with graying hair at the front, the rest of his head shaved bald, bar an iron-colored fringe. We can train on the march. Those who refuse to fight as cavalry will lag behind the main forces and miss out on the glory. But if you're willing to work with the Fangs to learn the new fighting style, they will be able to keep up. He nodded reluctantly. I glanced at Krill, who shrugged at me. The other chiefs must be a problem for him as well. Atas, Khan. I'll need Trikilo when we march. I'd like to leave you in charge of the pass and river wheel. Is that acceptable? My father-in-law and his cousin nodded quickly. Yes, Mond. I'll take the pass, and Atas will move to river wheel, said Khan with a smile. At least they could be relied on. I wouldn't need to worry about, Lord, we're the most numerous tribe. Surely our patriarchs are worthy of similar honors, one of the other chiefs interrupted. I slammed my hand down on the table hard enough that it jumped, and a split appeared in front of me in the wood. I didn't know who this guy was, but I wasn't going to tolerate any politicking at this nascent stage in the campaign. Trust is earned. They've earned it, and you haven't, Lord. After the war, there'll be plenty of territory in the south to squabble over, as well as all the steppes we're going to reclaim. I paused and drew in a deep breath to calm myself. Faye squeezed my hand gently. We've been driven from our homeland. Until we take it back, we have no honor. No reason to do anything except dedicate every power at our disposal to reclaiming what is ours. You're the most numerous, are you? Lots of warriors? The Mondine squadrons could wipe your forces out in minutes, without me or our magic. Do not start fighting for positions of authority until we at least retake Holy Helath, I snarled. The chief, who was the subject of my ire, flinched and nodded, and I saw a ripple of savage smiles run through the other humans present. They had needed to know I was going to prioritize their own goals, and I got the feeling I'd just done that. There was a growl from outside. Leggett, your wolf is here, called one of the guards. I'll leave the rest of the planning in your capable hands. I want to escort the crafters over to Riverwheel and help them settle in, I said. Enjoy dealing with Sulk and Clip, snickered Krill. I shot him a glare, but he just laughed harder. I kissed Faye on the cheek and jumped down. Outside, Wilson was waiting for me, sitting on his haunches and staring up at the armored huskers like they were oversized snacks. He rose to his feet as I emerged, and I leapt onto his back. We careened through the fort, dodging left and right as we threaded our way through the tents, legionaries, and workers. As soon as we were clear, Wilson put on a burst of speed, and I had to clamp onto his fur with both hands. Some kind of wolf saddle would be needed. I'd have a chat with the leather workers at Riverwheel and see what could be done. With Glimpse orbiting overhead, and Wilson rushing faster than I could manage on my own, we sped back to the pass and joined the road. Wilson stayed to one side, preferring the grass and dirt under his paws to the broad flags that topped the highway. We overtook 3 carts heading in the same direction as we were. Traffic was already increasing as a result of the expertise and physical capabilities of the Huskar working at the pass. Finally, we caught up with the main body of crafters heading to work with the smiths at my first permanent town, and Wilson slowed so we could walk alongside them. They stretched out for a mile or so along the road, trudging along happily on their way to turn my town into a true industrial center. "Leggett!" called a Huskar that stood a mere 4 meters tall. He was at the head of the group, and he waved me over with a friendly smile. I slipped off Wilson, who took off to the south to hunt, and made my way to join him. "Hello," I began uncertainly. "Gartle, Lord," he supplied his name. "I'm impressed. The wheels are a good innovation. Have you considered wind power?" he asked pleasantly. My jaw dropped, and I turned to look up at him. "It's less reliable than water," I answered. "It's useful, though. I'm sure we'll introduce it sooner rather than later." "How do you feel about humans?" I asked. "The original stock? Nice enough, but your kind tends to be terrified of us," he replied with a shrug. The east gate of Riverwheel slammed open, and 2 horses sped out. I recognized the riders. My smiths, apparently, had somewhere to be. I mentally summoned Wilson back and got a disgruntled acknowledgement in reply. I could sense him getting closer again, so he hadn't ignored me. "Excuse me, I think I need to deal with this." I jogged ahead under the gentle sunlight and moved to block the rider's path. Instead of stopping, they swerved around me and kept moving, both of them whipping their ponies as hard as they could. I turned and prepared to sprint after them, but Wilson rushed in front of the horses, and they both slewed sideways, spilling their riders into the long grass. "What the fuck was that about?" I demanded. I caught up with them as they pulled themselves painfully from the long grass. "No time! Gotta get there first!" called Clip as he started running towards the pass.
Sorry about your bad legs, Sulk,
he cackled as he ran ahead, ignoring me. Chapter 15. The True Victor. Sulk started a shuffling run after Clip, but I leapt over and snatched him up with one hand. I turned him to face me, and he dangled with his feet 6 inches off the ground. "What the hell is going on?" I demanded. His legs swung back and forth as he kicked to be set free. "They cleared the collapse. I need to be there now. That prick can't be the one to claim it," he snarled as he began clawing at my wrist. "Wilson," I called. Then I jumped onto the wolf's back as he moved over, slinging Sulk over my lap like a blanket. His arms and legs flailed wildly on either side until Wilson set off, and then Sulk did his best impersonation of a limpet as he clamped down. We slowed briefly as I passed Clip and snatched him up with one hand, depositing him on top of Sulk and eliciting another angry cry from the older smith. "No! I have to be there first!
Throw this old bastard off!"
Clip squirmed and tried to dislodge Sulk from Wilson's shoulders. I slapped them both on the head, perhaps a little harder than I should have, because they each went still. By the time Wilson slowed down at the entrance to the pass, they'd both woken up and were once again bitterly arguing about who should be the one. I still hadn't confirmed what the hell they were fighting about. I dumped them off to one side and slid after them quickly enough to catch them both by their collars and hold them off the ground, one in each hand like naughty puppies being moved by their mother. "What the fuck are you fighting over? If I have to, I'll literally bash your heads together," I snapped in my best dad voice. I needed to practice it,
and this seemed like a good opportunity.
I need to get there first. Lord, I was your first smith. You've brought in all these bloody Erviles to replace us.
This is my chance to prove myself to Velkit, Clip snarled as he tried to get free of my grip. I'm going to put you both down now. If either of you runs off, I'm going to break one of that person's legs. I'll heal it afterward, but it will sting for a few days. Do you understand? They both nodded reluctantly, and I lowered them until their feet were on the ground. What the hell has got you both so excited? I demanded. Behind the collapse, Clip barked. A god forge! Sulk finished the other man's sentence for him. What the hell is a god forge? I asked. Not a, the fucking god forge, you bloody war lover, snapped Sulk. I glowered, and he glanced down at his feet for a moment before defiant eyes rose to meet my gaze. What is the god forge? I clarified. It's Velkit's holiest site, a forge capable of shaping any metal, granting almost divine skill to the smith who wins it, Clip said quickly. It has to be me. Like hell it does, you whelp. I'm the master here, snarled Sulk. Wilson growled over my shoulder. I could see the shadow of his tail thrashing on the ground behind the smiths, and they both clamped their mouths shut. Why shouldn't I let one of the Huskars try? I asked, but I already knew the answer. They can't get there. It would take years to mine down to it so those big bastards could get near, said Sulk. Let's go look at it together, shall we? I kept my voice level through sheer force of will. They eyed each other, but another growl from Wilson caused them to nod. I was fairly confident I could use Shape Earth to cut a path down for the big bastards if I had to, but for now I was happy to let the human smiths take a shot at whatever this was. You go hunting, puppy. I'll call on you later, I said over my shoulder to Wilson, all the while not taking my eyes off the smiths, who seemed ready to bolt ahead at the slightest chance. We made our way into the cliffs through one of the narrow passages that looked just like any other. Torches lined the walls as we went deeper into the darkness. The sense of the weight of rock hanging over my head steadily grew as we wound our way down into the flickering darkness. The site of the collapse was a mess. Most of the rubble had been cleared, and crude timber supports had been put up as they worked at the wreckage. This section of the mine was eerily quiet compared to the bustle of the tunnels we passed through to get here. A flickering light shone through the top of the collapse, where some brave miner had breached into the space beyond. Both smiths were hopping from one foot to another and arguing about the best way to remove the detritus. So you don't even have access to whatever it is? And you were both trying to kill each other to get here first? I grumbled as I walked forward and cast Shape Earth. The fallen stone melted away to form rows of columns on either side of the tunnel as I padded forward with my bare feet slapping on the floor. As I mentally pushed aside the rock and built supports, I finally saw the God Forge. Red gold light filled the cavern past the blockage. It flickered in time to the dancing fire in the forge. I couldn't see any differences from any other forge. Bellows and anvils, a rack of tools neatly to one side. Aside from the fact that it was buried underground, there wasn't anything remarkable about it. That opinion changed as I slammed to a stop. My face was pressed against an invisible barrier. I bounced off, caught the two smiths as they tried to rush past me, and shoved them back. I tried again. I'd caught sight of a source. A pearl of power glowed in the center of the forge, surrounded by the flames. I tried to advance again and was rebuffed once more. The feeling of a hammer striking an anvil spread around me, and the tunnel shook. The stone supports I'd made held, but I was now feeling much more inclined to caution. It won't let me in to claim the source, I muttered. Of course it bloody won't, snapped Sulk. You aren't a follower of Velkit. This is his place, added Clip. I could access Poseidon's source easily enough,
Well, it wasn't easy, but I got to it. You've got to touch the source to claim it, I replied thoughtfully. I ran a hand through my hair, the mullet tangling in my fingers. It takes a smith to claim the Godforge, Mond. It's been lost for Velkit knows. How long has it been? Thousands of years, maybe? But everyone who reaches master rank knows the myths. It has to be one of us, Sulk said softly. One of us, echoed Clip, the awe in his voice matching his opponent. Will it let you in? I asked. I backed away slightly and moved to one side, just as the pair bolted past me, each one trying to shove the other backward as they scurried forward.
They passed the barrier that had stopped me, and Velkit's aura rang out again. The whole tunnel system shook, and I flinched, glancing around at the ceiling above me that had only recently collapsed. Some dust shook itself free, but the roof held. "Lord, we've got a challenge," called Sulk. "And shit," Clip added helpfully. He turned an anguished gaze to the tunnel behind me and tried to leave the barrier. It flashed, and the sensation of hammer meeting anvil rang out again. "Only one of us will be worthy," Sulk said. "That, or neither of us will be. The loser gets the fumes. The winner becomes a true smith. Velkit, forgive me for being unworthy," Clip called to the rocks over his head. "Lad, you're not so bad," Sulk said softly. "This is a worthy match. Let's both do our best to impress the mad god." "You're only saying that because you think you'll bloody win." "I agree. You'd better do your best." "We start now," Clip answered in a harsh voice. Sulk nodded slowly, and they both moved towards the forge. "How do you know who wins?" I called out. "Velkit will judge the work," said Sulk over his shoulder. "Tell Kayla what I'm about? She'll worry if I don't go home for my dinner. Is there anything I can do to help?" The gods playing games with mortals was definitely up at the top of my shit that pisses me off list, and I'd be happy to mess with Velkit's plans if I could. "No, Lord," Clip's voice was bitter and resigned. "We cannot leave, and no one else can enter until this is resolved. We're both bound to you, so whichever of us wins, you'll be the true victor." "If I'd known, I'd have stopped you from entering," I snapped, then softened my voice as Clip nodded sadly. "Whichever of you wins, I'll take care of anything that needs looking after. No one will suffer because of this game." They'd both stopped listening, moving like automatons as they began selecting ingots of ore and tools from the supplies left within the cave. I backed away and turned to leave. I grabbed the first miner I saw and told them to set up a watch. I wanted to know as soon as the competition was resolved. However, it worked out. This reminder of the gods' capricious attitude toward mortals solidified my hatred for them. Eresk was not exempt. They were all assholes. I stomped out into the daylight, getting nods and fist-raised salutes from the humans, while the giants placed their palms over their hearts. I sent a mental command to Wilson and felt him return once more to rush to my side. I stomped through the smelters and workers, glad to leave the acrid air behind as I passed through the walls I'd built. Wilson was waiting for me, and I leapt onto his shoulders, and we charged east to Riverwheel. I needed to make sure the Huskers were accepted there. With Sulk and Clip caught in a trap for God knows how long, and only one of them destined to be of any use afterward, I needed to ensure we wouldn't lose production. The push south was beginning in a couple of days, and we'd need everything here in good order. The wolf could run. We covered the distance in less than an hour, and as I slipped off his shoulders, a guard ran out to greet me. "Lord, you're needed!" he gasped. It was starting to feel like one of those days. "What's the problem?" I snapped. "The Erviles are changing everything. They're disassembling the machines. The Smiths will go crazy when they get back." "That won't be for a while, I suspect. Good job, soldier. I'll go find out what's happening and knock some heads together if I don't like it."
Fortunately, I did like it. Gottel had disconnected the shafts from the two western wheels and was busily instructing the humans on a new gearing arrangement to combine the output and then split it 8 ways instead of 6. "They're close enough that we can combine the drive force. We won't lose any power, you bloody gnome," he snapped at a superior journeyman. The man swallowed audibly as I walked up behind him. "It's not your system. The Lord gave us the designs and they've worked perfectly. Who the hell are you to gainsay the—" He stuttered to a stop. "He's behind me, isn't he?" the man asked without turning. "I am." "Gartle, you're sure this will work?" I asked as the man scurried off to the side, his face pale. "Yes, Leggett. It's a simple interface we use at the First Hearth for many things. It takes some setting up, but once it's in place, it distributes the force more efficiently," Gartle replied amicably. "Your smiths are well?" "They found Velkit's source. I couldn't approach, and now they're competing to take control of it," I grumbled. "They're both bonded to you?" he asked with a sad smile. "Yeah." "The most worthy will triumph, Leggett. They're only mortals." "I'm only a fucking mortal, Gartle." "If that's your attitude towards humans, you and I might have a falling out," I growled, and from beyond the wooden walls, a howl echoed into the sky. "Apologies, Leggett." Gartle hung his head. "I can assure you we won't lose any production due to the changes," he said, changing the subject. "We'll need every arrow and javelin." "When will you start production of the 4th wheel?" I asked, letting it go. "Within a week. Your people have been ingenious in a lot of ways. They're implementing half-understood concepts at a very high level. The systematization is a bit lacking, but with a little oversight, I think we can really make this place hum," Gartle said happily. He led me around the site, explaining the proposed changes to me, while annoyed-looking human journeymen trailed behind us. "Will it affect supplies for the war?" I repeated slowly, enunciating each word. The Huskar blinked and looked down at me.
Leggett, there will be a temporary drop of 15 to 25% of material output, but as the new system is put into action, it will result in a minimum 30% increase over the original level in productivity over the long term. Are you willing to accept a short-term setback in exchange for long-term growth? I reminded myself that every army, every empire, needed bean counters. "Yes, I am. Do it." Chapter 16. Eater of Cities. "Nuke, Mulius, I want to speak to you," I called as I returned to the Legion camp. The feral Huskar both looked up from the lessons one of Bond's officers gave the wild giants, then immediately glanced back at their instructor. That was a good sign. The officer glowered, then looked at me with a raised eyebrow. "It's important," I said as casually as possible. After testing the spell on Wilson and immediately canceling it when the design screen appeared, I understood the potential of this new power. I was finally ready to see if I could find a willing guinea pig to try it on. "Permission to fall out," growled the officer. Nuka and Mulius moved out of the ranks and followed me as I led them outside the fort. We'd be marching south tomorrow, and I had one last thing to get ready. Whether or not Mortimer had unlocked a similar spell, I needed to use it on one of my soul-bound servants. After a lengthy discussion with Faye, we'd concluded these two monsters were the best candidates. "What is it, Leggett?" asked Nuke. "I've got a spell." We were moving into the steppe, and the grass knee-high on me barely reached Nuke's ankles. Mulius, at 2 meters taller, looked like he was walking on a neatly trimmed lawn. "It lets me change one of my soul-bound servants. I can use it to make that person stronger, tougher. It's permanent." I stopped and turned to look up at the giants. "I was hoping one of you would be willing to accept the power." "Just compel us," grumbled Mulius. "I won't do that." "You won't be the same afterwards, and I won't force it on anyone."
Nuke narrowed his eyes and flicked a look over at Mulius standing next to him. "How much stronger?" he rumbled. "A lot. As far as I can tell, I can make you much bigger and stronger. You won't be unkillable, but I doubt I could match you physically if you accept." I knew I wasn't selling this well. Faye had told me just to tell them it would make them unstoppable, and as far as anyone with magic was concerned, they would be. But I'd be able to nuke them, and in light of the sacrifice this would entail, I wasn't going to lie to them about it. "But magic would still kill me?" asked Mulius. "It would. I'd give you some more souls to build your resistances and upgrade your spells." "How many?" Mulius's eyes gleamed with greed. "A lot. If one of you accepts this, I'll make you as powerful as possible," I ground out through clenched teeth. "What's the cost?" "You don't want to do this, or you wouldn't be asking."
"You'd be telling,"
rumbled Mulius. Was that what they thought of me? "I already said it's permanent. There won't be any going back." Nuke and Mulius turned, looked at each other, and began barking in some guttural language I couldn't understand. Nook rose up on his toes as his voice rose to a roar and his fist flashed upwards, but Mulius lashed out and laid him out cold with a blow to the chin. Giant teeth fell to the ground as Nook fell backward. "Not for you, young one. You might still sire sons." Mulius had intended it to be a whisper, but the words rang out clear and loud in a language I understood. "Is that decided then?" I asked. "You won't be the same." "You already said that, short-ass. I heard you then." "I agree," Mulius chuckled. I twanged the bond, and he winced. "No need for that, Leggett. Heal him, and we can get started." I'd compelled honesty, and he couldn't lie to me.
Forcing someone to tell the truth when I asked if they were happy to do something felt like a moral Ouroboros, but it was the best I could do. "I'll heal him later. I need the mana for this. Give me your hand," I said as I slipped a storage ring chock full of disassembled mammoth bits onto my left index finger. Mulius extended a single digit to rest against my upturned palm, and I activated Shape Soulbound Servant. The design screen appeared in my vision. The system was willing to help out on this one. I assumed that because no human could be capable of the unassisted modification of another being's biology in the fashion the spell made possible, without killing them. Mulius appeared in my mind's eye. His nervous, limbic, and circulatory systems are highlighted in different colors. Muscles, organs, and bones stood out in sharp contrast against each other. I needed resources to make the changes, and each change would cost mana. Hence my refusal to heal Nuke a moment ago. I began pulling from the available resources in my rings, biological and metal, to rebuild his skeleton. The schematic grew to over 16 meters tall, and I thickened the muscles, making him strong enough to still move, despite the total weight increasing so dramatically. Thick fur, blended with steel, sprang out of the design's skin. No mortal weapon would be able to pierce his armor. Only shop-bought or Husker-crafted gear would stand a chance, and even then, it would be a lot less effective than it should be. The nervous system was next. The additional size would cause a slight but noticeable lag in response time, and I spent some mana to negate the loss. If I confirmed the design now, I'd spend nearly 300 mana, so I still had some points to play with. Natural weapons. What were the real-world standards? Claws and fangs, naturally. But could I add something else? A scorpion tail. No. The cost of merging insect and mammal biology was prohibitive. I'd need thousands of mana to manage that chimera, assuming I found a giant scorpion tail somewhere. I could thicken the fat layer under Mulius's skin at least. That would offer him more protection and insulate him from ice magic. I had 150 mana left over, so I upgraded his eyes and ears,
and added cartilaginous armor to his major internal organs. I sent a mental confirmation that I was happy with the new design, and lurched backward as almost all my mana left my body. I grabbed Nook and dragged the heavy bastard out of the way as Mulius changed slowly. He'd started at about 8 meters tall. A swirling cloud of silver light enveloped him and began extending upwards. When it peaked at just over twice his original height, it began to condense, and a new form appeared. Now, he was a true giant. None of the husker came close. His furs had fallen away, but thankfully the thick, shiny gray fur that sprouted from his skin as the mist faded away preserved his modesty. Tusks stuck out from his lower jaw, and he reached up to finger them angrily. "Why'd you do that?" he asked. As he glanced down, he became aware of how much larger he was now, and staggered backwards. "Mars balls! You're my ultimate weapon, Mulius. I hope it was worth it." I couldn't hide the horror in my voice as what I'd done became clear. Cannibal, monster, terror of the steppes. No one deserves to be changed like this. My stomach roiled as I fought the last shreds of my conscience back into the box in my mind. I kept it in now. "This is amazing." He took a step forward, and then another. He sprinted away into the steps before looping around and stopping. He smiled down at me from the height of a 6-story building. He turned around and ran back to me, stopping a couple of meters before he squashed me into paste. I backed up a few steps and checked the bond in my mind. He was still under my control. "Legate Mond,
I'm amazing." He threw his fists into the air, and his roar came close in volume to what would be required to shatter my eardrums. "I take it you're happy with it?" I asked quietly. "Hells yes! None of those Legion pricks will give me any shit now." I flicked the bond, and he flinched. "Not the idea, bloke. You're a siege weapon. When the time comes, you'll be in the thick of it, but you aren't the new boss," I snapped. "Very well, Lord. But have you seen me? What could possibly kill me now?" he chuckled. "I could. Without breaking a fucking sweat, mate. Just remember, you aren't immune to fireballs." Soulbound Servant. Body, S. S. Mind, B+. Souls, F. Jesus. Mulius was now physically the strongest being I'd ever met, not counting gods. "Give me your hand," I ordered. The end of his finger was bigger than my head as it loomed down to meet my outstretched hand. I sent him 1,000 souls, paying twice that to the bloody system. 50% taxation was just wrong. "Spend them on your resistances first, then get levels or booster spells. I honestly don't even know how to advise you on this now. Rank S? You're a monster." I regretted the words immediately as his eyes narrowed at me. "Metaphorically," I added hastily. "What's metaphorically?" he boomed down at me. "It means not literally. You aren't literally a monster." "I eat your kind. I've eaten my own kind. Okay, bloke. You are a monster then. But I didn't mean it in a bad way." What the hell was I arguing with him about this for? I plucked the bond and he looked down for an instruction. "Dangerous. Addictive. I want you to head south with the first wave of scouts. You're the bulldozer, Mulius. I don't want anything left alive behind you. Other than normal humans. Let them live. You still aren't allowed to eat them either," I hastily corrected myself. "No problem, boss," boomed the Titan. "I can eat the dead ones, though." The faint note of hope in his voice made me blink. "Yeah, if they're already dead, you can eat them. That doesn't mean you can kill people and then eat them. You can eat the undead if you want."
I needed to find a contract lawyer to ensure I didn't accidentally give Mulius a loophole to eat a city.
No eating cities, I added.
I could eat a city now, couldn't I? He said in quiet wonder, as he looked down at his body covered in metallic fur.
Maybe, but that's not allowed, I snapped, and he flinched. I am Mulius, eater of cities.
I began to have reservations about using the single slot I had for Shape Soulbound Servant on Mulius. Faye had advocated for one of the fangs, but I'd pushed back. I didn't want to turn my friends into whatever the hell I'd made Mulius into.
You're calm, right?
I asked as Nuke stirred behind me.
What the maker is that?
Nuke's voice came out surprisingly shrill and sharp.
I am the eater of cities,
Mulius boomed down at his fellow Huskar. Bloke, you're getting a bit too hyped up about the city thing.
Nuke, this is why Mulius knocked your ass out, I said.
Oh, good job, I guess. What happened to his—
Enough.
Mulius, start heading south. I want the undead to become dead again. You stomp those bastards flat and move on. When you get to Heleth, wait for the rest of us to catch up. Oh, and if you start getting blasted with spells, run away, okay, big guy?
Nothing can stop me. I'm unstoppable.
I grabbed the bond and shook it back and forth in my mind. Yes, Legate. I'll retreat if I face heavy magic, he muttered. I noticed the choice of words, but I wasn't in the mood to fuck around. No. If you face casters of any sort, you fall back and wait for the cavalry or the legion to move in and support you. My tone brooked no dissent. Fine, Mulius grumbled around his new tusks. Okay, I'll let the tribes know you're on our side. Nuke, you're with me, I said, as I set off back towards the legion camp.
Soon we'd be able to move south in force, and I could feel the urgency like an itch that couldn't be scratched. Legate, I don't agree with whatever you did to him,
Nuke muttered, as Mulius strode south with booming footsteps and a weird song on his lips. No worries, bloke. You're going to lead the wild Huskar. When we go south, I want your boys on their best behavior. Oh, that's just great. Old Mulius gets to eat cities, and I get made responsible for a bunch of feral Huskar, complained Nuke. But I could tell his heart wasn't in it. The gleam in his eye made clear that the thought of going to war was a happy one. Chapter 17. If I had already eaten some of them, I rolled off his back, as Wilson leapt into the center of the swarm of undead and came to my feet. As I was rising, I snatched one of the zombies by its leg with my left hand and carefully avoided gripping too hard. I didn't want to turn the limb into paste like last time. I spun in a circle, using the ambulatory corpse as a club to scatter its compatriots, while I drew my sword with my right hand. I released my now badly brained club, and the body went spinning away from me into the crowd. Wilson had become a snarling blur of bronze teeth and fur as he savaged the center of this minor swarm. I strode after him, my silver blade flicking out to slice through or impale skulls. Wilson bucked, and the three creatures attacking his rear were thrown clear. I cut them into pieces as they sailed past me. The fangs would be here soon to tidy up, and I wanted to try and catch up with Mulius. The mutated giant had taken his transformation much better than I'd expected, but he could cover much more ground in very little time now. He occasionally stopped to feed on the undead as he stomped through the horde. Over the last couple of days, he'd begun grumbling that zombies didn't taste good and were affecting his bowels. A zombie lurched at me, so I punched it in the face, hearing the satisfying noise of bones splintering and being driven back into the brain they were supposed to protect as it was launched away from me. I plowed through the horde to get to Wilson and cleared a space around him. As soon as the horde was driven back, I leapt onto his back just as Jandak, Koss, and Mune slammed into the horde from north, east, and west. "The next ones are in the southeast," I yelled at the fangs, who waved at me in acknowledgement as they continued to thin the herd. After another few minutes, the lancers would catch up to roll over whatever was left, and then they'd all chase after Wilson and me. Wilson leapt, going from standing still to sprinting through the horde, battering the undead out of his way as he pushed his way clear to the south. Reanimated humanos slain times 56. 840 souls harvested. The last few days of slaughter had been good for my soul balance, and I was back up to 23,500. I'd spent some souls along the way, buying mana potions every time they came off cooldown. I borrowed Glimpse's eyes as he flew ahead. This next horde must have caught Mulius's attention as he passed by. There were giant footprints with a layer of suspiciously gray-pink-looking material at the bottom, and clear evidence of once living things being kicked hard enough to turn them into sprays of mist. The arcs of gore were impressive, and my qualms about what I'd done to Mulius were beginning to fade. This time, as we neared the horde, I hitched my feet up under me and leapt ahead of Wilson, drawing my sword while I was in the air, and I smashed through the first zombies. No need to let the wolf have all the fun. These creatures were just chaff to me now. Reanimated humanos slain times 27. 405 souls harvested. I moved away from the mess left over after the fight and sat down. I pulled some jerky out of a storage ring and looked up at the sound of a plaintive whine. Wilson was staring down at me, his tongue hanging out of the left side of his mouth. I pulled out a couple more kilos of dried meat and tossed the strips to him. He caught a few of them and then settled to lick up the rest. "We should slow down," I muttered around a mouthful. "The Legion and the cavalry are too spread out, and they need a break." Wilson glanced up and chuffed before snatching another lump of meat and wolfing it down. "Yeah, I know, mate. But they can't fight for as long as we can. Hell, even the Fangs are slowing us down. The Legion is being held back by the cavalry. It's best we don't get too strung out, though. We'll get picked off if we're in little packets." Wilson yipped in reply and rose to stretch, having finished his meal. He looked at me expectantly as I sat chewing, and a feeling of eagerness came through the bond. Glimpse cawed above me and reinforced the wolf's animus. They both wanted to press on. Whether that was because I wanted to and they were reflecting my emotions back at me, I couldn't be sure. Nah, we need to wait. Let's hang fire until the main forces catch up and secure the flanks. We're carving a line, but the horde is just flooding in behind us as we go. I lay back and stared at the clouds scudding across the sky above me. I found the link to Mulius and was about to send an order for him to wait down it, when I realized he was already hurrying back north. Must have bumped into something he couldn't just eat. Getting up, I turned to the north as I brushed the muck off my legs and back, resulting in getting my hands covered in gore and bits of zombie. Damn. I needed to get back to camp and have a proper wash. Hot showers couldn't be that difficult to invent. Clip and Sulk should be able to knock together a basic version fairly easily. I found the threads to them in my mind after searching hard for them, but nothing had changed. I guessed they were still locked in competition for Velkit's favor. Gonna have to ask Krill and Faye if there's anything we can do for whichever of the poor bastards loses, I muttered, shaking the worst of the mess off my hands. I waved as the Fangs jogged towards me. "Mond, you didn't leave us any?" Cause asked, looking around and stopping to lean on his spear. "There weren't many here, bloke. Wilson killed most of them." The wolf cocked his head one side and gave me a look that made it clear I shouldn't try to blame things on him. "So what's the holdup? Why stop now? We're only a few days from Heleth if we can keep this going." Jandak laughed as he pulled a skin from a ring and passed the water around. We all drank greedily. "The big guy has hit something and bounced off. All I can think is he's found some of Mortimer's pet wizards. That's the only condition I gave him to make him retreat," I said, taking the skin from Cos as he passed it my way. I nodded in gratitude and took a drink. "So, Finally, a real challenge. This undead shit is boring. The cavalry might struggle if they get bogged down, but the Legion has saved their asses every time it's happened, added Mune. He wasn't wrong. The Legion were terrifying in battle. They advanced in tight formation, the shortest Huskars wielding large rectangular shields and short stabbing swords in the front line. Taller giants armed with 6-meter-long spears formed the second and third ranks. As the horde washed against the shields, the spears stabbed down over the front line, and together they slaughtered the zombies. They were every bit as professional as I would have expected the real Roman army to be.
The cavalry archers formed Cantabrian circles on the flanks, maintaining a constant stream of arrows and javelins on the zombies. Once they had thinned the numbers enough, a unit of lancers would smash through while the archers moved to the next group. It was becoming routine for the combined forces. The first couple of days on our way south had been easy. Then we'd started to push into the true body of the horde. It was a vast array of undead that stretched across hundreds of miles. The groups varied in size from a few dozen to hundreds. Mortimer must have emptied every cemetery from every major city in the south. That, or he had killed hundreds of thousands of people to turn them into his undead scourge. "How long?" asked Jandak. I raised an eyebrow to prompt him to clarify. "Until the freak gets here?" I checked the bond. "He's slowed down. We've probably got an hour or so. Shall we cook something? I'm tired of cold rations," I suggested. We set up a basic camp, fire burning merrily away as fresh meat was pulled from storage spaces and spitted over the flames. Wilson lay down and stared at the meat as Cos slowly turned the spits. "No, bad dog!" He earned a growl on the word dog. "Wolf, whatever. Mond, the wolf is growling at me," Cos complained. "Then don't call him a dog," I answered lazily. My attention was on Glimpse. I'd sent the crow ahead to see what had happened to Mulius, and the bird was now orbiting a few 100 feet above the giant. He'd been in the wars. He didn't need weapons or armor anymore. Anything he punched or kicked ended up dead. Quite often, they ended up as a spray of red at the end of a 3-meter-long footprint. Something had knocked the wind out of his sails, though. His left tusk had been snapped off, and that side of his face was swollen up, the eye almost sealed away. I sent Glimpse down for a closer look. Mulius's chest was a mass of bloody wounds, and patches of his fur had been burnt away. The fur was partially metal. A lot of good steel had gone into his construction, and the now visible gray skin that should have been protected by it had been scarred, bubbling up in places. Something had burned him badly. It was definitely magic that drove Mulius back. He's about as burned as that lump of aurochs. I pointed to a spit Cos had forgotten to turn for a minute, and that was blackening on the underside. He quickly rotated it 90 degrees and sniffed at me. "We should have brought some of the coven with us. They're much better cooks than Cossi," chuckled Mune. "Jandak could have kept working on his little—" A slap to the back of his head cut Mune off short. "I got that sorted, thanks," grumbled Jandak, as he shook out the hand that had whacked Mune on the head. "They're busy making forests on the steppe, remember? We'll have to survive on Coss's efforts." "Halen's with child?" Cos asked. "Well done!" "Don't know for sure. It'll be a couple of weeks, but she thinks she is. And that means she's back to being nice Halen and not threatening to lightning bolt me every 5 minutes. It's a relief, if I'm being honest." "Gotta keep the lady wife happy," I said. "Huh, so that's why the women are getting so many souls," grumbled Cos. "You don't want your sister to be powerful and safe?" I asked, a touch of anger entering my voice. Cos glanced up and shrugged before focusing on the cooking again. "Oh, I like that she can snap a normal man in half or pin him to a wall with spears of ice. But normal humans aren't the threats we need to worry about. You know what she's like, Mond. She'll go up against someone like us and get torn apart. She won't run or surrender like she bloody ought to because she thinks she's powerful. Brother,
She's with the wagons. She won't be running into anyone like us. I wasn't sure who I was trying to reassure, him or me. He snorted and ignored me.
The earth began to shake slightly.
Whatever magic or skill it was that let the feral huskers move almost silently had been lost with Mulius's transformation.
Here he comes, Jandak nodded to the south.
And sure enough, a smoke-wreathed titan was lumbering towards us. Each step carried him 10 meters or so. He came to a stop by our fire, showering us with dirt. "What did you bump into?" I asked, as I brushed the mud from my pauldron, and Cause canceled the fire shield he'd cast to preserve our dinner. "Smells good. Portion looks small. I'm guessing you'll cook yours afterwards?" Mulius muttered as he squatted down. "A bunch of fucking casters, Mond. A small army of magic dwarves. Blasted me back, so I did as you said and retreated." A massive fart blared out as he shifted his weight on his legs. "Zombie diet isn't good for me. Got any more of that stuff?"
I can dig a proper fire pit, and we can get a mastodon roasting if you like.
"How many wizards were there?" I asked, while trying to hold my breath. "A couple of hundred. You're going to want to stomp 'em before the army gets here. Some good fighters as well. Little shits were fast for stumpies." Mulius chuckled. "Just make sure I can have some fun when you deal with them, okay? I owe the little shits." He pointed to his badly burned chest. "Doesn't that hurt?" asked Cos as he moved the spits away from the fire and slid the meat off. "This? Nope. It stung a bit when they hit me. Lost a couple of hundred health, but nothing too major. I'm sure the fur will grow back. Right?" He finished in a worried voice. "A couple of hundred? How many health points have you got?" snapped Jandak. 4,000. I'm an eater of cities, short ass. All will fear me. I used heal a few times, but what's the point? 10 health points per cast? Puh. I'll have to wait for it to recover naturally."
"So when are we going to attack?" Mulius asked excitedly.
An excited titan was a terrifying thing to behold. Glimpse was circling the enemy formation. Mulius had neglected to mention that they had a couple of thousand zombies as escorts, and there were perhaps 200 living humans at the center of the formation. They were moving west towards Helath and gathering up the horde as they went. "Tomorrow. Tonight we eat and sleep. Wilson, you can go hunting, mate, but stay close. Glimpse will watch over us. In the morning, we'll push in, get them to waste their spells, and then kill them. Don't eat the wizards, Mulius. I want any trinkets they carry." "Do you think the trinkets would come out the other end if I had already eaten some of them?" asked Mulius. Chapter 18. Good fight, bloke. We slipped through the night like ghosts. The Fangs and I were sneaking closer and closer to the enemy camp, while Mulius moved as quietly as possible a mile to our west. Glimpse could see him. He was hard to miss, after all, and was almost in position. I flashed the hold sign to my friends, and we all slid to a stop barely 500 meters from the sea of undead that surrounded our real targets. We waited silently, hands ready on weapons, as I tracked Mulius moving slowly closer. He could move relatively quietly if he went slowly. Quiet for someone who would have to bend down to check the guttering on a 4-story building, at least. When he was in position, I flashed the "Ready" hand sign, and the Fangs nodded and grinned. I sprinted forward, my friends close behind me, and as soon as I was in range, I cast Burning Skies. Whatever organizational power the necromancers could exert over the swarm of undead, they had very helpfully gathered them into a nice, dense target for me. Red clouds gathered quickly, and fireballs began to pound the earth. The upgrades to intensity and detonation impacted the effectiveness of this spell as well.
When the streaks of fire hit the ground, They exploded into 11-meter-wide balls of sunfire. Reanimated humanos slain times 795. 11,925 souls harvested. As we charged into the smoky, lunar landscape created by the barrage, we used fireballs from our rings to wipe out the next wall of walking corpses in our path. We each sent 20 coruscating lines of fire forward that detonated and took out another chunk of the zombies. Resurrected humanos slain times 72. 1,080 souls harvested. At the very least, this was going to be profitable. The rumble of Mulius breaking into a sprint began to shake the blasted earth as we hefted our weapons and charged in to cut our way to the wizards at the center of the group. Bolts of ice flew towards me, and I threw up a fire barrier. It stopped the first dozen, but the rest shot through towards us. A pink and purple rip in reality appeared ahead of me, and another one came into being just above it. The ice bolts flew into the first and out of the second, a neat way of returning the attacks to the sender. Spheres of ice bloomed, encasing any zombie or human that wasn't blasted away by the explosions. I leapt up to land on top of one that was now filled with frozen zombies and took a moment to assess the situation. The fangs had spread out to either side and were cutting through the horde towards the humans in charge. Mulius had just arrived on the western flank and was stomping and kicking zombies into clouds of gore. His manic smile didn't falter as an ice bolt slammed into his hip, and what must have been tons of ice blossomed on his side. He smashed it a few times with a fist, and the ice ball cracked and fell away. More spells flew towards him, but he began snatching up handfuls of undead and hurling them ahead of him to trigger the spells before they reached him. Those were two interesting tactics we'd discovered today to counter magic.
I added them to the list, and resolved to spend a lot of time creating spatial tear rings if I ever got a free moment.
Leaping down from my perch, I activated enhancement. I blurred forward, the spell and the adrenaline flooding my system, giving me speed far beyond anything a normal human could follow. The sword flickered left and right as I cut through the undead with ease. Resurrected humanos, slain times 24. 360 souls harvested. Normalis humano, slain times 32. 320 souls harvested. Soul-bound servant, slain times 6. 120 souls harvested. Someone, I assumed it was one of my enemies, cast firewall repeatedly, filling the ground with 6-foot walls of orange fire. I moved through them, unharmed. I had maxed out fire resistance, so the heat was merely uncomfortable. It didn't do me any damage. The zombie guardians didn't fare so well.
They didn't flail their arms about or run around screaming like a living person would, but they were quickly crisped, and their extremities began to turn to ash and fall off. I broke through the fire, and the sword flashed. These humans were far too slow to deal with me in close quarters. Even Huskar was lumbering and relatively weak to me now. Somehow, one of them managed to lunge forward with a black-tipped spear that I was forced to let slip past my guard and glance off my pauldron. The fangs arrived a moment later, slicing through the wizards, throwing spells from rings and trinkets. Within seconds, only one man remained standing. We stood facing each other, rings of fire still burning around us to keep the undead back, and I recognized him. "You were at Heloth, in Hakobin's camp," I ground out through clenched teeth. "And you ran from me," he sneered. Let's see how you handle me now. A steel blade flashed towards me, and I dodged backwards, letting it sweep past an inch from my nose. My right foot shot forward as I leaned back to catch him in the stomach and launch him backwards. "You're no longer a threat to me. Would one of you guys like to take this one?" I asked the fangs. There was a brief but heated exchange, which Jandak won while his opponent was regaining his breath.
I stepped away, and Jandak moved into the impromptu arena, spear held casually at his side. The man growled, and his sword swept up from a low guard to try and bisect Jandak, but he had already shifted sideways and back. The spear stabbed out and scored a line just beneath the man's right eye. "You know you're naked again. Take this," said Cause as he offered a red tunic. "Faye said you might need some spares, and that I should remind you to shave while we were away." I took the tunic and began unbuckling the chest straps for my pauldron.
5 ivory chits say that Jandak wins in 5 more moves, I offered, as the black metal shoulder guard fell at my side with a thud. And I really need to figure out some kind of asbestos underwear. The enemy rushed forward, half-handing his sword to use it more like a short staff as he batted Jandak's spear to the side. "It'll be 7. What's asbestos?" asked Moon, accepting the bet. I shrugged the tunic over my head and began struggling to replace the pauldron. Jandak rolled with the momentum of his weapon being pushed aside and ducked low, pivoting so the spear butt tangled the other man's legs. As he went down, he latched a hand onto the haft of the spear and tugged sharply, both helping himself rise and throwing Jandak off balance. "Fireproof stuff from my world," I replied. My words made Jandak's opponent flinch, and my friend slipped the leaf-shaped spear blade past his guard to score a shallow stab on the man's side. "Nasty. What's he up to now? 4 more moves."
"I'll take that. Bet it's done in 3, said Mune. I was messing with the buckles across my chest and not paying attention to the fight. Jandak had this in the bag. "You think I'm just sport?" snarled Mortimer's soul-bound servant. "I'm a god among men." He slashed to force Jandak backwards, then leapt to barrel into Jandak, losing his sword in the process and pinning the spear between them as they scrabbled at each other on the ground. Jandak abandoned his hold on his spear and caught one of the man's hands, forcing it out to the side. The other he snatched just as it was grasping at his throat, and they were locked in place for a time, neither of them able to do much more than squirm or grunt. A being of fire appeared next to them and dove at Jandak, but he twisted and interposed his assailant between them. "Oh, bad form. Jandak hasn't used any magic yet," laughed Cause. "He started it," growled Jandak as he rolled to his feet, holding the other man in one hand.
I assumed he'd finally decided to use enhancement. The minor wounds on his face began to knit closed as well, and whenever the fire spirit moved, Jandak thrust its master into its path. "Don't kill him! I want to ask him some questions when you're done," I snapped. And a blow that would have been lethal was transformed into a head-ringing slap that dazed the soul-bound servant. Jandak danced backwards, keeping the man held between himself and the fire spirit, which ignored the rest of us until it vanished. The only evidence of its existence was burning footprints left in the grass. "Are we counting the wrestling as a move? I think I won if we don't," I said as Jandak repeated his blow to the temple and the man went limp. "What an ass." "No, it doesn't count. Kos wins," muttered Jandak as he threw the body down. "What are we doing with him? Blinding and clipping his fingers like Getha?" he asked, looking at me. "Maybe a blindfold will be enough this time," I offered. Without the cold fury at having murdered probable innocents, I wasn't sure I could find it in me to torture the man. He was a slave to Mortimer, and while it seemed he'd bought into the lies, I couldn't punish a man simply because he was arrogant and stupid. Could I? Probably not.
"Can I eat that one?"
boomed Mulius as he kicked the remaining zombies back into true death nearby. "No, you bloody can't," I barked. "Blindfold him and bind his arms and legs with wire. If he's difficult, we'll give him to the women after we get as much as we can out of him. If he's helpful, he goes to the moons quickly." What was left of the horde was disintegrating as the power of the necromancers faded. Mulius dealt with most of them in his now preferred fashion, leaving gory footprints in his wake.
The fangs spread out and cleaned up the ones the Titan missed, while I carried our prisoner outside the devastation of the battle.
I got a fire going and began boiling some water for Ched as Jandak came and crouched next to me. "Good fight, bloke," I complimented, and got a savage grin in response. "He was boosting throughout. The fire spirit was a desperate gambit," he replied, as I poured out a cup of Ched and passed it over. "You were playing with him?" I took a sip of my own as the other fangs approached the fire. "No, he was a tough son of an Aurochs. Well trained, he knew how to use his strength." "We should get some of that artifact gear from the Huskers for you guys," I grumbled. Aside from being my friends, these three represented a massive investment of souls. I ought to give them the best chance of survival I could. "Krill won't be happy about that," said Mune. "Cheers," he added as I passed him a cup. "Krill isn't in charge," I muttered. "Can I get some of the Legion's gear as well?" blared Mulius from above us, having managed to sneak up behind me. "It won't fit you, bloke. You'll be fighting with fist and foot for the foreseeable," I answered. "You know you've got 2 dots now?" asked Cause, nodding to my left arm. I held it out so I could see, and sure enough, above the tip of the spear, I now had 2 golden dots. The Smith duel is over then. I wonder who won. I stretched out in my mind, searching through the hundreds of bonds, but being so far away made it hard to differentiate. Once we gather the army at Heloth, I'll run north and see who got the curse. We might be able to help him. I wasn't optimistic. A curse from a god was probably beyond our abilities to handle with magic or herbalism. "Sulk will have lost," said Mune. "He was halfway gone already. He'll have thrown the match to let Clip lead a normal life a bit longer." Jandak shook his head. "Not a chance. Sulk is terrified of the fumes, and he's got Kayla. Clip is a bachelor." "No, Jandak. Sulk isn't so far gone as that. You can tell when he's not at the forge."
He fears it, knows it's coming for him, so he watches himself and keeps tight control. He won't succumb. And he and Clip hated each other. No way would he lose his mind for the sake of a rival, said Kaz. "We can't know for sure until I head north again. With a bit of luck, the source will be worth losing one of them." My voice was bitter at the cost the gods demanded. "What use can it be anyway? It's too tiny for a real smith to use. The Huskar can't get to it," said Mulius, rocking back and forth on his heels. "It's a forge made by the god of smiths. I don't know what use it will be, but I would be shocked if it wasn't powerful," said Jandak in a reasonable voice as he glanced up at my armored titan. "You look like shit. What's your health down to?" he asked. "Just under 3,000, Mulius shrugged. "That's going to take weeks to recover. Use all your mana to heal yourself. That recovers at 10 times the speed," I ordered Mulius.
"We need more of the regeneration items."
"Back up to 3,400 or so," grunted Mulius.
"Maybe it is useful if I dump all my mana into it." "Of course it bloody is," I snapped. "After a fight, use your mana to heal. That will be back in a couple of days, and you hardly need it to stomp zombies." I flicked the bond to reinforce the order. Mulius twitched but nodded to me. "I am Julpast Sal Nardil. My family will pay a handsome ransom for my release," our prisoner interrupted. "Oh, we won't be sending you back to your family, I'm afraid. Your future has been narrowed down to 2 possibilities, and neither of them is pleasant," I growled as I rose to my feet and moved over to the bound and blindfolded man. Chapter 19. Can I eat him now? Your first choice is that you tell me everything I want to know. This will earn you a painless death. The other is that me and the boys here make your life very painful. We'll keep you alive using heal, and when we think we've gotten as much as we can from you, we'll hand you over to the women. Kaz, remind me what the women do to shit-sitter prisoners again? I said coldly. Will you be taking his balls this time? Asked Kaz in a thoughtful voice,
as we stood in a circle around the bound man. "Would they prefer it if we didn't?" "I'm sure we can chop something else off instead," I replied. "Tell me what you want to know," cried Julpast, earning snorts of derision from the fangs. "When were you made? I mean, when did you get your souls from Mortimer?" I snapped, as I crouched down by his head. I had a hand on my dagger, ready to kill him if he tried to use any magic. I was hoping he was out of mana from the fighting, but I couldn't be sure. "King Mortimer selected me 9 months ago. I was champion in the fighting pit, and I caught his eye as a candidate for godhood," he babbled.
Godhood? Mune asked from the other side, making the blindfolded man swivel his head about wildly. "The path of ascension. Didn't your lord explain it to you?" he said fearfully. "What did he tell you?" I demanded. "Some things are meant to be kept secret." I shared a grin with the fangs, who suppressed their chuckles. "Only that I could one day walk in the company of gods. I'd be stronger and faster, quicker than a mere mortal could ever hope to be. But I had to worship him and be loyal." I glanced up as the smiles on my friends' faces had turned to sneers. "You worship him?" asked Cause quietly. He was crouched near the man's head, and Julpast craned his neck back to point his face in the direction of the words. "My king is a demigod," he stuttered. "Does he answer your prayers?" "Is he answering them now?" Jandak demanded, and Julpast flinched at the voice of the man who beat him down. "Not right now," Julpast said bitterly, earning harsh laughter from Jandak.
He lied to you, and you know it.
What kind of army is he sending to us? Just swarms of undead? I demanded.
"No, Lord. He has thousands of mortal soldiers, tens of thousands. A cadre of wizards numbering in the thousands and hundreds of powerful soulbound. He has nightmarish monsters the size of palaces, and siege engines that can rain fire from afar. He's unstoppable, Lord. Please, I beg you, make peace with him and allow my family to pay my ransom. They'll make you rich beyond the dreams of these savages. You'd be as wealthy as one of the divines deserves to be." I stepped back and walked away for a minute. This bloke would die. None of his temptations or pleas would change that. But he had already given me some food for thought. "Pah! What are these monsters compared to our titans?" said Cos in a derisory voice. "That fiend is big, but it's just a mortal form. The abominations eat what they kill and grow bigger and stronger."
"They'd eat that overgrown ervile as a snack," Jelpist replied, a touch of confidence entering his voice. "Maybe you'd like to think about my off—" I kicked him in the head, knocking him unconscious. "He was annoying me as well, but we were just getting somewhere," complained Jandak as he stood up and stretched his legs. "Huh. The guy deserved more than a kick in the head. Divines? Souls leading to becoming gods? What an idiot," Cause said, but he shot me a questioning look. "I don't know about that. Next time Aresk has a chat with me, I'll ask him, but it sounds like indoctrination to me," I muttered as I paced up and down. Then I explained what indoctrination meant, and they nodded sagely. I shifted my pauldron slightly and glanced down at the unconscious soulbound. "What about the monstrosities? Anything like that in your old stories?" I asked. "Things the size of houses that eat stuff and get bigger?" asked Mune with a raised eyebrow as he waved a hand at Mulius.
I represent that, the Titan complained.
"Resent, bloke. And no, you bloody don't. The only way you'll get bigger is if you get fat from all the zombies you're going through," I replied. Mulius lowered his right hand and tried to drop the fistful of zombies he'd been raising to his mouth behind him, without us noticing. "I thought they gave you the shits," asked Jandak. "Still better than nothing," muttered Mulius as he wiped his hand on the fur on his leg. "That was good work with the spatial tear spell, reversing their spells back at them," I told the fangs. Cause looked pleased with himself,
so I figured it was my brother-in-law who had made it work. Same with you, Mulius, throwing the bodies into the bolts and detonating them early. We will need to include that kind of information in the after-action briefing. Stuff like that will save lives when we head south. None of you can chuck zombies like I can, Mulius said with a chuckle.
No, but we can build machines to do something similar. Launch a bunch of pebbles into the spell's path, and it will have the same effect, I said. Julpast groaned and tried to roll over, but his binding stopped him, so he just twitched and spasmed in place.
My dinner is waking up, rumbled the Titan with a wink at me.
Welcome back, Julpast. How has Mortimer got so fucking many dead men wandering about?
I nudged him with a foot, demanding.
They aren't just men. The God King slaughters the cities that resist, and his necromancers go through afterwards and raise the armies. He's burned Kant, Grotisk, and Surum. Dozens more smaller cities. That's where the dead come from, gasped Julpast. What about these monsters you were talking about?
Think they could fight me? Boomed Mulius.
It was nice that the big guy was getting involved, and to be honest, I approved of the question.